Okay, round two. I believe my broadcast should be... I think we are live, and hopefully we will get things on the store page before too long. So let's just take a quick minute here and see what's going on. Hello again. All right. So we're good to go for all these other details. The only question is whether or not I'm coming up on the Weather Factory page. But at this point, I think I have trespassed on everybody's patience enough that we'll run forward. I'll keep an eye on my Twitter and whatnot and get any information as to whether or not there are any problems coming up. And as long as you guys can see the stream, if it's tagged up for being for Cultist Simulator, all of these other details, I feel okay sort of moving forward. And if we just wind up having a bit of a private Steam stream, that's fine, because this is about sharing the game with people anyway. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, I'll just do a quick reintroduction again. We are playing the brand new Apostle Legacy. We are the Apostle Obstinate. Oh, we've got Ego Karen inside of chat. Good to see you. And I know absolutely nothing. I've not played the game on the Gate of Hornbranch. I've not done any of the madness that some of you guys might be familiar with. So this will be fun. And the first and most important question that an aspiring apostle or an aspiring I don't even know what I'm trying to become. I suppose I'm not trying to ascend in this case. I'm trying to let somebody else ascend. But anyways, first thing we need to do is work out the board layout, and then of course we have the character name. And I've been holding off on the character name because it's inspired by a tweet, but I probably actually need to start giving you all some gameplay in a little bit. So, and how are you doing, CML? Good to see you. Good to see you as well, Ego Karen. So in this case, I'm going to put my verbs at sort of the top. Actually, you know what? No, we'll keep it on sort of the blotter, but and then my passion, health, and whatnot will be off to the side. You can see me streaming now section via the front page. Sadly, not on the front page. Okay, lovely. So I just got some words from Weather Factory about why I'm not on the store page. All right, just trying to work out the store page business, but we should be good to go with some gameplay. So sorry about the waits here, guys. So I think probably what I'll do here, we'll go to the christening, and in this case, in honor of a particular tweet that I saw from Weather Factory, we've got Mary. I'm pretty sure I spelled that correctly. We've got Mary Doggerel, the Apostle Obstinate. For those of you, excited to see how somebody with a non-horrible organizational sense plays this game. Well, one of the big delights that I've had about Cultist Simulator is trying to work out the right layout. I always do a different one for each game. So in this case, we've got our delight saved me from death and also from boredom. We shall give them everything. So I'm not quite sure where to put this one yet, but this will be where sort of my base resources are. This will be, I'm going to leave this in limbo for now, and we have got work. So for those of you who are not familiar with Cultist Simulator, before we unpause, I want to take a quick minute and give you a rough idea about what this game is and why it sort of behaves, why it looks the way that it is, how you get started. I believe these Apostle Legacies are sort of intended, from what I understand, this is not the library DLC. Lovely. So I think we've got some progress on the front page. Sorry, I'm just responding to a text to see if these things are working or not. So apologies to those of you who've been waiting a while for the gameplay to start. We're just having a few more technical problems than we originally thought that we would. Oh, hey, now broadcasting, watch the community play, and you get to see me idling on the page of updated patches. I can see myself. Okay. I am terribly sorry about all the waits, folks, but it looks like, hey, I can even see Ego Karen. Hey, Domi, here it is. Hello, yes. So first of all, for those of you who saw me in last night when we were doing this marathon completion of the Dancer Legacy, we have got... yeah, so now I can actually show a little bit of energy. For those of you who are here watching me on Twitch, we did a marathon version of the legacy for the Dancer. We managed to get our ascension with only mild abuse of the game console. I then proceeded to misinform everyone that I would be streaming at 1 o'clock my local time. It is now 2:30 my local time, so I was off by an hour, which is exactly the same problem that I had when I did a lovely interview with Lottie Bevan and Alexis Kennedy of Cultist Simulator fame, or Weather Factory fame. We have got Macrame inside of chat, who is Lottie herself, and so if you have any nice things about this to say about the game, please direct them towards her. And if you have anything nasty to say about the game, please direct it into a private journal. So, what else? Steam decided the system shock was evil. Yeah, as long as I didn't wind up on a blacklist instead of a whitelist. So, what is Cultist Simulator? Why should you be interested? Why are you all here? Unfortunately, you missed out on the information that there are 3 Apostle Legacy, it looks like, and we decided to do the Apostle Obstinate. And of course, we have decided, in honor of a delightful tweet from Alexis Kennedy, sharing some of the inner workings of Weather Factory, I've decided to name this Apostle Mary Doggerel. And I will also just quickly say, if you're unfamiliar with Cultist Simulator, this will be kind of interesting because I have a lot of time inside of Cultist Simulator, but the rumor is that this is supposed to be a very tough start to Cultist Simulator. This is supposed to be sort of New Game Plus for hardened veterans like me. And I just think that they've been building everyone up to secretly release the Librarian DLC, which was teased on Twitter. Obviously, I'm referring to social media a lot. If you want to see the good Weather Factory folks in the wild, you can follow them at Tron Bevan, at Alexis Kennedy, at Factory Weather. And they've got a lovely blog at weatherfactory.biz, which will tell you all about the merchandising that they do, some of the future things coming on the patch. One of the reasons why I have so much time in the game that I do, and one of the reasons why I'm sharing it with you on Steam, is the fact that this game really does become a bit of a lifestyle almost. They are very open, they're very friendly people, and this game is a lot of fun to follow because Alexis and Lottie are impossibly nice people and interact very well with their audience. This is evidenced by the people who are inside, kind of inside of the chat and being active right now. So anyways, the start is easier, everything else is harder. All right, well, this is the big trick. So I've not done the Gate of Horn Branch. I have sort of filibustered my way through this. We're 10 minutes in on the restart of the broadcast. I think it's time for me to carry on with this story. And the best thing that I can say, if you've never touched this game before, you'll be presented with a desk and you'll be presented with cards. And by the way, if you don't change the name of your character, shame on you. You've missed absolutely nothing, Frankenvinder. I took a long time to get started and then I was babbling to everybody for a while. You only have a few cards, you only have a few options. The game gives you little guides in terms of how to play it. So if you click on the empty space, it'll tell you some cards that you can put in there. Alternatively, you could pick up a card and you'll see that the verb gets highlighted. But at some point, you're basically going to realize that your life has been represented in terms of cards, and that can be things that you can do. That's things that are a part of you, such as your health, your passion. Duty and delight is something new. In this case, this is my job, an arrangement to exchange one's life for money. And let us work at my duty and delight job. Our organization has some resources. And away we go. If you guys have any questions about Cultist Simulator, by the way, I'm very happy to answer them. A lot of this is going to be about me exploring this DLC, or not DLC, this update for the first time. The game is, incidentally, at 25% off now, so if you don't own a copy of it, now is a great time to pick it up because everybody will be excited about the new patch. There's going to be lots of activity, and you can get it at an even more affordable price. The Dancer DLC is about $3 in my local currency, probably a little bit less for yours. And yeah, there's a new soundtrack out as well, which in terms of Canadian dollars costs about 12, and I believe is also available on some streaming services such as iTunes and Spotify. All right, this podcast is buggy. Terribly sorry. Incidentally, so one thing I will let you guys know is I have updated the bit rate so that for those of you who've got the bandwidth, you should get a higher quality broadcast. But if it's causing lag, please let me know, and I'm going to I can probably lower down that quality, but you should get some transcoding options in the bottom right hand corner. So, anyways. Enough for a while, but I will need to find other needs for support, and my health is now very poor. I can only hope our delight will sustain me. So I have delightful blood. I've received a little vial of our delight's blood via courier. Our delight's instructions are written herein, in the tiny tangles of cellular script. We can taste them as they will taste us. If we waste it, our delight will wax wroth. All right, let's try moving these down a little bit. So 7 funds, that'll give me a reasonable start. And we have the forlorn blood. I have a disease, my blood is wrong, my bones are sick, I'll die, but perhaps I can preserve myself long enough with the holy blood of our delight. Okay. So, you'll notice that we've got more than one action now. I worked my little tile. Now I'm having a conversation in smoky meeting rooms. Of course, we're sort of following the great work of a person who came before us. Thank you for the transcoding. Your internet's down, but you're connecting via phone. Couldn't watch the previous value. That's great to hear, CML. I know my Twitch channel doesn't allow me that, but we'll do our best. If you guys, incidentally, if you guys do have problems with the bitrate, please let me know, because that's something that I should be able to change. So one of the things that you do when starting with this game, a lot of the thing that appealed to it for me is the fact that it doesn't hold your hand. There's lots of things to do. There's lots of options, and a lot of it is sort of dealing with the resources that you have, some sort of constraints on your time and on your your necessities and basically you have the things with which you can get the necessities and conveniences of life, but you also only have so much attention. You only have so much energy, and this is represented in terms of cards. You've got funds, you've got health, you've got passion, and then of course you have sort of things about yourself, such as actions you can take and the friends that you make along the way. So one of the things that we can try and do is to experiment with some of the different cards that we have. I sort of know what some of these things do as well, but when there's new information, you want to try and get what you can. There's some lovely writing in this game, enough to support me for a little while in adequate comfort, and funds have a certain aspect. In this case, they're an ingredient. Fuel, oil, ointment, pigment, patience, all are consumed in time. Health. This is my body. There are other bodies, but this one is mine. My mind needs it like a fungus needs soil. And if you see a square bracket with enough vitality, you'll gain more health. This is basically the game just telling you what you need. Is it always the same or connected to the Grail? So Heartfrost, I chose the Apostle Obstinate. On this particular save, which I was given, I had one of 3 options, which seemed to be associated with Forge, Lantern, and Grail. But there's somebody in my chat who really strongly feels that she is aligned with the Grail, and she wrote me a very lovely message before starting this stream. So in honor of her, I decided that I would suffer my first devastating public loss under the banner of Grail. So. Anyways, so one of the things that's interesting here about health is it's also an ingredient, but it has a few other aspects as well. It's an ability, brain or heart, hand or eye. Most of us are born with most of them. And this also has the aspect of heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world that we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. And so my health, my body, isn't just an ingredient, but it actually is associated with some of these other things that we'll be exploring inside of the game. And then I have my passion. Dull minds are neither intuitive or mathematical. Blaise Pascal. And with enough glimmering, you can study to gain more passion. Similarly, it is an ability. We know it's an ingredient, and this is aligned with the aspect of moth. I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. So, finally, there's the two new cards, which I'm not familiar with. We've got Delightful Blood. I've received a little vial of our Delight's blood via courier. Our Delight's instructions are written herein in tiny tangles of cellular script. We can taste them as they will taste us. If we waste it, our delight will wax wroth. So it's auctionable, it's an ingredient, and it is Grail 3, and apparently it will run out in 240 seconds. So, looks like there was a question, but that was already answered. So. And then I have a disease, my blood is wrong, my bones are sick, I'll die, but perhaps I can preserve myself long enough with the holy blood of our delight, and that has the aspect ill health. So, in this case, I am going to take my sickly body and I'm going to go work construction. Unskilled labor, back-breaking work for meager pay. Is this the best that I can do? All right, and now what do I recall? I've been vouchsafed secrets. My allies, my shaper. Roland, our delight, our fountain, our joy, who rests in exile until the greatest of feats, the vitulation. The Order of the Bloody Cup, an occult society dedicated to the mysteries of birth, blood, and appetite. You can use cults with the talk verb to recruit or promote followers and send them out on errands to gather resources. A believer can be promoted to a disciple. A few gifted disciples can be exalted even higher to Cyprians. And Rose a believer. Rose a Slimus, but loyal. So this is kind of interesting. In this case, it's already a follower, so we don't have to try and lock people into, or we don't have to try and convince people to come into the cult. But it does kind of come on the. It comes with the. I suppose the drawback that we're locked into the Order of the Bloody Cup, which is fine because everybody here, I think, really likes. Everybody here really likes the Order of the Bloody Cup anyway. So again, if you ever want to know what these things are, we've got the Order of the Bloody Order of the Bloody Cup, aspect veneration Grail. This organization venerates the principle called Grail, which we call upon in the name of the Red Grail herself and the Sister and Witch, among others. And Rose, follower, Edge 2, and Mortal. So we can, of course, try and talk, but I'm not 100% sure what we want to talk about yet. The one thing that I haven't taken a look at yet is this new element aspect mentor, our secret ruler who commands our loyalty, who shall rise still higher through our works. I wonder if I can talk with them, and I cannot. So, I don't have, well, let's see if there's anything I can do with the Delightful Blood. Nope. That was worth a try. So let's see what these secrets are. Now, one of the things that I want to sort of stress on this, especially as somebody who is new to this particular patch, and I'm taking my time, but there's a benefit to this because the game, part of the fun of the game is actually not knowing what's going on. There was a there's always sort of this debate in terms of should there be a tutorial or not. And I think Weather Factory did make the right call of not including a tutorial. One, because other people will fill that gap. If you want to know more about the game, you can talk with people about the game, and that will be fun on its own, because obviously having more friends to talk about games that you're interested about is good. Like, I don't see how that can really be a negative thing. It encourages people to interact. But more importantly, the thing that this game really does a good job of is sort of giving you the aha moment, letting you sort of realize, oh, that's what I was trying to go for all along, or oh, that really makes sense now that you think about it. So one of the things that I try and do, I already still stumble over myself whenever I run into new or unfamiliar concepts. But, sorry. Okay, sorry, it looks like there was a quick... I thought I said something wrong inside of the broadcast and chat was correcting me, but... One of the things that I really like about this one is you can get really frustrated with banging your head against the wall and like, I'm never going to figure this thing out. And if you want, sure, you can always get somebody to solve it for you. But the game really gives you these opportunities to feel like, you know, maybe not a genius, but you get to feel really great when you finally crack that nut. It's like, you know, whenever you're working on a hard homework problem or something like that, and it really, you know, the floodgates of intuition are opened and you feel like you've now gained mastery over the world. This game constantly gives you that feeling. And so one of the things that I try and do to at least put a little bit of sanity on myself, there's not always a benefit to very linear thinking in terms of saying, okay, there's this aspect, I'm going to combine it with this, and so on and so forth. But it helps me put a framework around the game. And then because I sort of have some islands of safety in terms of things that I understand and things that I've read, so I know that Rose is a follower, is Edge, and is mortal, I can sort of eliminate some impossibilities. But on the flip side, when I'm making assumptions that aren't necessarily justified, it gives me a slightly more orderly way to sort of think about, oh, hang on, if this wasn't true, or if I thought everybody I talk to is immortal, and that's not true, there are immortals in this game, that opens up some more interesting possibilities. So that's kind of just a me thing about playing the game. But in this case, we've got the way the wood. I've learnt the path to the wood, the tangled darkness that grows around the walls of the mantis. Though the mantis has no walls, I can dream with this to return to the wood. We've got the way to the white door. In my dreams, I passed the white door, which has been called the bone door and the gate of ivory. My voice remains outside the house each time I enter. So I'm wondering if I'm just going to see all of the doors of the mantis right away. We've got the anthic elaboration. The flower maker cannot touch you. He cannot find you. He always has what you desire. Even an elaboration of the properties of his works can draw the attention of the hours. This formula can be used in a rite with bitter black salts and subtle rupture, or similar sources of power to summon Azim himself. We've got the way through the stag door. In my dreams, I found the way to the stag door, sometimes called the horn gate or the adept's door. I have answered its riddle. I am counted among the know. So the Apostle is completely different from the original campaign you played. Well, in this case, I might have gone in and messed around with the save a little bit. So Roland apparently was not Heart, but in fact was secretly a Grail a Grail leader all along. I don't know how I can properly justify that, but I decided I would at least have some kind of a callback to the old playthrough. But in this particular case, so we've unpacked everything in our study. We've gained some reason. So no live organism can continue to exist sanely under the conditions of absolute reality. Shirley Jackson, it's an ability like the others that we've seen before, something familiar. Lantern, life is a pure flame and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown, and it's an ingredient. So again, a little bit more familiar territory on this, and we'll move the... So eventually I want to put all my lore and that on the other side here, but let's try and keep this manageable on the table here. So in terms of study, well, can we study the Delightful Blood? No, we cannot. What can we do about studying? I could, in theory, start breaking down this. I could start breaking this down, but I don't think that makes a lot of sense. What I might be able to get away with, though, is upgrading Rose, perhaps? We can. Promote a believer by invoking Grail. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. So Rose is a slimist but loyal. And we'll see what else happens. Now, I don't have access to my dreams yet. So in this particular case, I think I'm going to start reading whatever is to hand. So the world is awash with printed words. Even the newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. I don't think it should affect the apostle outcome, Dr. Frankenbender. I might be wrong, though. In our meeting place, I shall consider the commands I was given. So, vitulation recipe. The delight shall give life, the delight shall take life, the delight shall not be sated. We must purchase the secret savors and infuse them with the hour's gifts. Assemble the host at the most auspicious time, raise the restless cry of the unceasing mysteries, and share from the chalice murmurous. So this is lore, and this is a new bit of lore. I have no idea what to make of this. So, of course, one drawback about me trying to start these verbs spinning right away is I don't have any way of knowing if these things can be thrown into these verbs right away because they're already occupied. So we'll just put that in the middle right now. And we've got our beloved temporary headquarters. Our business is private. We could use somewhere more secret. Okay, so in this case, because I was playing Heart, I wouldn't normally be playing this, presumably. Distant late. What is coming? Who is coming? CML must have had a question. You'll think you'll be finding out anytime soon, noob. Glad there's no tutorial, though. Really helps the feel for the game. Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that really attracted me to this game when I started was it reminded me a lot of being in school. Like, I really loved the process of studying my field and sort of that idea of trying, you can read your textbooks and that, but if you want to try and make a contribution at the frontier, you're dealing with things that people haven't seen before, or if somebody's seen it before, it hasn't been written down yet. And so this game does a really good job of capturing that. And it means that there's going to be some times that it's frustrating, but it also can give you these really rewarding moments of sort of like, yes, I got it. I've done something worthwhile. And again, as I sort of feel like there's a little bit of a gap. If people really want a tutorial, that's obviously places for streamers like myself or YouTubers to provide some material, and in the end, people will go and seek them out. People who explain the game well while preserving the feeling of the game will be the ones who benefit from that. So, all right, let's get a quick. So can't do anything with exploration, although I could send Rose off to do that after she moves up. I don't have anything to do with work at the moment. The best that I could hope for would be to paint, but I don't have a yearning to put inside of it, so it probably won't be a good painting. Sometimes I keep the menus up for a long time in the top corner because it takes me a while to read, obviously. But when I have some of the things that I just clicked on for curiosity, I obviously have to close them on my own. So if you ever want to change that, you can actually set that all inside. Where was it? Info window duration. They've actually extended the time in this patch. There was a question about multiple languages. So I believe in some of the builds you can actually see some of the work on localization that's been going on, but the game is, I believe it's still in progress as far as adding additional languages. Sorry, I didn't answer that a little bit earlier. Okay, what is coming? Who is coming? We've already got that. In pain we are born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. These are the gates of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. So Rose is now a disciple. Rose has sharpened her cunning to a concentrated point. She's now 5 edge and gained the potential, the mark of greatness. In the right circumstances, this follower might become even more powerful. Whether or not that's desirable, I leave to your judgment. Okay, so apparently we can talk about the vitulation recipe, so let's try that. Begin preparations for the vitulation. There will be a great celebration when our delight proves their appetite. Let's see what that does. And the words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It is a little like theft, and a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So I don't believe there's a Steam Workshop enabled. However, there will be support for additional languages, to my understanding. Oh, and looks like we've got the headline feature coming up. Distant Light. Our delight wishes to change the order of the world, and even of the Mansis. There will be opposition. Someone has arrived. We are warned by the alteration of savors, by the fall of blood drops, and by the prodigal births reported in the dockside districts. A great enemy of our delight has come to the city, someone who would prevent our work. So I don't think we've got anything we can do with yearning yet. But I should be able to take advantage of some of my other resources. So let's get Rose out searching the city. As far as study is concerned, I think I'll just hammer away at the reason again, and let's take a visit to the wood just because I've got the available passion. Okay, so I've got my health back if I want to go working at the job again. I finished painting to the excitement of absolutely nobody. No one but me. Sometimes painting will gain you glimmerings. Study them to unlock more advanced painting options. So I've got a few pieces down, but in this case, let's just go back to our unskilled labor. And we'll make a little bit of money while breaking my poor, decrepit body. I might have found someplace unusual, so we found the Ecdysis Club, a cabaret with an occult reputation. Is there anything new in the non-apostle playthrough? That's a very good question. I'm not too sure about that myself, but I'm sure somebody can tell you whether or not there's new, there's direct things for the that are outside of these legacies. I feel like there normally is, but I wouldn't want to say that with certainty. So I'm not 100% sure where the money's coming from. So I'm not going to go on waste that money on extravagances such as the Ecdysis Club, but let's see if there's anything else we can maybe find in exploration. So there's an unholy amount of text throughout the game, considering that's basically the entire game. Alright, so we found the strange streets by moonlight. If I'm feeling particularly adventurous, I can jump down those already. Or we can try and get Rose to do... Let's try and get Rose to find other places. I can always take a look at the strange streets by moonlight a little bit later. A hireling. I found somebody who might pay to enact regrettable necessities. Add funds to hire them for a limited time. So this is a bomb maker. Perhaps we shouldn't discuss politics just yet. They're 3 edge, 5 forge. We actually haven't run into forge yet. Fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of the forge transforms and destroys. So this will be something that comes up if, for whatever reason, I feel that I need to... well, as they say, enact regrettable acts. I can hire these people, but as I said, if I'm not going to visit the Ecdysis Club because I'm not 100% sure where I'm going to pay rent from, I will probably just hold off on hiring any new people, and instead I'll try and take advantage of as many free options as I have in the world. So, we cannot know the final date until we know the time of the Grail's greatest influence, but we must begin to select those who will comprise the host. So let's put that here. The first fragments of the host. We have attracted a few gourmands and perverts. They will expect a feast for the senses. So it's summoned, and it will tick down. The immortal in the shadows ponders their next move, so as we provoke our enemy, they learn from us. Their attacks will grow deadlier. We don't know what the power is formidable, their identity as yet unknown. One of the Long's might, connections, or starlight reaches 3, it may be possible to unmask them. So we don't have a lot of information in terms of how we deal with this Long yet, but for those of you wondering what's in this new DLC, this is the big headline feature. This is the person that I should be afraid of. Let's see if there's anything I can do with conversation. Okay, so apparently I can talk with the Gourmands. Augment the host. We seek more attendees. Our allies, greed, curiosity, prurience, unalloyed idleness. Right, and it wants is the empty space that makes the bowl useful, and I don't have mystique to attract people yet. All right, our first journey into the Mantis. We got this by dreaming on the wood, so I can gain the buzzing in the brain, which I don't have much of a reason for yet. So we can visit the well, or we can visit the Temple of the Wheel. And I feel that the well is probably a little bit more closely associated with the Grail. So, and we gained vitality for it. Exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. Use with another vitality to improve your abilities. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused, so that'll be a little bit helpful for me in a bit. Let's double that up. The well in the wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. So, for those of you who are big fans of this Mantis map, I should let you know, if you go to weatherfactory.biz, it'll probably get you the most direct link, but there is an Etsy shop that they've set up, and there is actually a poster that you can buy of the Mantis itself. It's very handsome poster. Actually, so all of the stuff in the Etsy shop is of very impressive quality. I realize that can sound a bit insulting because it's like, Weather Factory, how good are they at making stuff? Very good at making stuff, it turns out. But yeah, if you like these sorts of things, if you're one of these people who really just has not spent enough money on the game, or rather you want to take the savings from the highly affordable DLC, you can take some of that savings and put it towards your own Cultist Simulator pins, stickers, posters, very fine journal. And if you just like this wonderful music that you're hearing, you can buy the soundtrack that came out today. Anyway, the words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So, I have a few options available to me in terms of upgrades. Let's maybe start with this vitality, because it is expiring first. Exercise the body. I'm abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. And I'm not able to visit the wood again because my passion is exhausted, but I can go through the white door. Actually, hang on. White door wants health, so we will go through the stag door. And my dreams, I know the path to the stag door through the maze of the bounds. Gearby will let me pass, but the path is always a puzzle, and I will need reason. Hello! Oh! Norman, one of our Discordians describes you as having a lovely silken voice. They are correct. Thank you very much, Alexis. It's lovely to see you. I know it's actually probably... Okay, so a quick word. Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan are... I don't quite know how they manage to work all of the time in, but they are impossibly nice in their words. They've given me a lot of support for my stream, which, by the way, in the interest of plugging myself, twitch.tv/systemchalk. Please follow if you like this. But I had originally planned on going in the Gate of Horn beta, and I wound up spending all of the time on sort of my regular Cultist Simulator broadcast and not doing any of my own time towards it because I didn't want to break the save file or anything like that. But I did sort of... I think one of the things that's so... I don't even want to say that I'm self-conscious about it because it's also sort of fun, but I have a feeling that because at least some people know that I'm going in blind for the very first time, all of this time that I spend rereading the lovely words is just a great way to tease people before I get into the really horrible content, which I'm sure is probably not as bad as what everybody's saying. It's really just to try and make the librarian content seem that much more exciting when it comes out. But as it is, I'm at least going to try and start doing some of the really interesting stuff and let the people who made the game see my first impressions before bedtime, because I know it's quite late where you are. But anyways, thank you very much for your nice comments. So yes, I believe I am the only voice made of maple syrup, and so I am indeed the smoothest. So, all right. Sorry, comrades. Let's move on our way. So, in my dreams, I know the path to the Stag Door. We've read that, and we will dedicate our reason towards it. Librarian expand alone, I reckon. All right, let's just let these timers run down. If you ever, so I have no problems whatsoever drawing this all out. If you are more impatient than me, there is the fast forward button, which you can get by hitting M or N. But I have no intention of being brief on this stream. I usually tend to wind up having these things going on for a long time, so the longer I can pad this out, the better off I am. And if any of you do have questions or comments or just generally things about the game, obviously the Discord's probably the best place to get an accurate answer. But if you want my opinion or you want my just general view on how these things work, I have no shortage of them. So feel free to ask, and I will do my best. What's required for the host talk slot? Yes, actually, and so the nice thing about this one, if I had something, let's say I very often get distracted when I'm playing the game on a stream. So one of the nice things is you can click on the slot, and if you have a card that can go in, it will it'll sort of pulse with the purple. But in this case here, it says Mystique. Better not. I must be more careful of the company that I keep. So my options for exploration, I can use the streets, Strange by Moonlight, or I can send Rose out to try and find something exciting. Let's do the street Strange by Moonlight. It might give me a couple of things that I'm looking for right now. So streets are strange in the hour called the Menace Gate. Also, apologies for the brutal pronunciation of all of these lovely words. This game will definitely have you running to a dictionary if you don't already do that. All right, and we are already sick. Lord knows what's going to happen in combination with my delightful blood. So, my illness has come to me. If I survive, I must taste the blood of our delight, and soon. If this illness cannot consume health or savorous blood, it will kill you. We could not stoke excitement's oven sufficiently. A decision. The immortal in the shadows ponders their next move. Yeah, I'm definitely not brief. All right, so I can really tempt fate with the subtle rupture, but the thing is I don't think I have enough to keep to actually summon anything interesting with that. I also don't have any rituals, so the influence will be lost on me. So we can go up the Ascent of Knives or the Painted River, and in this case, well, the Ascent of Knives seems friendly. A furious air, anger is implicit in every shape. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. So again, we've got a couple of new concepts. We're already familiar with Edge from Rose, but this is an influence, an echo, a resonance, an alignment, something that will fade soon. So in this particular case, you'll notice, by the way, I probably wasn't clear enough on this before. When you're in the Mantis, you get sort of one card, quote unquote, for free. And if you want to see what's behind one of the doors, or in the, particularly in the area, so we could have visited the Painted River or the Ascent of Knives, when you pick one, it will reveal what the alternative was, but you don't get to take it anymore. So you can sort of, you have the certainty, and then you have what might be a better option. Of course, this was fascination, which isn't necessarily always a good thing. And so it creates sort of this interesting little tension. You know, if you visit through the wood, it's like, well, maybe I don't want that moth influence right now. Maybe I want to try and go for something better. But of course, you can't always rely on getting something good, or maybe the thing that you really need is in front. So it creates a fun little game on your own. You definitely learn a lot about risk tolerance. And in my case, I'm a very conservative player, which creates no end of frustration for people who watch sometimes. So, all right. Of the place that my dreams took me. Of the place my dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. I did not climb far, the pain was too great. When I woke, that pain remained with me, a pain I could employ to occult purposes if I hurry. So we'll leave this aside here for now. My reason is dimmed. And we'll park that away for now. So I need to think a little bit about what I want to be doing with my available resources. Obviously, I'm going to need to keep an eye on my health. I've exercised a little bit, so I'm less prone to disaster. I've grown stronger, I've gained health, but it'll be more difficult to gain health next time. So this will at least kind of keep me going. And I think what I'm going to try and do, because I don't have any restlessness with which to paint right now, I think I might try and get a desk job, just so I can, well, yeah, I don't really want to burn up the health just in case I need it. So in this case, I think I'm going to hold off and we'll go for a desk job when I get the opportunity. Now, as far as the study, let's double up our erudition so that we can get some reason. Unless you're a dirty cheater and just saves come for the other... Well, actually, I mean, if you want the other options too. Okay, so for those of you who find that this game will sometime... If you've got a situation that you feel the game put you in that's impossible, or you don't want to like mess around with these, you are 100% within your rights to hold Control, Shift, and tilde. Oop, that's not what it's supposed to be. And this will give you the console, and this will allow you to bring in cards and delete them and change timers and things like that. So if you find that you are stuck on something that, you know, you don't want to lose all this progress that you've made, or, you know, you made a mistake and you lost a card that's going to take you a really long time to come back, I do encourage you to use that. This game has mysteries that are really fun and really interesting, and they are, you know, behind a big curtain. You need to work to get them. But I think there's the difference between exercising your mind and just sort of like digging into the mystery and having fun with it. And then there's like, oh, damn it, I wanted to push this button instead. And even if you are broadcasting to people out in the world, you don't keep the funds when you win, right? Cheating does not mean that you get paid less. You get paid the exact same amount, which is enjoyment, not money, if you use the console or if you don't. So one thing I will just say, if you find that you're just on the border of liking the game, but there's like this one thing, maybe this curse always comes up and eats your passion or something like that, don't be afraid to use that console. Don't be afraid to play around with the save file. The game was built with that in mind. So, and there's no bragging rights for, you know, I did it all on fast forward speed and moving on. Heresy? Okay, apparently you're not allowed to use the developer himself has said you are not allowed to use the console. So never mind. I picked up odd facts here and there. I spent time studying what I've learned. I could increase my reason. Preparing an action. Our immortal enemy is preparing their next action. Add a follower long in knock or lantern to uncover the long strategy. Add a follower strong in edge or forge to delay assaults. Grail or heart for intrigues, and moth or winter for starlight attacks. Rose, delay them. Seriously though, you are allowed, but visions pass me with Pavane Grace, a window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. The game is best played if you die a few times along the way to get a sense of its severity. Yeah, actually, sorry. You should be paying attention to what Alexis... I probably was a little too... it's probably a little too loose about the console. Like, don't make that your first... don't make that your first option. But All right, let's go back to the streets. And I don't think there's anything I can do with my talk for the time. Although I'm curious about the temporary. No, that's exactly what I thought it was. And in terms of work, I still need to wait. Actually, let me just pause and read this right now. So in response to the console comment we've got from Alexis Kennedy, heresy. No, but seriously though, you are allowed but. 1, the game is best played if you die a few times along the way and get a sense of its severity. Captain Shield says if we're not allowed to use it, why is it there? And then Alexis, 2 exactly. But I left the console of the game in for a reason, and I made the save file copyable and editable for a reason. So it's, you know, this is one of the big things. Like if you, it's just like going, so it's the same reason why if you do a tutorial, I should have been paying attention to this, by the way. I've gained dread, and I think that was my sickness. So I've seen too much. A nameless gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes and existential horror. But one of the big things about in my view at least, so, you know, we're in the age of having a wiki or really anything available to you in terms of being able to find out information about a game. There's very few secrets, except for the secrets that actually the Cultist Simulator community is very good at keeping mum about. I believe this was also true of Fallen London. But again, the difference between, you know, I accidentally pushed this button and there's, you know, there's nothing to be gained but misery for sitting down and, you know, and just grinding through these cards again when I really intended to. Ooh, I just got some lovely news from Lottie. If any, okay, for those of you who have friends, and if you are willing to tolerate my rambling for a little while, let them know about the stream, because we'll have something pretty big happen if we can get just a few more bodies inside here. But, let me just get a quick... Oh, so Norman is exactly right. Those are music to my ears. If you don't mind, I'm just going to copy those and put them in 72-point font. If you're on the cusp of too much frustration, use it with my official blessing. If you want to challenge yourself, live without it, or just sneakily back up the save file. Okay, cool. I'm going to unpause and make progress before everyone kills me for not going any further. Besides, I want to see if we frustrated the Long. The Long, incidentally, does not have a console. Or maybe he does, and I just don't know about it. Let's carry on. Exercise the mind. My mind, the library. I've gained reason, but it'll be more difficult to gain reason next time. Okay. Let's say we'll use reason to find clerical work. And for talk, I don't have much else I can do with that, but I do want to make sure that I'm not wasting my study slots. So nothing I can really do about losing that glimmering right now. Bleak thoughts, dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. This is kind of interesting, by the way. So it seems that my sickness is not one really about health. Glover and Glover have just offered me a junior position. I start at 8 sharp tomorrow morning. All right, now this is going to burn up my reason a little bit. The scratching of pens, the sourness of dust, the sighing... Oop. The sighing of the younger Glover, and the greedy gurgling of the elder. And I will apply the extra effort. Perhaps they will appreciate it. Now, what's going to be really interesting here is the first fragments of the host to see whether or not they get upset that I didn't give them anything. So they're preparing their next action. I don't have any more followers to throw them in, so preparations ongoing. Our mortal enemy is preparing another action. The Long need 3 preparations to launch another action. The Long is planning their next action. If we send a spy, we might be able to recover something of their intentions. And the power is formidable, their identity as yet unknown. And what I should be doing with my talk is speaking of esoteric matters so I can find new people. And all sorts of horrible things are happening to me now. So we have got exotic cravings, what hungers drive us. We've got sickness, which is still burning up. And despair. Despair is the wolf that devours thought. You can feed despair by feeding it contentment. Otherwise, it will destroy you when it reaches 3 dread. And I healed up just in time. and it will need my study available in a little bit. So, we've got is actually, Chalk, I called the friend who introduced you to the game. He's watching right now. He's a bit shy, but it's just speaking of you, speaking ill of me on DM. All right, well, out with it. What am I screwing up? Guidance from our delight. A courier has arrived from our delight with a single vial of their most holy blood. Okay, so I think I'm missing something with this delightful blood, because we keep getting more, and then it keeps getting turned into dread. Received a little vial of our delight's blood by a courier. Our delight's instructions are written herein. In the tiny tangles of cellular script, we can taste them as they will taste us. If we taste it, our delight will wax wroth. I have a disease. My blood is wrong. My bones are sick. I'll die, but perhaps I can preserve myself long enough with the holy blood of our delight. I would definitely encourage you to play. This is the thing. I am happy to share this game. I love sharing this game with people. I'm also in the process. I feel a little bit like I'm not streaming this as well as I normally do, because I'm in the process of like getting into and enjoying this myself. So Cultist Simulator is a game that's meant to be played, not a game that's meant to be watched. But of course, I'm happy to at least provide some narration for the events that are going on. Now, I think I probably blew it by adding rows in the preparation for an action here, because I don't have anybody to explore the streets with, but... The Discord is already blowing up in fantastic glee and maniacal ecstasy. Okay, that's good to hear that I'm not completely frustrating everyone. All right, so Mr. Alden, the supervisor of records, has called me into his office to recognize my diligence. I watch the mole on his neck as he talks and talks and talks. But at the end of it, I have a promotion. My new position is better paid, and the desk stands by the street window, but I work directly for Mr. Alden now. Mr. Alden is known to be exacting. Oop, that's the health pile. So, Mr. Alden, my... the manifestation of many bad bosses that I have had. Let's just keep running with it, and we'll try and survive. Thank you, whoever followed. I'm sorry, I cannot turn off that alert sound for some reason, so... It's not meant to be watched, but it's being... So, I mean, obviously I'm going to carry on in terms of broadcasting, because sometimes that'll help people decide whether or not they want to pick up the game. But in my opinion, this game is far more fun to play and experience than to learn from watching how somebody else plays it. All right, I've got my affliction, 178. I'm probably going to have to wind up giving up scarce resources in order to cure it. And then Bayushi Noman says, I'd have a theory you'd like to state just based on watching. Haven't played any of the new stuff. Yeah, you can. The only thing is I really don't like being told how to play the game. But if you just have an opinion of what's going on, that's fine. If it's just saying, hey, you're screwing this up, go do this, that will probably not work well. All right, so we've got a peculiar rumor. These are kind of helpful. Or we've got the well and the Temple of the Wheel. I don't have anything that I'm doing with the exploration right now. So even though there might be something cool waiting on here, this is going to give me some more people that I can put into the cult. So while I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said, one to another, but I think that we will recognize each other in the waking world. So, in this particular case, you're at work, but is this the Sean? Is this the Sean that I know from Ottawa? If so, awesome to see you. I hope work goes well for you and that Mr. Alden does not expect you to work unpaid overtime. Yeah, so in this case, we will explore the rumors. Now, this is one thing. Obviously, I sometimes read the statements a little bit quickly, but for those of you, especially if you're new to the game, what a lot of this is, there's a lot of implication, and so the idea that at least I kind of get, I mean, this isn't really all that mysterious here, but we've essentially met sort of a fellow traveler in this world of Dream, the way the wood. Now, this was kind of given to me right away at the beginning. So if you first play Cultist Simulator, you're not going to see any of these things here. You actually have to earn them. But the idea here is that we've seen this person in the land of Dream, and I have sort of enough of a hunch that I'm now sort of searching through the streets to try and find them and see if I can bring them into the fold. So it's kind of borderline. Well, Bayushi, I mean, I'll ask you to exercise your judgment. If you think it's something that will enhance the experience, go ahead with it. But if it's something that might just be better left for an individual playthrough, it's, again, I try my best not to just immediately jump down someone's throat, especially when somebody's asking nicely. There is the difference between, hey, idiot, you're not doing this right, and, hey, I think I have an idea along these lines. But again, like, I don't wield dictatorial control. I am a guest on Weather Factory's store page, and they're very kind to host me here. So, I want people to be able to enjoy it. You feel that if there'll be something that we get out of it, feel free to share, is the best that I can say. So my reputation is no longer entirely my own doing. So I'm wondering if this is the Long's work or not. It can't be, because they've just got their 3, but this should hopefully help with the recipe. So it's not always, I don't know if Affliction always works with Dream, but I seem to remember clicking on the Dream slot and the blood didn't pop up, but we can always take a look. Work overtime at Mr. Alden's insistence. I do not believe that you've properly understood the importance of our work here. This task will require your full attention. We can't dual stream across System Shock's Twitch and here without a Gordian knot of weird tech. I think there's a way of doing that, but I also believe the terms of my my Twitch affiliation is that if I do a live broadcast on, like, for them, I believe they get a certain degree of exclusivity. But if I stream on Steam, there isn't that restriction. So it's actually on Twitch's end. If I'm live broadcasting, I believe they want me to be on their site. They might have changed those terms, but to my recollection, I'm not supposed to multicast. So. Okay, so I will just be, I'll be very careful about this with folks on here. I really do not like being told to play the game. So I have a feeling in here that I've overlooked something about the Dream. And if you guys have already played the game and you've decided, I think the way Bayushi Noman handled that was well, which was, hey, I'm not sure, but you might want to take a look at this. And then the problem that I have is that usually if I open up that door, there's a flood of... It basically becomes Twitch Plays Cultist Simulator, which can be a good broadcast. I'm sure people will do that. It's just not a broadcast that I do particularly well. So I will ask very nicely, if you know how these things work. I'm really looking forward to being able to do something I'm unfamiliar with and to make my mistakes on the stream. Because I think that has a little more to do with what the experience of Cultist Simulator is. That none of my Cultist Simulator runs have always been, shoot the lights out, everything works the first time. And I completely understand it's fun to want to see some extra material, and it's frustrating to see somebody struggle with that. But I am going to ask the honor system that for my enjoyment of the game, as well as a more representative example of what the game is like, if you know it, if I'm missing it, even if I've been working on it for an hour, if you can just let me make my mistakes. That'll be the only time that I sort of stop and say that. But I've been around the block enough to know that if it's not dealt with right away, then I just ignore chat. I just shut it off and I don't look at it ever again. So I just wanted to say, yeah, and by I specifically wanted to say I thought you went about it the right way. I just noted in a few of the follow-up chats, there's a lot of, yeah, do this. So I just want to get that out of the way before we go too far on this. So Saliba is a man of prodigious appetites. He is long past the point where their satisfaction has given him any pleasure, but he has learnt so very much. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So I've got a few decisions to make here. I can try the vitulation recipe again because I've got the mystique. I'm actually tempted to do that because this is finite, whereas Saliba is going to be here forever, unfortunately. But on the other hand, it would be nice to have Saliba to help with the long. So there's nothing we can do to stop the three preparations from emerging. So in this case, I think we're going to try and get the feast up. On this occasion, I've determined that your work is of an acceptable standard. You may go. Be punctual tomorrow, please. Well, at least Alden said please. So one of the things that makes Alden so frustrating is that it means you give up more time. So notice that he's really obsessed with you being at work on time. So you only get a minute. You don't really get to use your work for anything else. And it's possible that you don't just work the 60 seconds, but you actually potentially wind up consuming more reason and more time in order to gain your 2 funds. So the promotion isn't necessarily that good because on sort of a per second basis, the expected value of working at Glover and Glover goes down pretty substantially when you have Alden as your manager. So there are ways around Alden, but of course I have all my other concerns that I need to worry about. So. Sorry, Lottie, I didn't see your message until now. I'm very happy to hear that. The clouds part. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. And I owe a very big thank you to your community for helping us get to a point where I'm able to share this with a few more people. Bars just got bit in the ass by a long, so you thought you'd come and watch someone good. I'm not good. This is my very first time doing this, Bars. So you are going to watch me get absolutely demolished in a few minutes in what is obviously the Librarian standalone DLC. This is actually very friendly, and I think you should all buy Cultist Simulator at a very affordable 25% off. Also be sure to get the whatchamacallit, a soundtrack. So it seems that I did overlook the Forlorn Blood. Let's do recover. Resting will restore me if I have the necessary resources. So in this case, I do need the Delightful Blood, and we'll carry on. I consume a little of the Vial of Blood, lie back, close my eyes. Tomorrow I will be stronger. All right, moving right along. We have got In from the Night, our spy has returned to us, and we've got the place behind desire. There is something to be learnt from the satisfaction of desire. If you can reveal the long, you're smashing it. All right. Well, it does say here, I need Moth and Winter. Unfortunately, neither of these people are Moth and Winter followers. So let's see what else we can do. As far as exploration is concerned, I don't have a lot of people to work on that. So let's try and focus on improving my abilities. Alden's going to want me to put reason towards my task, but I will have the reason to go in. So let's I think right now, because Alden's going to be making a lot of demands on my attention, let's maybe try and get some of that erudition up. Okay, so Rose didn't really seem to accomplish a whole lot, but we'll leave that elsewhere. Also, I've let my desktop get a bit untidy, so let's sort that out. So this will be sort of my malices. Fleeting remembrance. The dream of the end. I am much recovered. More than that, I am sumptuous. The sclera of my eyes, the veins in my wrists are aswim with gorgeous serums. When the vitulation comes, I will be the centerpiece for our delight to prove their appetite to enact the grail. So I've got savorous blood. I am of the same blood as the delightful now. As long as their savor graces my veins, my disease cannot touch me. Without their blessing, I will die. And I've gained fascination. But that's fairly easily dealt with the changes brought in by the new patch. So we will gain composure. The doors of vision swing wide. A little darkness will mellow my light. Even dread has its uses, although it wasn't dread that I used. So I do want to try and recruit these people where I can, but for the time being, let's get Rose to search the city. I've got some glimmering. Unfortunately, the study is not going to... This would have been really handy to be able to double up. If I had been thinking, I would have seen that grail and I would have said, I can upgrade my glimmering with this. Unfortunately, I'm going to run out of time on it. Hireling. I found somebody whom I might pay to enact regrettable necessities. Add funds to hire them for a limited time. Well, you know what? I think we're going to... We're going to start using these hirelings to go on the... go after the long. The wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? So in terms of conversation, let's see if I can throw... I probably can't put notoriety in here. It gets sucked up by the detective anyway, so... The host grows. More names for the list, which is equal parts sacred and secret. More faces for the great night. How you doing, K5RTO? Great to see you as always. All right. Mr. Alden, I do not believe that you've properly understood the importance of our work here. This task will require your full attention. That's a shame that the mystique got picked up, but... Right, the words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So let's carry on. We'll read the sentimental literature because I believe that will be enough to upgrade my passion. And the air is curdled now. I am home again in this lump in flesh. Better, perhaps. Once again, I've determined that your work is of an acceptable standard. You may go. Be punctual tomorrow, please. So we might as well just grind away at this. Fortune teller will go to the long. And Rose will continue to explore. In the meantime, I feel comfortable enough to go through the wood. And our first adversary, there's always someone who doesn't understand, who understands too well. This troublemaker may seek evidence of my activities to share with the authorities, and it is the weary detective. This gentleman would much rather be left alone with his pipe and his illustrated London news, but no, apparently some conjurer of abominations has to be hunted down like a mad dog, and apparently nobody else can find the time. And he has mortal and hunter. We will definitely do what we can to take advantage of the fact that he is mortal. I'm very happy to hear that, Captain Shield. I'm sorry you're so tired, obviously, but I do appreciate you took the time to support the stream, because I am told that we made the front page, which makes me very happy because it gives a level of exposure to a game that I really think is very special and I really think is deserving of its attention. So thank you all of you for hanging out and allowing us to do that. If you do have any questions about the game, especially if you are on the fence as to whether or not this thing is for you, I definitely want to do what I can to help you make an informed decision. Now, Steven, I will actually say, so I completely understand your feeling on that, but there's one thing I will say. So from the very beginning about this game, and some of you are looking for some gameplay, this will be one of these infuriating points where I kind of go on monologue a little bit, but I sometimes think there's some value in that. I actually, as quote-unquote annoying as I find the Glover and Glover thing, one thing that really drew me to this game at the beginning, and I hinted at this a bit before, but when I did the Aspirant Legacy, when I started streaming, I was in grad school, and I'm not that far out of it that I don't have some pretty, I mean, I will say in my own case, fond memories. But, you know, for me, this idea of this game being about how you sort of have something inside yourself, this great thing that you're going to bring into the world. And, you know, whether it's a game that you want to make, Global Game Jam is coming up this weekend, by the way, for those of you who are inclined to such things. And if some of you, there are a few people in chat, I'm not going to call them out, but I know there are some people who said that they were really motivated to make a game after they played this. And that's exciting because obviously this game is about inspiration and, you know, and sort of all of the work and the sacrifice that involves that. So especially for some of you who maybe put that ambition on the shelf, something like the Global Game Jam is maybe an opportunity for you to push that ahead. But one of the big things for me, again, is that I always think the best comparison to this game is The Sims, where you have this fixed amount of time and you have some ambitions that you want your sim to get, and there will be some things that you can buy that might make certain needs satisfied maybe in larger amounts or a little bit quicker, but then you also need to maintain them. And so this idea of filling a house full of things doesn't necessarily make you happier as kind of a little bit of a subversive message if you think about it. It's at least not an entirely positive one about consumerism. And so I think this tension about time and, you know, the things you want to do and maybe your destiny or your passion or whatever, and the time and resources that you have, that was something that really spoke to me and I think is one of the reasons why this is such an interesting game to play. Now, one of the big tricks about the no automated work thing is that, yes, it's true that you go to work and sometimes you just sort of tune out. And I mean, some of us have also been in a workplace where somebody's tuned out and it's very obvious the work isn't being done. But I actually think that winds up being represented a little bit better in the fact that you have to take the effort to go to work. The fact that you have this boss who is watching to see when you are not paying attention, maybe when you're leafing through the pages of Cultist Quarterly. In this particular case, it's easy to forget or to neglect yourself. And I think that is something, especially for broadcasters. I don't know how many of you guys read about things like Twitch and all of that, but there are these cases of people really neglecting themselves because they are pursuing this particular ambition that they have to become the biggest streamer or to become, you know, front page on Twitch or something like that. So I completely understand the frustration that comes from not having an automatic go to work button. But I also think this idea of the fact that you'll notice that I pause a lot and then I try and think through things. And even then I miss things like, oh, you can actually dream on the blood. And I just wasn't paying attention when the light turned on. I think part of this is if you add too many automations, one, work kind of sucks. At least maybe if you work at Weather Factory, your job's really good. But in that sense, I actually think the fact that work isn't automated allows you to feel how unpleasant it is to work at Glover & Glover. And I've been at a place that is like this. I mean, everybody's worked at a job like that. That's not unique to my own experience. But I think the other thing that's interesting about it is it also supports some of the other factors of the game, which is the fact that you do need to pay attention and you need to work at things. And it's very easy to sort of forget yourself in some particular cases. So I know that was a really long monologue on some of the frustrations inside the game, but it's one of the reasons why even like at some points, I kind of need to admit that when I get frustrated by something in the game, it doesn't always necessarily mean that the game has done something wrong. It might actually be that it's something very proper for the game, and the game has just essentially given me an incentive one way or the other. So, major work victory. Yeah, can we get a work at Weather Factory option in the next DLC? Support at weatherfactory.biz. Word spreads curiosity and appetite will drive strangers to attend our vitulation. Interesting. So I need to find some ways of boosting up my mystique, and I think the way that I'm going to do that is by getting some painting done. In the meantime, I don't have a lot to do with my talk, I don't think. So let's try and get some of these people into our cult. Saliba, I hear you're a big fan of the Grail. This one is ready. I found somebody who I might pay to enact regrettable necessities, so we've got a pretty good knock. The shape of the long strategy is coming clear. I really can't afford it, but I think messing with the long is going to become my new go-to-more lens. So I've passed the time, I've been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So here I'm going to double up my passion. This should also give me some more options. Moving on. Now obviously painting's going to be hard because Alden's a bit of a jerk, but we have other ways of dealing with Alden. Okay, so my first occult scrap, or I can go to the well or the Temple of the Wheel. I think, in all likelihood, I don't have enough to carry on with expeditions for a while. So let's try out the well or the Temple of the Wheel. Let's go back to the well, because it is Grail. And unfortunately, it was just awareness of appetite. So every sense heightened, every sensation deepened. A second-order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to the adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. The well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it might heave with crawling roots, on another it will pulse with bright moss. On nights of the full moon, its waters are choked with the fat-dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous shreds drifted on its surface, clots of grail matter. So, not quite sure where to put my influences yet, but we'll put that over there now. Now if I want to try and risk the white door, I can use up some of my health, but let's just double check and see if there's anything interesting that I can do with dreams for now. Why can I... Alright. Hurrah, we're making a flesh abomination. Alright. Let's... Yeah, I think I will potentially risk some of my health. They will not forget the savor I have given to them. Hello, the eyes of sin. How are you doing? Saliba understands blood, he does not yet understand birth. So I can upgrade him further if I want. What will Grail give me again? For intrigues. Well, you know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. Despite the fact that there are no pounds in Canada. You will notice, by the way, that the text for these characters changes as you move along. Just bear with me a quick second here. I believe we just beat Tropico 6 on the front page. Guys, thank you very much. Hello, Javin. Keep it culp. Great to see you. How are you doing? By the way, guys, I should just quickly mention, if you happen to watch me on Twitch, or if you are somebody who I know otherwise, I'm not always great at responding to things in chat right away when things get busy, but I really do... I like being able to say, hey, yes, I do remember you. And it's actually been very delightful that some of you got to see when we did the Dancer and the stream from the H.P. Lovecraft's birthday. So if you are somebody who has sort of interacted with the game in another way, or particularly interacted with me, do let yourself be known. It's always nice to be able to put sort of a, maybe not a face to a name, but an avatar to a name. So this will buy their loyalty for now. So we'll put the entry consultant into preparing an action. Again, at this point, I'm just sort of seeing where this all goes. And exploration, I think we'll just get Rose to go through the streets a little bit more. And as far as work is concerned, I think we'll just go back to Glover and Glover. I need to come up with a more permanent solution to Alden, but Victor should supply us that before too long. Alright, I might have found someplace unusual. We've got Oriflamme's Auction House. Now, obviously I've not been buying any books. That's partly because I'm using the money to hire people. Hire these entry consultants and fortune tellers and such. But eventually I'm going to be making some more money and I'll be able to get around the I'll be able to get around that constraint. So there are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. I've gained passion, but it will be more difficult to gain passion next time. I've got a fair amount here, so that's generally good news, but I do need to find a way of exercising that passion. Now, is there anything that I can do that's interesting with my study at the moment? Again, I'll see if I can get some guidance from the game. I could study the... Congratulations recipe. If I have two... Okay, no, apparently that doesn't do what I thought it would. I can try for more vitality, which wouldn't be bad, but it's also going to be a pretty heavy investment. And I don't think there's anything I can do about upgrading this influence at the moment. So for now, I'm probably more likely to gain glimmering if I go heavily into painting. So let's prepare for that. We've got a rising power. Our immortal enemy has allies and resources in many nations. They move slowly, but as time passes, they will bring more and more of those allies. We'll never know. So this Long's might is increasing. Our immortal enemy is taking us more seriously and has brought more resources to bear. An enemy Long's might will increase, allowing them to conduct more powerful assaults. And now the game is starting to get unfriendly. All right, Rose, please explore and find me something cool. Let's move on to the Orchard of Lights. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things that I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious. But just now I am closer to them. Glimmering can be used with study to gain passion. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. The sun in splendor, the hour who once ruled the mansis, was known to walk the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Meniscate through the trees and the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. You're a bit terrified of that Long now, and you don't even know who that is. Well, that's going to be in the back of my head. I am a little I'm tempted to see what I can do to get it. But so it doesn't hurt sometimes for me to explain roughly why I'm doing things. So part of this is just, throwing things out and seeing how they go. And where normally I would ignore some of the hired hands, especially if I'm able to sort of summon creatures. One of the things I'm doing right now that is different from the way that I normally play is instead of going to Moorlands to buy books, I'm actually hiring people to see what these effects on the Long might be. And part of that is experimentation. And part of that is just, at the moment, realistically, what I'm going to be able to accomplish research-wise. Well, I can buy some books, and I don't always have the study slot. I don't always have the study slot constantly on cooldown. But at the moment here, really what I probably want is to fill out my ranks as far as cultists are concerned, because if I don't have somebody like Neville, I'm not really going to be able to summon anything all that cool. So at this point here, I'm saying is like, okay, well, I know that I'm able to sort of maintain my, my lifestyle with buying some occasional books from Moorlands. And what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to get some expendable people to go after this Long. And it may not work out, which is fine, but I'm going to learn how these things work. So then once I start putting more precious resources towards them, in the case here, people like like Victor and Rose and whatnot. In this case, I'm hopefully going to have some more, informed choices. So. In pain we are born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. These are the gates of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. Saliba's pleasures are taken in a room without windows. His companions return to him again and again, even though each time they are a little bit less. All right. I don't think I actually read the White Door. So the sun in splendor, the hour who once ruled the mansis, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Meniscate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. So I felt kind of safe doing that because I have health and I'm working at G&G right now, short for Glover and Glover. And the question now is if I want to try and upgrade Victor, who should be able to help me with Alden, or if I want to try and recruit some more people. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a recruitment of Victor. Now, I already have Rose, who's an edge follower, so that's not, like, there. Well, okay, actually, let me think about that. Nope, in this case, I'm actually going to try and bring more people in, because Saliba can, I know he likes to take his pleasures in a darkened room, but Saliba can take care of, care of exploration, sorry. Do you know the for long it could be? There is JC, who I believe it is short for John Silver. And there's the Diarist, who I believe is the Lantern. There is Lady Tryphon, I think it is, who is the Grail, and I believe is the one that terrifies your other half. And then, okay, so JC Winter, Lady Tryphon, Grail, the Diarist, Lantern, and there's a Forge one, and I'm really drawing a blank. Like, I know his picture, but I don't remember his name. Yeah, Long John Silver. Unfortunately, I failed this test, but I know the Lantern, and that's really all that matters. Captain Shield? No. I've failed you, Macrame. You know them from Instagram, but you ain't got a clue how they work in-game. Looking forward to finding Captain Welland. Oh, that's right. Okay. I do not believe that you've properly understood the importance of our work here. This task will require your full attention. Alright, another hireling. Now, Moth might be kind of interesting, but I have a feeling that this is all going to reset before too long. So we've got 3 Moth. You know what? I am going to put the money towards it. I'm getting a little light, but I will have new... Captain Morgan. Jack Sparrow. Captain Welland. Alright. Oh, by the way, for those of you who've not seen it, I don't know who is responsible for this, but I have been reading and enjoying the things that Lord Franklin Bancroft is not allowed to do. And I burst out laughing when I read I am not allowed to read the Navy SEALs copy pasta to the Colonel again. Okay, thank you. Somebody got the long reference in that. It's Ursa's work. Okay, very good work, Ursa. I know I'm not super active in the Cultist Simulator community, but that is not for lack of interest. I usually do so quietly. So, and I know some people have already put the link to the Discord and such inside there, but there is definitely a very active community in this game if you do enjoy that level of participation with these things. And actually, while I'm at it, so sorry, I'm really bad at pronouncing this, but Lyro Saitor, who's got a credit in the game now, runs a site which makes it much more helpful for getting mods working. So I don't think there's Steam Workshop support, but he's helped out with that rather important bit of work. Good bit of community service there. So please, if you guys do find those resources useful, do feel free to link them inside of the chat. I'm not precious about having people. Well, okay, as long as we have the numbers to keep us climbing up on the Steam charts, that's obviously really important. But other than that, please do feel free to share the resources that have enhanced your enjoyment of the game. Isersen says you want to be a Grail pirate, sailing the seas, drinking the blood of the ships, stocked down on the mist-blessed seas. One day I'll turn you into a lantern believer, Sin. Alright, I should think a little bit about whether or not I want to try and... Nope, I don't think I'm quite at a point where I can afford to... Well... Yeah, I need to time this a little bit better as far as the... I think we'll try and make our move on Alden before too long. But I'm a bit late, and Okay, I've got a Trembling Heat but no knock for summoning, so I can take the Ascent of Knives or the Painted River. We went through the Ascent of Knives last time, so Painted River it is. And we've got Erudition a Lesson Learnt, which is actually pretty good. So the Painted River runs from the Great Chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansus, to its far edge where it enters the Painted Delta of Far Cloud. I voyaged half of its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while the captain and I discoursed on the secrets of the House of the Sun. So I think I'm going to change the plans a little bit. I'll try and get it to take advantage of the erudition. Yes, just updated the Frangiclay. Ah, that's wonderful. I actually am... So I'm not crazy about spoilers in that, but I've got a couple of projects in mind that I'd like to do on some of the Cultist Simulator files. And it's actually a lot more helpful when smarter people than me have done that hard work. So I actually really like that resource. Thank you for that. And of course, thank you for the help that you've done on this. Gotta get going. Thanks for the stream. Not a problem at all, by Yoshinoman. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you enjoy the new update. All right, let me think a bit about what I want to do. So I'm not going to be moving up the glimmering for the next little while. Although I might want to keep my passion available. So let's go through the White Door again, just because I know I can give up some health, unless of course the Long do something terrible to me. Okay, so Rose found us a shifty woman, and Saliba is going to be put on the search of the city. Okay, that notoriety will not die in time, unfortunately. What a shame. I couldn't have said it better myself, Eyes of Sin. Alright, so, in from the night, our spy has returned to us. Preparing an action, the Immortal in Shadows ponders their next move, so we'll put the shifty woman in. I've passed the time, I've been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So, I have a little bit of a dilemma here. I think I am going to double up the glimmering on the odd chance that I do wind up getting the lesson learnt, and then we'll focus on upgrading that level. Okay, our fortune teller I'll put to the task as well. Alright, now I get a bunch of mystique from these hirings. I'm not 100% sure what it'll take to really get the interest for the feast in, but I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hammer down on bringing in some new cultists. That seems to be a really good way of getting some fast mystique, at least without painting. So, Mr. Alden has found nothing to criticize in my work. Today, he does not look up as I leave, so I've got 5 funds. The question is whether or not I want to make the move on Alden right now, and I think the answer is yes. Discuss occult business with a follower, significant conversations in a smoky meeting room, and what do I need from my follower? Rose, please dispose of Mr. Alden. I'm out of patience with this nuisance. This should be an end to the matter, but they could possibly survive, and the attempt will draw attention. Failure will kill your minion. I thought there were wounds. It's not 2 cults, Era of Avians. This is the new, this is going to be the new, well, not going to be. It is now available. The update came out. So this is one of the Apostle legacies, the Apostle Obstinate. We are the Order of the Bloody Cup. And what this is, it is Roland, our delight, our fountain, our joy, who rests in exile until the greatest of feasts, the vitulation. And this aspect is Mentor, our secret ruler who commands our loyalty, who shall rise still higher through our works. So in this case, it's still just one cult, but in this particular case, this is a new element added to the game as a result of the new legacy. All right. What am I going to do? So if I'm going to work, well, I might as well try and get that mystique. So I'll preserve the mystique that I have. Add up the passion. And as far as inspiration goes, let's say I'm really going to annoy the... So I got to be careful about this because I'm going to wind up with... I'm actually going to wind up with evidence as a result of this, and I'm going to be using all of my moth followers to go after the long for the next little while. But I'm willing to take on this little bit of risk in order to see what happens. In the meantime, we'll just keep examining these streets. One feature you'd really like is the ability to start with one of the different starts you've unlocked previously if you skip the sometimes long setup to get there. Yeah, I'm actually not quite sure why it's 3 starts randomly chosen, but there are at least 1 or maybe 2 people chiefly responsible for the game who might be able to answer. You can force that to happen with some save manipulation or through the... Oh, that's right, yes, because your save file says which 3 legacies you get. That's why I was able to get the 3 Apostle legacies. Okay, so we've got the Orchard of Lights or the Lodge of the Sage Knight. If we want to see the lovely Teresa, we can visit the one... Yeah, why not? Oh, this will be really helpful. A favor from an authority. I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. This will preserve you or a follower from imprisonment, but it cannot be relied upon. So the question is whether or not I'm going to gain enough notoriety in 300 seconds to keep this. So this will allow me to be a little bit riskier. Last night I dreamt of the blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of the place speak of other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively, after what they tried to do to Christopher. But their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. Okay. Let's think about dreams again. We've got Dread coming up. I am willing to risk it to go back to the White Door. Okay, more despair coming. The colors of the night. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Hopefully this will pay for itself, but I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even a contact in the press. This is troubling. So again, I don't have a good answer for this right now, but we'll work with what we've got. And what I think I'm going to do here is we're going to get Saliba on exploration duty. Yes, so Yutz, I originally, if you look, so I have been meaning to post this for a very long time, and I'm sorry I keep messing this up, but there's actually a very nice interview that Macrame and Alexis Kennedy in chat, Lottie Bevan and Alexis Kennedy in the real world, they gave us a nice interview on GOG.com, the Twitch site that they have for that. And that one I actually played without pausing because it was a slightly different environment. This one I pause almost constantly, but part of this is just because I also like reading the text and I have a tendency to monologue a little bit. So that's my main that's my main justification in this case here. This game looks super complicated. Is it easy to get started with? Yeah. So Lair, one of the things that makes this... So first of all, the game doesn't look like this when you start, and I think what I'm going to do, it's always a nice little chance to have questions like this come in, because we're at the 2-hour mark, and what I might do is I might just sort of restate what this game is about. And I know for those of you who like watching my stuff and want to see how I engage with the game at the very beginning, this might be a bit tedious, but I think one of the things that is fun about doing this game is introducing it to new people. So this game has a degree of complexity, but it is one that it's a build up to a really rewarding payoff, Layar. So let me just read this thing that I've got here, and I'm going to briefly go over what's on the board, and I'll talk a bit about what the difference is between what I'm playing, which would be sort of the New Game Plus, which was just recently added to the game today. And you will get that. So if you buy the thing that's currently on 25% off, you will be getting this content in the game. Just keep in mind, it's probably something you'll run into a little bit later because it's an advanced playthrough, basically. But yeah, I'm gonna clear this out. I'm gonna talk a little bit about what it looks like at the beginning of the game, and then I'll talk about how you can manage some of the complexity in this game without dumbing it down to a level that you're not engaged with it. So, do you have to start a new game after a win to have this legacy? I believe so, state is trusted, but I don't know for sure. So, the world is awash with printed words. Even the newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. So, did I want to do this? Yes, I want to do this because I will be learning erudition. Yeah, and Lyrocider, so Lyrocider, especially if you look at the Frangiclave and things like that, is sort of the go-to fellow in terms of all the details, in terms of like breaking down the insides of the game and how it works and that. I believe that was what the contract, I think the contract work he was hired to do was about sort of cleaning up those internals. So I am not the sort of person who normally goes in and messes around with save files. I just kind of look. But that is actually the fastest way that you can get access to these legacies. So, for those of you who've never played Cultist Simulator and you're trying to decide if this game is for you, what is this thing about? What do these cards mean? Why is this thing, you know, on the front page of Steam? It's basically... one thing that is hard in terms of like selling this game to people is that I talked about this before. My favorite comparison is to The Sims because I think that is really what it is in terms of like the constraints on time and the resources that you have. The thing is that it's really hard to put together a newsletter saying it's like, hey, I just got the names of all of the Sims players. Now I'm going to tell them that there's this card-driven game about cults that... All right, apparently we're back. So just a heads up for those of you who haven't seen me do this before, occasionally Steam has this really nasty habit of kicking me off, and it really kills the view counts. The long got this one. Okay, could I just get somebody to confirm that I am audible, because I don't want to talk about how to, you know, what this game is about and finding out that I'm only talking to myself. So I'm going to just unpause for a little while and do some work. And if somebody can just confirm that I'm back and able to be heard, I can talk a little bit about, you know, how does a new person get into Cultist Simulator? We can hear me. Awesome. Okay, great. So basically, the way to think about this game, or at least the way I think about this game, which is probably a better statement. In this game, you are sort of well, I'll say you're an extraordinary person, because obviously you have an insight to a world that is not, maybe not immediately apparent to everyone else. But essentially what this game is about, in this particular playthrough, I am a follower of an individual named Roland, and he is described as our delight, our fountain, our joy, who rests in exile until the greatest of feats, the vitulation. So this particular person already has a little bit more insight into this sort of hidden world beneath the surface of the one that you and I are used to. The very first playthrough that you'll play is known as the Aspirant, and you basically start off as a hospital porter, and you're working at your job, and you lose your job. And this is a very common story for a lot of people. I'll actually give you an example of the real world of how you might think about this. And you get a note from one of your patients, basically, and it essentially sort of reveals, they sort of describe some things that you've been seeing inside of your dreams. And you go in and you start learning a little bit more about this occultist world. You find a club called the Ecdysis Club, cabaret with an occult reputation, dim premises of a Miss Moreland who deals in a rare and sometimes dangerous sort of book, and maybe this strange auction house. Oriflamme specializes in curios, perfumes, taxidermy, specimens, and rare texts. It operates from a crumpled new premises now, since the destruction of the old by an unexplained fire. So basically, this game breaks your character down into a few different aspects. Some of the resources that you have are your health, your body. It's fatigued, so I don't have the proper description of it. But your passion, so sort of your creative energies, or your I don't know, I really don't have a better way just to say than your passion, just to use the definition in the definition. But basically sort of your ability to exert yourself and your energy and your enthusiasm for things. And then you have your reason, your ability to sort of break the world down into components and understand them and to gain new insights. That's basically how your character is described. Also, you can be described by the resources that you own. So in this case, I have funds, and I also have certain relationships. I have a nemesis in the form of a weary detective, this supernatural entity called Long is currently running after me. And in addition to the things that you have certain actions that you can take. You can work, you can talk, you can study, you can explore, and you can dream. And essentially, what this game does is it presents you with these components, and you have limitations in terms of what components you have. And you also have limitations on time. Currently, I am sending one of my cultists off to get rid of a boss that I don't like at this place that I'm working called Glover and Glover. And one of the reasons I'm trying to get rid of this boss is that they always demand that I'm at work on time, and they usually make me work overtime for the same amount of money. And so as a result, they are getting in the way of me following things like painting. And so essentially what this game does is it starts you off just with the work slot and a little bit of health and maybe some passion, I think. And it slowly builds these verbs up, and as time goes by, you get more and more cards. So the game itself is actually very straightforward in mechanics. If you understand enough to say, okay, I've got, it wants payment, I can drag the payment onto here. Or alternatively, I can click and it will actually highlight the cards that you can use, or alternatively, if you click on a card, it'll say you can put the payment inside here. The game actually gives you quite a few tips as far as how to mechanically work with it. But this game is also entirely about interacting and sort of learning more about this occult world, and there's no Running Cults for Dummies book. You can't go even to Moreland's. There is no, page 1, open a Twitter account. Make sure that you put the Anthic elaboration on the front page so that people know where to find your temporary headquarters, which appear to be on a train. You have to figure that sort of stuff out on your own. Also, I believe Twitter does not exist in this world. But of course, there are many histories. Who knows when Twitter was really invented? So, again, if you want, you roleplay this. You're the leader of a cult at a desk, and you're moving things around. This game just as easily could be played on a map, and in fact there is a map that covers the desk before. But essentially the basics of the game are very straightforward. But because this is a game about sort of picking away at the skin of the world and seeing what's underneath and gaining these insights and really expressing this thing that you have inside you that maybe the real world doesn't appreciate, you are left with a lot of questions that the game doesn't easily answer. There's always little hints inside of the description. It's why this game really does rewarding reading and it rewards reading and rereading text. But it's one of these things where there's a small number of interactions that you have, but it's got this tremendous scale in terms of just giving you lots of things to do. And to give you an example of why I think this story really resonates, you can actually describe, so I obviously do streaming. It's not my main line of work, but it helps to understand where you come from. a lot of people started streaming in response to the 2008 financial crisis, where their job, at least, okay, so this is partially me just doing a little bit of theorizing on my own, but a lot of people lost their jobs in response to that crisis, and a lot of people played games, and they didn't have a lot of options. And so what they did, one, if you don't have a lot of money, being able to watch streams online is free entertainment, or at least it only costs you the internet connection you probably already have. And if you want to broadcast, you've now got a bunch of free time. And so a lot of people who lost their job, in this case the hospital porter, had something they wanted to do otherwise. They were very passionate about games and they wanted to share games with people. And they went out and they sort of created this new entertainment form, which is something that obviously is expensive enough that Amazon wanted to buy Twitch and paid $1 billion for it. So this is something that, now again, I don't think the streamer interpretation of Cultist Simulator is necessarily the most rewarding. I think individually this game will speak to you on a level, and maybe you'll find more about the physician, or maybe you'll find more about the dancer. I actually think the dancer one has a lot to say, particularly about creative types, but also about streamers and some of the dynamics in terms of the relationships that they might have with their audiences. But the thing that's great about this, of course, is that you can pick apart the game at that level, or you can just say it's a fun little story about cults, and your character's confused, and it's the confusion you as the player feel. Like, you can just enjoy it at that level as well. But I think one of the things that's great about this, and what makes it a really well-written game, is that you can always throw yourself into this, and there's always going to be something new to pull outside of it. And I don't know, it really is rewarded a lot. So the complexity that you see definitely is a function of a lot of the cards being on the table, but the game gives you a lot of resources to be able to understand those cards. And more importantly, there is a certain logic that you're going to follow that you just kind of get by living in this world for a while. So anyways, I hope that was slightly useful for some people. I know some people just want to see the gameplay. I don't always like putting the game on pause too much, but I wanted to get that out of the way because obviously we've got a few more people watching now, and it would be nice to be able to give people a fighting chance to see whether or not Cultist Simulator is their kind of thing. So we'll do the notoriety. I'm actually a little tempted to run down this notoriety. So Dread's coming up. So in this case, I would get more money if I put the notoriety inside, but in this case, I think I'm going to try and let that timer run down. So we will work, we'll add the mystique, and this time we'll add a little passion to it. You never know, this might make a living. And for inspiration, we will use the lore again. Those who know will understand. Oh, I should also catch up a little bit. So, you see notifications on your feed but cannot see them? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. You want to play the update so bad, but you have to acquire knowledge and power for college instead of your mystical cult. SRF does not. I promise you Cultist Simulator will still be there, and you'll be able to appreciate it even more with all the wonderful things that you're learning at college. Glad to see Chalk and Dahlia. It's only because I've been on pause for so long. Incidentally, all of the inquiries on Chalk's cult activity, feel free to consult me. You can join my cult instead. If you want to join my cult, by the way, twitch.tv/systemchalk. And the dancer path has some wild stuff going on. Yes, we actually, so if I feel a little low energy, it's because we actually spent 8 hours playing the dancer last night. I did like the Neville ending, Larry Sider. That is great news to hear, Leor. And for incidentally, for those, so I know this game is not for everyone. I will be the first to say that. But we are on Steam where you get to play a game within 2 hours, and I promise you, you will know if this thing is for you within 2 hours or not. So if you are on the fence, the game is on 25% off. I think Macrame or Alexis Kennedy can back me up in saying that it's the lowest price that it's been. I believe it's been 25% off before, but I believe this is kind of, if you've been waiting for it to go on sale, now is it. So if you've been on the fence and you're not 100%, I do encourage you to try it out, because you will know definitely within the play time with which you can return it that whether or not it's your sort of a thing. I was just making a joke of the idea of Cultist Simulator. I'm sorry, I'm totally out to lunch on that. All right, Let's do the orchard. No, you know what? I'm gonna take the furtive truth. Let's get let's build this up. How do you find my channel on Twitch or YouTube? So that's my Twitch channel. And then you can, if you want, you can do, I think if you just do a search for me on System Chalk on YouTube. Now, I will warn you, my YouTube channel has basically just recordings of me playing Cultist Simulator on live, so that's not always the most rewarding experience for people. But I hope you get at least a little something out of it. Anyways. Many of the dead enter the mansis through the white door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on the mansis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. Actually, I should also say I am going to try and do some more pre-recorded stuff for Cultist Simulator. It probably means I might do fewer of the live casts. But we can, obviously I'm here on Steam right now. We can appreciate the game for that. But yeah, if you want to find me, Twitch is my primary platform. YouTube is where I put my archives, and of course you can, if you want to watch the blog, systemchalk.ca. Everything is System Chalk. So, all right, let's figure out what we want to do next. So we'll put the fortune teller in on preparing an action. So. Our lungs plan. Oh, okay. So I actually need to be clicking on these to figure out what's going on. So shadowy presence. Once a long's might, connections, or starlight reaches 3, it may be possible to unmask them. Our enemy will find us through the mansis this time. Ah, okay. So maybe I should be careful about this. Thank you, whoever just followed. I'm sorry that alert sound keeps coming up. I do not seem to have a way to disable that without closing OBS right now. So, and preparations ongoing. So the knock was, okay, uncovering the long strategy, and I'm curious if the fortune teller actually accomplishes, but no, really appreciate it, guys. Again, the focus on this is definitely on Weather Factory's lovely game, but if you do like my stuff, I try to do this game somewhat regularly, and it's always fun to have more people who have a passion for the game. I definitely know my stuff is not for everyone, but I always love it when there's people with common interest. Okay, so in my dreams, I know the path to the white door through the bounds, but that path is thronged with the dead who pass by. I will need health to resist their chill, so it's a little risky that I'm putting the health here, but let's go for it. And do I want to add the hulking fellow? So we can try and delay the assault with a hulking fellow, and potentially if we fail at trying to get Alden, he might help us out. So not necessarily how I want to spend that money, but I think I can manage. Yeah, well, I mean, I've been hoping to try. So I can't change my nature. So in this case, I'm obviously doing things a bit slower than I would normally like to. But I fully intend again, I go pretty long. So the one drawback is that whether or not I encounter things. Whether or not I encounter things soon enough that the people who started watching get to see what they wanted as far as my interactions with the long, that's an open question. But I definitely think that we should, we'll probably have some excitement before the end of the cast. So, a minion is returned with a trophy. The annoyance has been extirpated. So, the real drawback here is if we get a Season of Suspicion, I am in deep trouble. But Rose did get rid of the annoyance. So, I think what I will try and do here is now... So, it's very unlikely that I'm going to be able to upgrade the recipe in time. But... let's say, I'm just thinking the best way for me to manage this right now. I'm going to try and get some more recruits in. We will... Also, is there a way I prefer being called? Anything that works? As long as it's clear, I think is the best that I can say. Okay, the place behind desires. There's something to be learnt from the satisfaction of desire. Good news there. We can use that in glimmering to upgrade our passion. So this will buy their loyalty for now. That's some good work there, Saliba. We've got the hulking fellow, which we can send after the long. Not that it will help. We've got more erudition. Now, see, the real dilemma that I have here is I do have enough to be able to upgrade my passion right away, but I am running out on my erudition. So in this particular case, it's going to take me a minute. Yes, I can just barely get this done. So I'm going to go for the erudition. This will expire, but I'm going to be getting additional glimmering, which I will be able to combine and upgrade my passion with. So my latest paintings have reviewed well. I think that's the mystique I was looking for, so I will probably change my strategy as far as recruitment is concerned now. We'll put that human corpse by the weary detective as a warning. Have a good one, Ego. Thank you very much for hanging out. Clear like chalk. All right, let's go back to Glover and Glover. The office crackles with the news of Alden's unexpected absence. A scrawny, nervous fellow from the 4th floor has been appointed supervisor of records, temporarily. Unlike Alden, he does not interfere with my work. Okay, exploration-wise, let's get Saliba back into the matter. Because we are too many, our enemy is vigilant. We've sent too many watchers. Oop. Oh, that question was for Iron City of Dis. Apologies. Let's go back to the Orchard of Lights. Okay, an intensity of radiance. This is going to be a little tricky because I don't really have a good way of handling this lantern influence right now. So light dews the skin and suffuses the air. A 6th order influence, significant resonances or correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. If unused, it will become fascination. Now, the real problem here is I need to find a good way to annihilate this. And I don't have any resources to do these summonings with. So I might actually consider using my exploration to get some tomes so that I can get some rituals and I can get rid of these influences. Otherwise, I'm going to be drowning in fascination before too long. Now, because we are too many, our enemy is vigilant. We've sent too many watchers. If we send more than 2, all will fail. Well, I suppose I was asking for that. We divined the long intended to come at us through our dreams. We've delayed that a little. This is only possible once each action. So dreaming-wise, I think we'll just stay out of dreams for a bit. And I'm okay not hiring the hulking fellow. I think if we're running into problems of too many people, I'm really tempted. I want to see these starlight attacks, so if I can, I'll keep the moth. But of course, the catch about the moth is that if I also want to get rid of my tentative evidence. So, okay. So what's coming up next? Contentment. What hungers drive us? And yet more glimmering. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. So this should decay into notoriety in a minute. So we've gained a patron. That'll be helpful a little bit later on, which gives me yet another reason to buy some books at Moreland's. I am refreshed. Okay, so now preparing an action. Our mortal enemy is preparing their next action. In this case, so I'm going to lose one of my moths. I'll try and just unambiguously go for the moth in this particular case. just want to see what happens when I need to be really sharp on the study. There we go. It's because I only have 3 seconds left on this one here. So what we're going to do is we'll take this reason. We will double up this erudition here. Now these are going to go in 57 seconds. What about the other glimmering that I got? Oh, nope, I blew it. So I'm no longer going to be able to move up my glimmering like I thought I was. So, fair enough. Ink, paper, and the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave, but I leave at the appointed time. So you'll notice because Alden isn't my boss anymore, I have more time at Glover and Glover. If you can just give me a quick second here. Ouch. Out of curiosity, do any of you know how many people are watching right now? I don't always get that information on the dashboard. $242. Very cool. Thank you very much. I just try to... I've not been as good at record keeping on this one, but it's always sort of nice to know where the people are. It's just sort of... It's just good to keep track in terms of expectations for future ones and such. So, all right, work-wise. So basically, the big advantage to getting rid of Alden right now is the fact that I have enough time to be able to paint if I need to. That's going to become particularly helpful because I'm going to make a concentrated effort to get enough mystique into this feast. In fact, right now I'm going to preserve at least a little mystique. I don't even, it doesn't matter at this point. And we'll continue to use the Grail as inspiration because why not? That's a responsible decision. All right. Macrame just put a bunch of... Sorry, I know I always have these secret messages with people in the background, but Macrame, you actually put a lot of... You took a lot of stress off me, because I always feel like whenever I wind up doing these casts, I feel like a big fraud, and that nobody's having any enjoyment, so thank you. Let's take a look at our exploration options. So I'm a little light on money, but I do need to make some progress. One thing I really like about this DLC, and I think it's... The funny thing about this is, I think this is purely because of the threat. I don't necessarily think that what I'm experiencing right now is all that different materially from how I normally play, but I'm actually being really conscious about what resources I'm tying up on the chance that this guy does something nasty to me. So as somebody who is, becoming familiar enough that maybe I skip over some of the text occasionally, it's really interesting to play this and see how I react to this introduction of a potential threat, and how that changes, my priorities in terms of things. Thank you very much, Javin. I realize I sound needy as hell. I don't think anybody else on Steam is constantly looking for validation like I am. But again, one of the things that makes Cultist Simulator so fun to share is that you kind of get to see how people respond to the game for the first time. And like I said, one of the most rewarding things for me in terms of doing this, one of the reasons why I would want to come back and do this is because it's so rewarding to be able to get people in touch with a game that they like. Obviously, it's not going to appeal to everyone, so it's not, it's not that every person who watches winds up buying the game. It might even just be some small fraction, but it's really cool to be able to see people engage with it, because I think this is one of the things that's really great about Cultist Simulator, and it's, again, kind of reflected inside the game here. It's all your friends. You get to take this effort and move together. Maybe it's not good to just compare you all to cult followers, but this is a game that I particularly like because it's really fun to be able to engage with people about it, to talk about the game, and especially to tell these stories. Like, obviously from yesterday where we had these sudden things that happened and I really wanted that one card, and sure enough, instead of getting that card, I got a dread or something like that. It's really fun. Oh, Javin looks like it just was ousted from the board. It's fair to compare you to cult. Well, I think it's better to say that we're co-cultists in the cult of the Weather Factory rather than any other alternative. Okay, so obviously I'm going to lose one of these people who I send on these missions. This is actually a really neat way. So I think the timers run, the spacing between adding individuals and preparation. Spoiler: Spy has upset some element of the enemy's preparations. The Long has lost one preparation token due to your sabotage. All right. In this case, I think I'm going to send the entry consultant to find out what he's trying to do. It might just be that he's still doing dreams in this point. But it's kind of neat to see how this interacts with the timers, so that I don't think you can kind of have this constant. I don't think you can have this constant rotation of sort of hired hands that do all of this. So. Was it to follow a man with as much sexual charisma as you? It'd be an honor. Follow the path of bird and worm to see what it's like to truly descend. Who's team bird and who's team worm? Let's make sure that that's excellent. I don't think I count on this, though. This is actually one of the funny things about Cultist Simulator. I'll unpause in a second. I just need to make sure. Okay, so I'm a little worried about the fact that the Savorous Blood is gone. In this case, I think I'm just going to stick to the woods for a bit. Rote effort. Honestly, I'm only going through the motions. The quality of my work will no doubt suffer. Finished. Competent work. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. And I found something noteworthy. What is contained by silver? A bestiary by Pomander in Greek. So because I don't know Greek, I'm just going to put this off to the side. And I'll be able to translate this later, but only after I get the appropriate resources. Now, right now I'm sitting on 3 funds. I'm gonna need to pay rent in about 30 seconds, and obviously I'm just finishing up a painting which may not be worth that much. So I'm gonna hold off on doing anything special. It also looks like I'm gonna be getting sick, so I need to account for that as well. So we're gonna hold off on buying books. Doesn't mean that I can't send people off to do other things, so I'm curious about intrigues. I might try and send Saliba off to the Long before too much time passes. In this case, we'll send Rose off. I've exhibited my latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. So I guess this should be further off. I get my mystique back, which was kind of the point of this, was really to preserve the mystique as much as I could. I definitely didn't anticipate having this much mystique and notoriety this early. And that was a fairly tidy sum, actually, but I do want to keep my position at Glover & Glover. I will exercise some diligence in my work. And I miscalculated on the... Oh, no, this is still going to work, but again, I need to be a bit of a sharpshooter on the pause. So devotion, this work is more demanding now, but it's better paid. We'll put in the extra hours to get that promotion. The Mind, the library. Use this with a lesson learnt and with your scholarship skills. So here we will build this up. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to upgrade my my vivid imagination. That would really help me with the paintings, but I had an opportunity with my erudition, and I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to deal with what's his face, Alden, so quickly. So I might have found somewhere unusual. Okay, so Rose successfully found the street strange by midnight. Do we have anything weird coming up? Not really. I think Well, okay, I have some money, so let's blow it at Morelands before we do anything too crazy. Oops, my mistake. So what I'm trying to do here is basically, you know, it's like school. If you don't know the thing that you need, you go and you buy books and you read those books and you try and deposit the knowledge that that's in the book into your brain. And that is what I'm doing. And unfortunately, the book that I picked up was the unveiled angle. At a certain angle, my thoughts reflect the Mantis light. Our enemy seeks to learn that angle. I have no idea what that's doing, but it's frightening. The Immortal in Shadows ponders their next move. So we'll see what happens there. I'm possibly going to be in the... Nope, we'll escape the Mantis, so... we cannot know the final date until we know the time of the Grail's greatest influence, but we must begin to select those who will comprise the host. So, we're going to make a serious effort on this one this time. So, in this case, we're going to gobble up the Mystique. I'm going to try and take the stuff that's expiring soon. And we'll see how far we can fill that up. Obviously, I can trade off with my... my painting. Now, because I am looking to get more people in the cult, I'm going to go for the Peculiar Rumor here. This is going to result in more notoriety, but obviously if I get somebody with heart, or if I get somebody with with moth, I don't need to worry as much about the evidence. So, while I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes, whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said to one to another, but I think I will recognize each other in the waking world. Okay, so the unveiled angle. Our enemy has learnt the angle of my thoughts. Our vulnerability has increased. So we've got glimpses of the soul. Our immortal enemy has learned something of us. An enemy long's starlight will increase, giving them greater power in our dreams. Alarming. So, apparently I have a little bit less to fear from the... Oh, maybe not. We've got Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of the secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt and Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. Sounds like somebody I know in chat. The author, he claims to have witnessed the dances while feasting. Alright. Exploration, I want to use that Peculiar Rumor before it dies too soon, so I suspect that at the end of this story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. Nope, that Glimmering's stray. So I can already see the problems with my board layout. It's all sort of spread out, and I'm gonna run into problems with the lore and such, but we'll try and improve it over time. I could turn this thing into an 8-hour you know, board arrangement stream. I just don't think anybody would enjoy that. So I will do my best to avoid my displaying my neuroses for too long. I've reordered the boundaries of my ignorance. So we've gained notable scholarship. I'm going to need 3 lessons learned before too long. So what I would normally like to do here, I misjudged what I would have in terms of access to these different glimmerings. So normally I would have liked to have a lesson learned here, but unfortunately in the time it takes me to get an additional glimmering, these ones will have decayed. So I think I'm tempted to read Wrapped in the King, but for now I'm actually going to study Passion to see if I can sort of... Oh, you know what? I didn't need to reinvigorate... Well, no, this should still let me reinvigorate, so... The younger Glover has taken me out to lunch at his club. I am to do more of the things that I do, more carefully, and in return, he will give me a little bit more of the money that I earned for his father. So, this is good news. Senior position at Glover & Glover. Now, the drawback here is that we're back to a short timer, but it does mean that I'm going to have... more money. So... Excuse me. There we go. So we'll show up to work pretty promptly here. Curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. Drat. I was gonna say I was gonna achieve my first victory in the new DLC, but... Alright, so gotta wait for my dreams. You probably have enough notoriety in that painting full-time would be very lucrative. That is definitely true, although I am kind of trying to let the notoriety decay because I don't... So the catch with this is that I could get some money for sure, but the catch is that I already have tentative evidence and I believe my favor just vanished. So the drawback is I don't have that much of a guard against getting caught. So in this particular case, I'm actually okay with letting the notoriety die in order to be able to sort of do some other things. You've still never once painted in any of your games. You should probably give it a try at some point. I used to be like that because I didn't know how painting worked. I know that's not the reason you haven't painted. In my own case, though, once I did figure out how painting works, I still tend to like getting money from traditional jobs, but that's because I also don't do a lot of creative work. I mean, I think econ is creative in its own way. It's just not traditionally creative work. I don't get to draw Oreos and turn them into to film canisters, for instance. At least 2 of you will understand that reference. A courier arrived from our delight with a single vial of their most holy blood. So, more delightful blood. It's funny that it's more than one. Interesting. So apparently I get to throw this into the sea as part of a rite, so... Missing something in possibly, Javin. What do you think you're missing, or what prompted the question? All right, so obviously we'll turn the forlorn blood into something a little bit sanguine, no, into something a little nicer. The host grows. More names for the list, which is equal parts sacred and secret. More faces for the great night. So let's find... I want to try and find the mystique that's decaying earliest to add to that. Okay, so I can add... You know what? In this case, I'm going to go for the occult scrap, if only just because I don't have these introductory secret histories yet. So I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and the furred things crammed my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and know that I know fire and steel and words. And at last I found where the velvet had sealed a secret on the tree bark beneath moss. I read it, and then with the tips of my fingers. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. Oh, fair enough. I mean, it's fair. As with all things, like as I sort of say, I try and exercise judgment where I can. I tried to be as clear as I could. This is very good news. This is going to allow me to do more with influences soon. I tried to be as clear and as open as I can in terms of revealing mysteries, and that's partly just because I know what keeps things exciting and interesting for me, and I also know there's some newer players inside here. But the fact of the matter is, I am playing the game, and I'm playing the game at a fairly, like, I'm playing an advanced level. So obviously, when you start the Apostle playthrough, you have access to 3 levels of the Mansus, which is normally the beginning of any other playthrough. So I sort of have to accept that there's going to be a certain degree of spoiler. I remember there's like the first cast that we did, there was this guy really upset by the fact that there would be spoilers in this playthrough of the game. But beyond that, I kind of figure it's one of these questions of, don't go out of your way to ruin the enjoyment for other people, but this idea that there's going to be, pure as the driven snow kind of a playthrough or something like that. It's why I say that, the game is sort of designed to be played, not to be watched. And I love being able to play this for you. I love having the opportunity to do that. But I also sort of understand that there's sometimes a bit of a trade-off. Sometimes to get the knowledge that you need as to whether or not the game's for you, that you might be learning a little bit more about the game than what you'd originally intended. So I think a frank discussion about how the game works without like going into this is the optimal strategy for dealing with a long is the sort of thing a chat can sustain, in my opinion. I consume a little vial of the blood, lie back and close my eyes. Tomorrow I will be stronger. And as far as exploration, what do I want to do with that? I think I have enough money to indulge in my hobby. All right, there we go. Thank you. Again, I'm super sorry that I'm not directly responding to the person who's sending me messages and that, but this is wonderful news. I hope you're having a good time, by the way. I don't know if this is what you were expecting on my first interaction with this content, but you're making me very happy with these updates. Thank you. I hope it is rewarding. I am much recovered. More than that, I am sumptuous. The sclera of my eyes, the veins in my wrists are aswim with gorgeous serums. When the vitulation comes, I will be the centerpiece for our delight to prove their appetite to enact the grail. I'm of the same blood as the delightful now. As long as their savor graces my veins, my disease cannot touch me. Without their blessing, I'll die. Oh, by the way, if the Weather Factory folks are watching and in keyboard range, here's a question I've been meaning. I'm completely going to abuse my position as a guest on your lovely Steam page. When this game, obviously this game has got a very broad vocabulary. I love the fact that, especially when I play it in private, I have a dictionary that I open and I learn new words. How often are there words that you didn't know? So, are there words that you have learned in the process of writing this game? Or does it just so happen that you've sort of accumulated this arsenal of very appropriate and very Baroque in some cases, words that just happen to really fit the mood? Because, like, obviously it's not, at least in the case of Alexis, it's not the first rodeo as far as this style of writing. But I'm also really curious, like, is this just something that's been rattling around in your head as a result? I know your background obviously is in more advanced studies of English than I think an average player might have. Although maybe that's not true. Maybe you attract people who are very, very learned. But I'm really curious, have you learned words in the process of this, or is it just simply bringing your existing works to bear? Weather Factory. Oh, I didn't know that there was that resource. I'm gonna just put that off in another tab for a while. No, so Trekker, the way that the background varies is when you go into the Mansis. It's a table otherwise, unless you were referring to something else. Okay, I read sentimental literature. I've passed the time. I've been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So I've got a couple of rounds where I can study. I really do want to get my passion up, because that's going to be how I can feed this this party. So in this case, we'll study with the passion again. I also sometimes get spooky background images. Yeah, actually, I noticed, I think I wasn't paying attention to Dread between the alpha and this, but the Dread changed at some point and I hadn't realized it. Okay, Season of Dread's coming up, but we should be okay. I'll see if I can get an example of the backgrounds coming up. I am always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. Now, I can't remember how much money I get as a result of this, so 3 funds. So that'll definitely keep us in comfort. Unfortunately, it will not do much to preserve our ability to paint. So let's take our vivid imagination. Let's preserve some of the... Gotta think about this. Probably makes sense to preserve some of the older ones. One thing you've always wondered, do they use Board Game Simulator as a basis to build Cultist Simulator? They're extremely similar in layout and function. I mean, it might be that just in Unity there is a good way of doing... You never know, this might be a living. Let's use the lore as always. So it might just be that Unity lends itself to a particular way of realizing board games. I don't know enough about the engine, but in this case, I believe Martin Narokar did sort of the transition from the JavaScript game to its current manifestation. He's got a game, Nowhere Profit, which you can check out. It's currently on itch.io, but it will be coming to Steam. And in this particular case, I don't know if board game or if Tabletop Simulator was an inspiration or not, but there was Lyra Cider is correct, or was it Lyra Cider? One of them, whoever pointed out the Unity connection, like both games are made in Unity, so that might be a source of the similarity. Phylogeny let you onto what happens in the Ecdysis Club before you explored it. Is that as in the Dancer DLC, or are you talking about the Word? Our spy has returned to us, and okay, so let's think a little bit about what I want to do next. Okay, I want to see what happens with intrigue. So Saliba, you get to visit the Long. Although I might switch it around so that I can get my... Okay, so we've got the shifty woman here. In this case, I'm actually going to try preserving... It's a Starlight attack. Yeah, actually, so Saliba will be forever. Shifty woman's on a budget. So more names for the list, which is equal parts sacred and secret. More faces for the great night. So let's keep building that up. Again, I'm going to use every part of the buffalo, which means the earliest expiring mystique. And we will always put money into realizing. Okay, Season of Suspicion is going to come, and it's going to be particularly painful. And there's really no good way around it. So if I can, I could try and kidnap another or otherwise inconvenience the detective. But I think I closed the door on that possibility when I tried to fill up the party. Okay, I probably won't be able to take advantage of this just because I've got other priorities. In the Street Strange by Moonlight, I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. So this is where my carelessness as far as generating... or actually, the other thing that's going to be hard about the notoriety is... or the Season of Suspicion is it's going to start eating up my mystique, which I need for my guests. So I got the money, but let's let our mind rot in Glover and Glover for a bit. So I'm just trying to think, is there anything I can do to avoid this horrible evidence business coming after me? Will you be able to watch this stream in retrospect on YouTube? I will do my best, Heartfrost. The problem with making promises is I've actually lost 2 surviving Mars streams to technical problems with OBS. They're specific to the way that I do my streams. It's not actually the software itself, but it just, I have my particular ways that I do recording, and they sometimes result in corrupt files. So essentially, if the stream gets interrupted for one reason or another, I'm not able to preserve that file, but I am making an effort to make sure that this one is preserved for sure. But please stay in the menu, stay in the audience. We want to keep the numbers up. But no, I will do. I can't promise, but I will do my absolute best to make sure that people are able to see this playthrough forever. The other thing you haven't found an answer to, what's the deal with the Wormbird selection in the option? I believe the official line on the bird worm slider is it is working as intended. There is a book. Okay, actually, if you guys will excuse me for a minute. This is way back in the first stream that I did on Steam. And you were all so lovely. I will okay, actually, this is the point where if Macrame or Alexis are listening, I'm going to read the thing that was sent to me over Twitter on the last stream. This is the time to run screaming to the keyboard or the Twitter feed to say, don't repeat that. That was only for that one stream. I'm going to read a little bit of dialogue, but I will give you a little bit more about that birdworm slider, which was given on the stream, which was lost to time. So you can talk up to, okay, about face. Okay, fair enough. So this was some messages I got on Twitter while I was streaming last time. Regarding birds and worms, if you feel like mentioning the humors of a gentleman, that is a legit clue that a tiny number of people will care passionately about. If you don't, that's fine. Now, I believe I know what specifically is being referred to for the humors of a gentleman, and that will, if you look into that, the text is also rather revealing for that particular object. It will lead you down a particular path which will reveal more about the bird and the worm slider. And if I gave away too much by saying that, I believe that is within the guidelines that Lyra's sister just said that we have. Let me know and I can be sure to censor that in time for any VODs. Oh, it's not a good starting point. Okay, never mind then. I'm just going to shut up about it because I don't have nearly enough knowledge to speak with any authority on those matters. Let's go to the wood. The wood is friendly. Now I pass between scar-barked trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. And let's carry on. The hint you often give is look to the grail, make a choice, and then follow the lantern. Okay, actually, yeah. I think chat... Okay, so one other thing I will say, chat probably knows the rules of this a little bit better than me, and they've also spent more time with it, so I think it's probably better that I defer to them, to their expertise on these occult matters. I really need to think about what I'm going to do about the notoriety. My possible hope here is that when he gobbles... Okay, so that's notoriety right away. This works out reasonably well for me. It does mean that I'm potentially gonna... Actually, you know what? Depending on what happens with this long... A report from our spy, the shape of the long strategy is coming clear, so... Our mortal enemy is preparing another action. The long need preparation. Okay, so... Wait it out. Okay. So I kind of want to put Saliba into this. I was hoping that I might actually free up one of my moths. So I should have dealt with this tentative evidence a little bit sooner. It is tempting to try and get one of my existing cultists to try and deal with the tentative evidence around the time that the detective is going to gobble it up. The problem with that is that they'll almost certainly fail, and they'll get a scar at a time when I probably can't afford them getting scars. So you know what? I'm just going to take my lumps. We're going to carry on with the plan that we had. And I might just need to get Rose to deal with the detective in the appropriate manner. This fascination is also going to become a liability, but I should have a fleeting remembrance in just a bit to deal with that. So, okay, we've got the Orchid Transfigurations Volume 2. Now that's in Latin, so I can't follow it. I think because I'm running into my problems with bodies, I do want to use Saliba on the long, but at this point, we'll get him to go out exploring. We'll see if we can get another moth follower. Okay. I think I can navigate my way out of this, but this is a hulking fellow, so I don't really need him right now. while I'm at it, let's double up the glimmering I can get so that I can upgrade my vivid imagination. And the well. Okay, vitality's nice, but I don't really have a major use for it. Ah, and apparently I neglected the old unhappy far-off things, which were just sneaking away on the side there. And I don't really have anything I can do about it right now. That's just going to turn into dread on its own time. Oop, I should have read the dialogue there. My apologies. So let's kill the fascination before I start having visions. And we won't hire the hireling. Oh, maybe I can paint. No, I can't paint it. So obviously no contentment working at Glover and Glover. In this case, I would normally want to paint. Oh, no, actually I'll still be able to paint in time. So I was going to say, normally I would want to paint and I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't think I've painted with dread before. Let's see what happens. But yeah, so the thing I'm really worried about is if... Oh, yep. That's exactly the worst possible thing that could be happening right now. Oh, but I'm safe for now. My adversary does not have enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. So I got very lucky there, because this could have turned to damning evidence and immediately turned into the Season of Suspicion. So the question now is, do I want to try and kill the weary detective? Or do I try and take the opportunity in 47 seconds to try and get rid of the evidence with some kind of a moth follower? The other thing I can try and do is otherwise occupy the weary detective. Colors of the Night. We'll spend money on paints. Let's see what happens after this upgrade. So, okay, the fifth fragments of the host. We now name. Now the name of the vitulation is whispered wherever mouths embrace meat. So, yes, I do know that you can consume restlessness during painting. It's had a 3-second timer, and there is no possible way that that was going to happen. I'm just trying to think of this in terms of trade-offs. So I got 2 minutes on this thing. 191. The problem is that those are going to get gobbled up by the Season of Suspicion in a little bit. You know what? I was willing to let this turn into damning evidence before. We will throw caution into the wind, and we will throw another mystique on the fire. Likelihood that moth will become available in time, pretty slim. If they do... Okay, so here's how I'm thinking about this one right now. If moth becomes available, I can try and get rid of the tentative evidence, which would then mean that Saliba is able to take an action on the spy. So I'll send Rose to do the exploration, because I don't think I'm going to need to exterminate the weary detective until later. Alright, now I am very curious to see whether or not I suffer any ill effects for painting with dread. So I got some contentment, that'll help me in the dreams. Obviously I get my notoriety back because you can't paint away notoriety, and we get a little bit of money, which is nice. Obviously I'm going to go to Glover and Glover because that's a nice job to have, and we will set aside dread and contentment for my dreams. Now I can upgrade the passion like I always wanted. All right, well, best of luck at school, Heartfrost. I hope you, well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoy your own excursions into Cultist Simulator, and I really appreciate you hanging out. If you have any friends who are less diligent in school, be sure to send them along this way, because we always like more people to be able to experience Cultist Simulator. But best of luck, and I hope it's a good day for you. I really appreciate you having you in the chat. Okay. We are locked in with our sort of our strategy with the weary detective. Hopefully we don't lose too much mystique so that this thing can still get upgraded. I think we're going to keep Rose available just in case things go a little sideways. And you know what? I should probably be buying more books at this point because I do have Nope. I should be trying to get somebody with moth influence. Thank you very much, Alex Speed. I should let you guys know as well, if you don't like my opinions that I project out onto the internet, that is fine. That was the blood the courier sent, I think. The paper snare. Our enemy has borne false witness against us. The authorities must be convinced of our innocence. If this succeeds, you may lose one or many funds. A heart or moth follower, the stronger the better, might be able to defend against this action. And unfortunately, they are locked up. So let's see what happens. But yeah, if you don't want to see my opinions projected online, you can definitely feel free to stop by my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/systemchalk. And if you want to see recordings of those VODs, you can go to YouTube, again, username systemchalk. Although, again, they are recordings of me doing this sort of thing, so I have no idea if it's exciting for anybody to see it all. All right, there goes our money. You have no idea what's going on, but this looks amazing. It's a really creative game, Felonious Crew. It's a wonderful name, by the way. It's basically I don't want to spend too much time like I did last time talking about it, but essentially in this game, every card represents some element of your life. You're sort of the master behind the scenes working at your desk. In this case, I've got an adversary who's trying to build evidence against me. He's a member of the Suppression Bureau. He's the weary detective. I have sort of my health, my money, my reputation, and then I have the possessions that I have in terms of things like books that I own and knowledge that I have. And essentially the combination of these into certain verbs, into actions that I can take, creates the gameplay. And the thing that's really creative and interesting about this game is that it has a bunch of sort of secrets in the background. And it's one that it's sometimes frustrating because you want to do something and you're not quite sure what the next step is going to be. Thank you to whoever just followed again. Apologies that my alerts are not disabled for this Steam stream. I need to just stop for some refreshment because we're hitting the 3-hour mark. But what this game does is you're trying to learn about this world just underneath the skin of the world that you see, the kind of the world of the common day. And as I'm always fond of saying, even at Moreland's, there's no Cults for Dummies book. You have to figure this out on your own, and that means sometimes banging your head against hard problems. And I think that's where, at least for me, a lot of the enjoyment of this game comes from. The fact that just as there is some frustration involved in sort of saying, like, why can't this game just do things in a straightforward way? Or, why do I have to constantly bring my, put myself back to work? it sort of has a place. It does a very good job of building an atmosphere. The writing is magnificent. I think it's a very nice looking game. Obviously, it's a very indie style game. You're not looking at some frostbite, destructible terrain sort of a thing, but it has this very charming look to it. And again, it's just neat to see life distilled down to these individual cards and to be able to tell this story of somebody learning about the world sort of beyond and trying to push out that thing that they've always wanted to do. So, but yeah, and as I'm fond of saying, I mean, I'm not affiliated with Weather Factory other than the fact I really like their game, and they're very kind in giving me some space on their Steam page to basically let me do this stuff. But if you are thinking about getting this game, obviously it is currently on sale. The update that I'm playing right now, the Apostle Victory, or not the Apostle Victory, this will not be a victory. The Apostle Legacy is a free update to the game. The game is still in development, is still being, well, not, it is a finished game, but it is a living game, as it says in the introduction. You can buy a DLC for it, the Dancer. It's about $3 in my local currency, probably a little bit less, unless you live in a region with an unfavorable exchange rate with the United States like I do. And there's nothing like it. It's such an interesting game, and it's one that I really love sharing with people. It's why I'm here. So, but as I'm fond of saying, we're doing this on Steam, and Steam lets you play a game for 2 hours and decide if you want to return it. So I can promise you this: it's unusual. It's not necessarily a game for everyone. That is clear from the reviews. I think this is a wonderful game. I've got over 100 hours of play in it, and a lot of that is streaming it. But you will know if this is for you within that 2-hour period. And I'm sure Weather Factory's bookkeeping probably doesn't always like the fact that you can return the game within 2 hours. But I do think, at this point, if you are unsure as to whether or not, like if you really feel like playing a demo would do it, you'll know within 2 hours as to whether or not it's for you. Does this get repetitive as the reviews say? You're disappointed in the primitive art on the cards. I suppose it's a taste thing. I kind of like it personally. I don't find this game too... Okay, so there is a little bit of a grind to it in the sense that you need to get certain bits of lore and move it up. I would say that the game has moved on to take care of some of those elements, but part of the... So, like, I'll put it to you this way. Part of this game involves taking these bits of lore and upgrading them, and sometimes that's a matter of having, 2 of one kind, or finding this book, and you get this book by investigating, by going on expeditions that you get from looking through the secret histories and such. That can be a little repetitive in a sense, but I'm not entirely sure in a negative way. Like, repetitive can be a tricky term, in the sense that, as a character who's trying to learn the mysteries of the world and the fact that you're trying to find new and interesting combinations, there is repetition involved in that, but I'm learning and I'm getting better at the game, and so I find that very engaging. On the other hand, I also need to make sure that I have enough fun, so I do something like take my job and I put some reason in for dedication, and there's no way of automating that, and that is built that way for a reason. And I know some people react negatively to that, so I think the repetition is more a feature than a bug, but I wouldn't say... I do think some people fairly say there's a little bit of a grind to it. But I'll maybe leave some of chat to offer their opinions on that. Do you think that's a fair characterization of the game, or is there maybe something that I missed in that description? All right, where are we? I think the game is quite good, easy winner. Obviously, I'm streaming it on the page, so it's probably not surprising that I say that, but I like this game for a few reasons. I like it for its originality. I like it for the fact that... Ooh, this is a tough call, actually, because I'm probably going to want to use this mystique in the... You know what? I'm willing to sacrifice it for now. I like it because there's really nothing like it. I like it because I think there are some interesting ideas, and there are some things that I find very relatable in terms of themes and ideas. And I like it because for me, part of the enjoyment of this has been, in our previous correspondence, we indicated likely degree of your default. We have assessed the matter in more detail. So this is just sucking up all of my money. Oh my god! One of the things that has really worked for me in this game is the fact that Weather Factory are very active on Twitter, and they've got their blog at weatherfactory.biz. There's also a merchandise store. So it's something that's grown up. And seeing the development of this game and being able to interact with Weather Factory, so at Factory Weather on Twitter, at Alexis Kennedy, and at Tron Bevan for the individuals behind Weather Factory, I really think that they, part of the enjoyment of the game is actually being able to follow its development. They are impossibly nice people, and they are very open about some of the ideas that they have. And when things don't work, they say that they don't work. And also, if you find that something, whether it's a bug or you just find that something is or isn't working. Oop, I almost forgot to hire this is going to be the person who gets me out of the damning evidence. They're receptive to that. Obviously, nicely worded and, thoughtful feedback is probably more valuable than, lol dead game. But to me, part of it has been the overall experience of being a fan of Cultist Simulator in addition to the enjoyment of the game itself. And you're going to buy the game based on it being a challenge to figure out at first. Absolutely. I mean, when a lot of people ask for a tutorial, I did do something resembling a tutorial on YouTube, but it really was just a video of me doing the parts that Weather Factory already give you. Because in my opinion, I think that's the right way to go about it, is not revealing anything that you wouldn't have already figured out from a play, but for people who want to learn how the game works, sometimes it does help to see somebody do it on video. Now, obviously, I stream it so people can watch those and see how things work, but the dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and Sybil, but both include symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. Thanks for explaining. Don't have the money right now, but you'll think you'll pick this up next week when you get paid. That's awesome to hear, Felonious Crew. I hope you enjoy it. Obviously, this is the big thing. The one thing that really makes me I feel a lot more comfortable when I'm streaming to larger groups. The one thing that does always make me nervous is when I think I'm going to leave my dream open just in case I get some contentment to nullify the effects of that. The one thing that really does make me nervous is if somebody doesn't like the game. Now, nobody's come back and said, I bought this game because of you and I think it's trash. But that is actually the one worry that I always have, is that my enthusiasm for the game misrepresents it or otherwise makes somebody make a decision that they wouldn't already do. But honestly, this game has been a wonderful journey to go on, both in terms of just being able to interact with people as a result of it, but also to follow its development. So if you're already a fan of Cultist Simulator and you haven't checked out things like weatherfactory.biz or the development streams or any of these other aspects, do check them out. It is, in my opinion, as much fun as playing the game itself. So you played Sunlessly and you didn't die there either? Let me just take a quick second to make sure I didn't miss any other questions. Lots of trial and error is definitely a fair statement. Life is repetitive. Usually this game mirrors life in some ways, so yeah, there's repetition, but not in a bad way, just like repetition in Solitaire or other Yeah, I mean, I would probably say that in some senses Mario is repetitive in the sense you only have a very limited number of actions, but boy, it's a fun game to build out of that. It's possible to win on the first run with no strategy guide. Yeah, I'd say possible, but unlikely, because I just think there's enough things going on that you... I mean, the real experiment here with the Apostle Legacies is if I win this without getting devoured by the Long, but... I would probably say... I mean, I think this game should be... This game is more fun if you fail a couple of times. I think one of the legacies is unlocked if you fail, if I don't recall. Alright. I completely forgot to pay for the paints because I was reading chat. Spies returned to us. I think I'm just going to put the entry consultant in because knock is kind of nice to have. I do need to find a way to deal with that. So I thought this thing was just going to stop on its own. And maybe it will, but they're really hammering the pocketbook here. The host grows. More names for the list, which is equal parts sacred and secret. More faces for the great night. I'm slightly curious. Apparently, I can still talk about this, but before I go further, I'm going to take my experienced swindler. How delightful to be working with you. This hire may be useful for some expeditions and can help with hunters and annoyances. So, I'm going to send them off to deal with the damning evidence. And Glover and Glover will return in just a moment. Should you stop watching and not get spoiled? Probably this is very far into the game. Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as a spoiler-free playthrough, and I usually talk about the reason why I'm doing certain things. So if you want to go in completely without any knowledge of how the game works when you play it first, I'm sorry to see you go, but it would probably be best, because I don't actively try to ruin people's enjoyment of it, but there's sometimes just some things you can't avoid talking about. So, but if you're going to be going off to play Cultist Simulator, that makes me very happy. All right, so I'm probably just going to hammer away at Glover and Glover for the next little while just to help me with the... Oh, well, it looks like my audit's finished, so never mind with that. Hope he doesn't fail dealing with the evidence. It's entirely possible he will, but I think it's the best option that I have available to me. I have a backup 3 Moth if it comes down to it, but the Comptroller's mercy, the steady stream of menacing letters has ceased. It's over for now. Okay, I will admit, this is a touch that I never thought about, but I love the fact that the Long use accountants to hurt you. All right, so we're at least able to manage some of the the troubles in terms of things like fascination and that. I think what I'm going to wind up doing, wrapped in the king. So we got vitality, which is good. All these greater feasts of Black Pig is always crowned as king before his slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighted in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest is not in this carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. I've got the waking chant, who could hear this and remain unmoved. The sleeping, the dead, the earth and the sky. Use this and write with a Byzantine tinct and a meteoric bullet or other resources of equal power to summon a percussagant. So, studying wise, I can double up this oh, actually this is a great way to preserve this glimmering. It's unlikely I'm going to be able to make anything else of it, but I can at least try. Got 82 seconds before the host assembled. Does something. Better not. Must be careful with the company that I keep. I do eventually want to start upgrading some of these people using the talk, but obviously I said we're going to make a commitment on trying to advance this feast, so I think I'm going to keep searching the city to find more potential minions. I know I'm not allowed to add a third body, so... Okay. I need to think a little bit about... I'm going to wait the 1 second to see how this turned out. My minions returned stumbling, mumbling, clumsily bandaged. They were caught in the coils of their own plan. Heal a fallen follower with talk. Are you worth healing, sir? So let me think about the potential consequences for this. I've got 49 seconds, so if I want to add anything to this, I have to add it now. Oh, without the key holder, this preparation will be in vain. Marionette, Our Lady of Wires. It reeks of rotten blood. It clacks with its jaw each time it speaks. Perhaps there is a woman huddled beneath the cloth and the bones. Perhaps it's some puppeteer's trick. So there's nothing I could have done with that. I have put myself in a pretty awkward position with that. So, because I may not be able to use the experienced swindler, we'll send Rose off on expeditions to see if we can get more people. It's really interesting, Zap. I've noticed what's kind of happened is the presence of the threat from the Long is making me be a little more cautious with some of my decision making. And I, in this case, I'm not really sure that I've encountered any of this new material that that everybody sort of wanted to see. But I don't necessarily feel like that's a bad thing. I mean, for the purpose of showing off the game, it's maybe not so good, but I kind of like it when these updates give me more to think about in terms of the underlying game, and sort of have that experience of, ooh, okay, so I don't really know what's coming up with this Long next. So, what happens if, what happens if they do something that attacks my health? Maybe I need to keep one of these things behind or something like that. So I find, in that sense, I find this really rewarding. But as far as knowing what's going on in terms of being able to speak with any kind of authority about how the new legacy works, I don't have as much to say because maybe I've just been a little overly cautious. But I mean, it's a free update. It's the right price. And I've been having a good time with it. Oop. So delightful blood. Okay. So a courier arrived with our delight, a single vial from their most holy blood. So I've received a little vial of our delight's blood via courier. Our delight's instructions were written herein in the tiny tangles of cellular script. We can taste them as they will taste us. If we waste it, our delight will wax wroth. So this, I am really not sure what to make of this. Let's think about what I'm going to be doing for the next little while with study and any of my other... So more health wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to pick up right now. Let's just take a quick look at the table and see what I have available. Well, if I need, Jannings would teach me a language, but I don't believe Jannings will accept payment in anything but the currency of the underworld. Nope, the pause has always been inside the game, but it is not necessarily one that people always pick up on at the very start. So it's invaluable for me, though, because I monologue a lot and I also read a lot of the text. So I think... I have an outside chance of being able to make some progress on my passion, so it's not great, but... Oh! Turns out the shifty woman was the right call. Okay, we do not yet have our key holder. So I have a feeling I'm just going to be giving up some of the progress we made on that. Fair enough. We will attempt the healing of the follower. That does mean that we're going to give up money, but I can live with that. You've seen a lot of no-pause runs that tend to go chaotic. Yeah, I mean, I have done... there'll be a video that I put up at some point where you get to see me play with a little bit less pausing. But right now, I actually think I'm going to take a second to just do a quick bathroom break and refill my water. I'll probably only need about 45 seconds for that. But This one I've been using the pause a lot more just because I'm trying to think what my next logical step is. So I sort of put... This is a neat little example of how I find this game kind of interesting and why I like getting lost sometimes. So I said, it's like, okay, well, this has given me something to do. We've got the host assembled. But now, okay, we await our key holder who must open the Kingskin Gate when our delight enacts the Grail. So until I figure out what's going on with this, clearly that was effort that I should have been putting somewhere else, basically. And what I sort of need to do now, it's like, okay, well, I've got damning evidence. I need to deal with that, but I'm trying to think what my next step might be in terms of bringing us a little bit closer to the host assembled. Are the cards on the table movable or stationary? Yeah, they're definitely moving. So the mechanics of the game are basically clicking and dragging the items into the different verbs and such. But anyways, guys, I do apologize. I always know that there is a bit of a loss in terms of viewership when there's these breaks. I am absolutely set on making this less than a minute, but I do want to sort of take care of myself. It has been 3 hours, 15 minutes. It probably wouldn't hurt to for yourselves as well to get up, take a quick stretch, just take care of yourselves. I need to make sure that I get a little bit of extra water, and while I'm at it, I'll just make sure I take care of a small bathroom break and all of that, so that we can go for some more Cultist Simulator. I'll be back very soon. Please do enjoy the music. If you like the music, you can actually buy the soundtrack on Steam now. I believe it's about $11 or $12 Canadian, probably a bit less in the States. And if you don't own this game, it is currently 25% off on Steam. And the Dancer DLC I don't think is on sale, but it's only about $3. So if you really like this game, if you are really interested in this game, now is a good time to get it. If you like this game, don't own the DLC. Technically, there's no more reason to get it now, but why not get it now? And I will leave you with the capable audio of... it's more than capable, but I will leave you with Mickey Mar Productions' lovely soundtrack for this game. I'll be back as soon as I can. Okay, sorry guys, I forgot my cup. Quick word, if the person who I corresponded with on Twitter can hear me, I, for some reason, am not able to... So I'm writing messages and they don't actually see... Oh, hang on. Okay, yeah. I'll try and speed things up a little bit. But yeah, so I'm trying to send these messages and they don't always seem to be coming through. So don't worry, I will not spend more time on this than, I'm not going to spend any more time on this than I feel comfortable. So sorry about the delay, guys. I'm going to try and pick up the pace a little bit in terms of the game. And this is one of my defects, but also features, is that I do like diving into the game. But I know people would like to see what's going on. So let's try and find out. I'll still read some of these things, but I think I'm going to try and force the issue a little bit more. I'm going to try and get some more cultists in, and I'm going to see if I can do just more to try and annoy the Long a bit. So while I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes, whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we will recognize each other in the waking world. So I can follow up on that peculiar rumor. Now, the question for me now is whether or not I want to be doing anything more in in dreams. In this case, I think I'm just going to keep going through the wood for the next little while until I fill out my ranks. At some point, I should maybe even try a romance, because I kind of left that aside the last time I played this. Dread is coming up, so I'll keep my eye on that. I think I'm going to let the notoriety decay on its own, although we do now have old and happy far off things, so I want to be careful about any restlessness that emerges. So here, let's say I'll go to G&G just to preserve the timer on it, and then next we'll paint to get rid of the restlessness. Got my exploration back, so we've got a shifty woman to help me with my problems. We've got Rose back. We've got passion, which I'll throw into... I think we'll use that with studying and double this up again. That'll allow me to preserve the 36 seconds, although it's not clear how I'm going to get that third one to move my wild imagination up. And we'll explore with the rumor. Now, this is going to be a bit of a tricky call, because obviously adding more notoriety is not the smartest thing to do when I'm potentially getting, or at least somebody I know is potentially getting arrested. I do need to think a little bit more about what these actions will be. So it says, add a follower strong in Knock or Lantern to try and uncover the Long strategy. I'm not quite sure what knowing about the strategy is really going to do for me here. So in this case, a direct attack of some kind this time. Not much I can do about that right now. Now, Moth... So it says Starlight attacks. I'm not 100% sure what the... I'm not quite sure what that's accomplishing, to be completely honest with you. I suppose in this case, if I brought Edge in... So I have a feeling that the... Oh, it could be that this is telling me what's coming up, and this is the best reply to it. But how does time passing work? Are you limited by it? Yeah, so each of these have different timers. But if you pause the game, everything gets... everything uses the petty but successful theft. Somebody snatched my pocketbook. That's... yeah. Petty in more than one way. This wound is healed, the scar remains, but each scar, as the scholar Shulga once observed, is a lesson. Okay, so restlessness I'll use for my painting. Let's talk with my better Moth one. Basically, decrees which seasons spawn and consumes your money periodically. Oop. I think I'm gonna go for the occult scrap because at some point I'm gonna try and uncover some of the I'm gonna try and uncover some of the expeditions. I think we'll still keep going through the wood. At this point, I think I'll just get at least enough occult scraps to kind of send me to the places that I'll find interesting. And then I think I'm just going to have to accept that this thing's going to decay down. And we have found Dorothy. Now, Dorothy should be able to help me with some of these reputation issues that I've been having. So I'll put you down there. Got more notoriety to worry about now. And as far as exploration, I've got some money, so let's add to my library. And we've got yet another glimmering lesson learned. So if I want to upgrade it, now I'm going to need 3 of them. I don't quite know if I'm going to be able to pull it off, but I'll study with some passion just because it's possible I'll get glimmering from writing or from doing the painting. I'm going to get 6, so I need to keep an eye on my money. If I can get some glimmering out of that, then it's possible I'll be able to upgrade it, but I'm not going to throw a tantrum if it doesn't turn out. So, passion. And as far as inspiration is concerned, let's say my... oh yeah, my restlessness. That was the whole reason for doing this. Okay, so in from the night, our spy has returned to us. So in this case, I'm just going to let the... I'm actually just going to let the knock, the entry consultant, give me the intelligence here, and we'll reply basically based on these, on some of these things that emerge. Colors of the night, this time I'll actually make sure that we pay for better paints. And we have got The Humors of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. Now this is something that I'm capable of reading on my own. This is not in the Mansus, so put it on the... Actually, let's try and free up some space for the lore and the followers. As far as exploration is concerned, I don't think I have anybody who I want to hire for the next little while, so we're going to focus on building up my library at Moorlands for the next little while. Fleeting remembrances are okay. And buzzing in the brain. We haven't gone to the Temple of the Wheel yet, so we'll start there, and we got a furtive truth for our trouble, a detail smuggled in from an adjacent narrative. Don't speak where this may be overheard. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Shires. Okay, more old, unhappy, far-off things. It looks like we might be able to buy enough time to go to G&G and be able to nullify that with a follow-up painting, but we'll see. And my minion has returned, the evidence has been destroyed, and I am a little safer. I think I'm going to park them here. So preparing an action. Shadowy presence, their power is formidable, their identity as yet unknown. Once the Long's might, connections, or starlight reaches 3, it may be possible to unmask them. So they've might 1, size of starlight. Over time, this Long will learn the shape of our dreams, improving their ability to strike at us through the Mantis. If this ever reaches 10, the Long will consider attacking you directly. Their exact workings continue to defy understanding. This could be said of everything that I know or I do in the game, by the way. I was just trying to think if there's something I needed to do with my dreaming. I think I'm getting sick, aren't I? Yeah, so I think I'm just going to save the money for that. Or not save the money, I'm going to save the slot so I can spend money on that right away. It's going to be close with Glover and Glover. Nailed it. Okay, so I got the glimmering that I wanted. That's perfect timing too, because I'm going to be able to upgrade right away. This is maybe less important now because I've got a surplus of glimmering, but I'll study these up. For dreams, again, I'm saving that for my sickness. For talk, let's make sure I'm going to Glover and Glover before I unpause. And then in terms of talking, I think I'm going to upgrade my existing cultists because I've been able to get by with a skeleton crew for a little longer than I think is appropriate. So Dorothy's going to be our first priority, and that's because she's got heart that'll be able to help us with our reputation issues. Now that's going to be working at cross purposes with our party, but we'll worry about that later. Let's have 1 minute, but unfortunately I worked too long at Glover and Glover, so this is going to turn into dread. Do I need to worry about that dread? Not really. Not yet, anyway. And here we got Traveling at Night, Volume 1, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Illopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, and bewildering. And at this point, I think I'm just going to put Moreland, actually. This is a much more sensible place for me to put the locations. All right, so I think this will be my exploration. All right, you have work tomorrow, getting late. Thanks for the stream. Thank you very much. Cider, again, thank you for the work that you've done on it. And I will try to do, everyone proud with the, this is a little concerning. I think I'll wait for the new shipment of blood just to see what happens, but okay, the shape of the long strategy is coming clear. Our mortal enemy is preparing another action. The long needs 3 preparations. What are they doing? Assault. Okay, so affliction, tranquilized, recruitment achieved. I should have read Dorothy's original dialogue, but now she is an enthusiastic sort. I have turned her enthusiasm to our advantage, and we will further turn it to our advantage by bringing her to an even higher level. Dope. Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, because it's Grail, not Heart. Doing the wrong playthrough. And Morelands gave me the 6 letters of necessity, writings and confessions on the cost of the invisible arts, addressed to a student by the 7th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley. And in this case, we will add more of these. So I don't think there's any way of me preventing that turning into dread, but Roland has given me some extra blood. After I heal, I will I'll deal with the forlorn blood. And dread is coming up, so this is now a liability. Oh, both of these are a liability. I'm potentially on my way to a loss, so we will need to smarten up a little bit. Let's... Come on. I think it's pretty unlikely I'm going to be able to get the last level of this passion for now, but this will at least keep my paintings nice and exciting. So I think probably the answer here is we make a side trip to the Ecdysis Club just to try and get my contentment in good shape. Unfortunately, I'm using up my painting slot. That's going to take 49 seconds. So in this case, I think just another trip to G&G is the answer here. I've got on the white. So as much as I want to go back to Morelands, in this particular case, I'm going to go to the Ecdysis Club and hope that we get the something that'll give me contentment. The entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson cinnabar and intercardine above the door. Oop. Is the club motto. Ingi rum imus noc teet consumi mer igni. It has been rendered as into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. The drinks, the songs, the light, the arcing walls, the smoke blue haze, the press and sway of clothed and unclothed flesh. I purchase pleasure, I reel home in the ungodly hours and collapse into bed. So it doesn't really matter which one I use the contentment on, because one of these is still going to get turned into, turned into the dread, which happens in a second. And I also got sick because of the forlorn blood, I believe. Oh, but I should still be using my exploration to its fullest ability, so we'll go back to Moorlands. Basically, I'm going to buy out Moorlands where I can, because at some point I will, I'll be able to actually finally read those books. Okay. In pain we are born, in hunger we are embraced, into light we are devoured. These are the gates of our body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. Dorothy's enthusiasm has become an obsession. She will not cease, and how she loves to dance. So if I feel that we're going to be getting into some danger as far as reputation is concerned, Dorothy is going to be my way out. Also, we've divined that the Long intended to launch an assault. We've delayed it a little, but this is only possible once each action. That's kind of interesting because we didn't have any followers that actually knew to do that, or apparently are designed to do that. But fair enough. Maybe it's because... Oh, it's because the experienced swindler has edge aspect. Worth every penny. I might just keep rehiring them as part of the cult. Okay, so first thing I want to do is make sure that I don't potentially die. So we put the dread away, and I'm going to continue on my recruitment drive. In this case, Enid's going to be my next priority because Enid's going to eventually allow me to summon things. Oh my god, I'm bad at this. So Enid currently is described. Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. It may be that you've dreamed the same dream. Or say, same dreams. And fiercest. Fevered imagination, phantoms ride my waking mind. Use this with 4 lessons learnt to gain more passion. Unlikely that we'll do that, but of course I think I had said that before. And in this case, I'm just moving the row back in this case. So for study, I don't really see much reason for doing anything other than following through on these books right now. So in this case, I will start with The Humors of a Gentleman. At the end of the first act, Mavelin has revealed a secret door in the walls to the House of Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. We've got Sanskrit reader. Good news there. Oops. By the way, if I'm just being a little too mechanical in terms of talking about individual actions that I'm taking, feel free to ask any questions about the game inside. But right now I'm in sort of... This is a little bit of a holding pattern. I'm trying to make a little bit more progress in terms of just running through things. So in this case, I don't want to go into too many details about the individual actions that I'm taking. But at this point, the idea here is to give myself enough people so that I have variety in dealing with the Long, and that I also have the ability to make some meaningful progress towards expeditions and lore. So eventually, basically, I need to make sure that I have enough people of certain aspects to be able to do those expeditions. And the good news is that I'm going to have things like Heart and Knock, which are going to allow me to summon new creatures as I move up in the Mansis. So they will not forget the savor I've given to them. Enid speaks softly and says, "Oh, hang on. That's the same dialogue." I'm sort of stumbling over my my keys here, so. I forgot. I have a Duolingo French lesson I was meaning to do, but I'll get that taken care of. Okay, let's take a look at. This is a good question. I think Glover and Glover's the right call right now. I want to get rid of the notoriety where I can. Fascination isn't a problem. Well, okay. The one thing that would be helpful would be if I can. The one thing that would be helpful is if I could get contentment from painting. G&G was a little too low on its timer for me to be able to do much about that, but I think what I might try and do now is get rid of the Glover's Son. So I found something noteworthy. The Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions, the second volume of Teresa Gallmer's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. Okay, so fleeting remembrance. Let's just recover our health, lest something terrible happen to us. And in terms of exploration, I think we'll continue just to go to Moorlands because we can afford to do so. The one drawback here is that I have been neglecting the Forlorn Blood long enough, so... The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power, disguised in plain sight. Now, I don't have any lantern followers yet, so this is just going to kind of sit here on top of Count Jannings. And we'll move on to the Locksmith's Dream. In this volume, Gallmer records fewer dreams and explicates more on her elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what's above. It's kind of interesting the way that the long sort of works. You actually need to pay attention to them to see what's coming. So Enid sees what others do not. It is becoming difficult for her, but it is very useful. Okay, so I think we're just going to continue on with the recruitment drive until I have better alternatives for the talk slot. And in this case, we will upgrade. I'm not really getting anything extra by adding Victor, but I might as well do it. And that will free up Rose to clobber people with the... that's because I haven't taken care of my blood. Collection of poetry, which will be nice for my passion, but I don't really need to worry about it right now. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So, do I want to try painting for contentment now? I've got 60... Yes, I do. I have a plan. I'm going to let this expire, so this is just going to be a pure passion project. A bit of the fleeting remembrance and exploration. I still need to keep getting books from Moorlands, so the reason why I didn't go to Glover and Glover is that when this speech becomes available, even though I haven't fully upgraded Victor, he is a sly fellow but loyal, what I'm actually going to be doing here is I'm going to be getting Rose to get me a promotion. Send a potent minion to murder an annoyance. I'm out of patience with this nuisance. This should be an end to the matter, but they could possibly survive. Okay, so I'm healed, but obviously I'll have more sickness to worry about in a little bit. And in this case, I think I'm just gonna... Well, no, what I should be doing is dreaming with the blood, so I don't need to worry about that again. Someone has snatched my pocketbook. Another collection of poetry. I don't know why I got that fascination. That was probably the Locksmith's Dream. Okay, the finest artisans all dream of the white door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think that there's a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that that secret is only half the story. Just one quick second. Chat. I'm just going to put a quick message in testing chat. Now, hopefully somebody saw that. If somebody could reply, that would be great, but I know some of you may want to be interacting. How many times has this long slain you? I have not died to the long yet, but I think that's just because I've been very slow in doing it. But Solarius, thank you. Yeah, you did see it. Okay, great. There's sometimes a habit where the scroll bar locks me into place, so I appreciate you guys responding to that. So yeah, Solarius, I've been pretty slow at playing, it looks like, so I haven't died to a long yet. And if I need, I can just, I can just win at Glover and Glover, and that way I say, apostle victory avoided, or sorry, apostle DLC done. I got my victory, all is well. So Let's read Traveling at Night now. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansis. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansis has no walls. I'm getting a little light on money, but we should be able to manage for now. Unless, of course, we wind up with the Long attacking us financially again. I'm seeing things. Now, we might get the fleeting remembrance back when I'm done painting. Okay, so I got some fascination for using too much. I basically used too much. Oh, by the way, whoever was looking for variety in terms of the desktops, this is a great example of what happens with certain verbs. Okay, so because I went a little bit of, I had a bit of overdrive in terms of the passion. This wound up costing me in terms of, it says 6 funds here, I've only got 3. That's a shame. So 12 seconds. I think I'm gonna let the work run out. Your Kalishtar on Twitch. Hope I'm not being mangled by uncaught eldritch bugs. No, nothing that dramatic so far. But thank you very much for letting me know who you are. It turns out that I was an hour off in terms of when this started, by the way. So some of you were misinformed by me in terms of when the stream started. I thank you all for still showing up. But yeah, I'm adding to the library. I'm mostly right now focused on trying to get additional sources of revenue. Right now I'm assuming that the assassination attempt, one way or the other, won't take too long, so I'm going to be able to... My minion is returned. They must not return. They must have failed. This may prove embarrassing. That's a pity. So it looks like you still... lose followers if you send them on assassinations. Okay, our spy has returned to us. I think we're just going to put them straight back into preparing an action. So it is unknown which Long is pursuing you until you reveal their... So I believe what happens is the Long needs to get powerful enough. Now the thing is if the Long is the person who's supposed to be at the feast, I actually have been slowing my progress by frustrating their efforts. But I don't know. Would you want to strengthen an enemy voluntarily? Oh damn it! I forgot to read the text. Sorry, I keep forgetting it goes away when you do that. So I'm just gonna keep buying out Moorlands until it's... Oh no, hang on. I can't do that until I get a little more money. So in this case, let's send... I'm going to upgrade Victor, and I'm going to start sending people out on quests to try and get myself an assassin, because I don't think I can afford to just lose another edge follower like that trying to get a promotion. This will be a liability in a bit. If I'm lucky, we'll be able to get heart. Nope, of course we're not lucky. Okay, Fleeting Remembrance will hopefully be able to eliminate that. Exploration, let's send Enid out because we know we don't need Knock. Study, we will read The War of the Roads, 1450 to 1580, Censored Edition. Willis Fords describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail. But numerous pages have been removed, the name of the publisher is blacked out, and an ominous slip stapled to the cover explains that Willis Fords has been excised. In the long past, a score or more of Longs were made. They brokered a peace with the Forge of Days long enough to set England on a path of early conquest and eventual destruction. The Forge itself devoured the greatest among them. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Solarius. You might want to try lowering the quality option on Steam, because I did upgrade my bit rate on this one to give a slightly higher quality image. But if you need, There should be those transcoding options. If they're not available, please let me know, because I can decrease the bit rate. I definitely think the bit rate that I'm going at is one that is not good for a general audience. I'm sort of relying on the fact that Steam should be giving me more bandwidth. Hey Rumbo, how are you doing? Sorry. It's not stuttering? Yeah, I think it might be a, how do I say it? I think it might be based on an individual person's bandwidth, so there should be quality options based on where the, like, it may be something you need to set. The default might be higher than what some internet connections can handle, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so Victor's now a disciple. I don't want to throw him at the assassination, obviously, but we are in a little bit. We've recovered the gap from Rose. In this case, I think I'll just upgrade the hanger-on because I can. I don't actually have any more associates, so that's going to be the next thing that I try and do with the talk verb. So we will use the ceremony. Yeah, so Solarius, if you go to the, if you click on the cog, it should give you some options at lower rates. I'm only doing this because it's, I have the option available with lower, because there's a transcoding options available, I felt okay bumping up the quality a bit. Awareness of appetite. Every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. A second-order influence apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to the adept. This is used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions leave it lingering when they are destroyed. So not have much use for this right now. Obviously, you've got tentative evidence, which I need to be a little concerned about, but nothing too major yet. Sickness is coming back. And the royalty of England, according to the Willis Ford, became the sovereigns of the leashed flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. The last few chapters are missing entirely. It doesn't have the options? Oh, okay. That's surprising. Let me, if you guys can just give me a second here, I want to see the broadcast. I want to check this for myself, because this might be a deal breaker as far as... I won't spend too much time on this, but I do want to make sure that things are the way that they should be. I can watch my broadcast, this window. Oh, wow. Let's... Okay, I'm hoping that doesn't... I don't know why Steam took those away from us. Hopefully the video quality will change in a little bit for you guys then. I apologize. I did, obviously I want to have the best quality stream that I can for folks, but not at the expense of making it unwatchable for part of the audience. So I appreciate those of you who are hanging out, but there should be an improvement along those lines in just a little bit. And I've really blown it with my follower placement. Okay, exploration. Let's keep Enid going out for finding assassins. I don't think I have any immediate concerns as far as dreaming. I know I'm going to have to deal with health in a little bit, but I'm going to keep going down the path of the wood until I get enough occult scraps. And in terms of the study, let's now read the 6 letters on necessity. Costley's tone is urgent, as if he suspected he might have little time left. I will not forget the saver I've given them. This one is loyal, but lacks initiative, so we can deal with that right away. I'm just going to take one more quick second here to see what's happening with Steam. Okay, so looks like that is still locked at 6K. Did that improve at all for you, Solarius? If it did, I'm happy to maintain the settings, but it looks like they're not. It looks like they're not adjusting the bit rate. This is an experienced swindler. This one I'm willing to hire because I do want to deal with the tentative evidence. Now, as far as anything else with G&G is concerned, Fascination's dealing with itself, dread. Yeah, I think in this case I'm just going to keep plowing away at my job because that'll pay me reasonably well, and I don't have anything else to be concerned about. I mean, long aside. It is better now? Okay. So the one drawback is that there'll be a bit of a degradation in quality because I put the resolution higher than what I normally want it at. But I think it's better to make the stream accessible for more people than to sort of push pixels. So I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and the furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remember that I walk upright by day, and that I know fire and steel in words, and that at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on the tree bark beneath moss. I read it, and then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. I'll maybe stop reading some of the text I've done a few times over just to try and make some progress, because I know people are wanting to see the paper snare. Our enemy has borne some false witness against us. The authorities must be convinced of our innocence. If this succeeds, you may lose one or many funds. So Dorothy will run interference. Even the sun can be divided, even though it require the forge of days for its division. And I gained some erudition, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything with it. I could double it up, but I don't think it's really worth it at this point because I can get other lore. So we'll read on the white. On closer investigation, the work seems to be a theory of aesthetics, or perhaps a set of warnings about the dangers of painting. And Enid has bought the loyalty of our swindler. So I think I'm still going to get Enid out. I'm really looking for an assassin at this point, so we'll carry on with that. Apparently I forgot to put passion in on the road. Is anything carried over after the death of the character? Usually just the name, but the big thing to remember about this game is that the more important thing is... So most roguelikes will give you a set of like items that you can work with. So like when you play something like Risk of Rain, if you die a certain number of times, the game gives you something that will allow you to, it'll maybe make the game a bit easier, or it'll give you something that might be more in line with your play style. I'm just going to use this follower to get rid of the evidence. And what this game does instead is with each of your passing playthroughs, you gain more knowledge. So if you die as the aspirant, you might learn some looks like we failed. In our previous correspondence, we indicated the likely degree of your default. We have assessed the matter in more detail. So this is going to be a pretty bad run for me. Those funds, I just don't have that much to lose, to be completely honest. So yeah, anyways, when you lose as the aspirant, it's not the end of the world. So what you can do instead is you take the knowledge from the aspirant and then you play something like the Bright Young Thing. The Bright Young Thing has a lot of money, so you're unlikely to lose in the same way. You'll still probably lose as the Bright Young Thing. You'll just, the steady stream of menacing letters has ceased, it's over for now. Well, that was less bad than what it could have been. And we've got some money to keep a roof over our heads. Again, I'm going to continue working at G&G until I can find an assassin. But yeah, so basically the idea here is the the game doesn't give you items from Game Over Game. There are characters who are sort of referred to later on. So, for instance, I did this renaming, but Roland Our Delight is the character I was playing previously. But in terms of individual items, like I think the fact that I have this high Grail lore as a result of the fact I'm playing this particular playthrough, and normally I would only be able to access this playthrough if I'd been playing as if I got a Grail Ascension. So that's at least the way that I understand it. Okay, another peculiar rumor. This will create the problem of notoriety, but it is something that's going to give me access to resources I need, which in this case are people. And I do have some money, so we'll be able to bring this up. A decision. The Immortal in the Shadows ponders its next move. I was in from the night, so this was my good spy. This one I kind of want to rehire. And on the white, Husher writes distractedly of his hatred of colors and his yearning for death. He hints at a great work that he has envisaged or begun, where the palest of paintings will enthrall the world. He returns again and again to certain compelling phrases, which he claims are the secret words of winter. So I don't have any winterfall. Yeah, I really didn't think this placement through at all. Oh, I need to do something studying. We might as well learn some Sanskrit while we're waiting. And my minion is returned. The evidence has been destroyed. I am a little safer. So this one I'm okay. I don't want to spend too much money on all of this, but because this person has some edge, I want to see how this goes. More importantly, I want to see what the long is doing. I want to see specifically what happens when I put knock into this. So. The legacy that focuses on winter would be really fascinating, I feel. I believe it's partially written, if memory serves. A courier has arrived from Our Delight with a single vial of his most holy blood. I screwed up. I should have used the peculiar rumor. Sorry, guys, I rushed a little too much. This is the problem, is I'm not necessarily going any faster in the game, but I am making more mistakes, so... The shape of the long strategy is coming clear. It's intrigue. Our enemy intends to use trickery against us this time, so we will add heart. Actually, you know what? We'll add Saliba this time. Alright, same terms as before. Unfortunately, they're just going to kind of decay. But... So, I've got my Scholarship of Sanskrit, but no Sanskrit to read. We've got Streets by Moonlight. I really probably should be going to Moorlands more often, but at this point... What else do I want to do? In talking, I can talk about occult matters, and we can get ourselves more... get ourselves more cultists. Now, as far as study is concerned, I think at this point here, we've got notoriety coming up, but they've got nothing on me, Copper. So in this particular case, I'm going to study health. That's mostly because I can foresee some cases where I'm going to need to burn down some health as the result of my sickness. This is knock, which is nice, but I don't really need that right now, so... Are there more expansions on the way? I believe there are. I'm not sure which ones will be free, like this one, and which ones will be paid, but there's definitely... I mean, I think I get sort of the impression that the development is sort of in the end game. It's not a game that will sort of go on forever. But to my understanding, I think there's going to be at least a couple of more major content updates. Probably should have been going through the woods. Yeah, so I really just threw away that money now that I think about it. Definitely looks like they're planning a handful of extra expansions. Yeah, I definitely don't have any idea in terms of the numbers, but I think on weatherfactory.biz there should basically be the full plan in terms of the next few updates, what they're going to be focusing on. And once a month they have a development stream. The most recent one I believe is on YouTube now. So if you want to get an idea in terms of what they're thinking about and what will be happening for the game in the future, you can definitely take a look at those. I also know it's fairly late in the UK, so I don't think they're still in the chat. But if you do see Macrame or Alexis Kennedy in the chat, they're the ones who are making the game, so they can give you an idea in terms of what's coming up. All right, sure thing, Solarius. So we were able to dodge the problems with evidence. Oh, okay. So we found Sulochana Amavasia. I'm not quite sure what role she takes in this expansion. Let's see. We'll still keep talking about occult scraps until we get what we need. This is exactly what I was looking for. So this is going to be somebody who can probably deal with Glover's son. And it looks like we've got some more vitality coming up, which is good news. So what I'm doing here is basically the same strategy as trying to get. Sorry, I didn't realize I was paused. As trying to get the passion, reason, and there's an equivalent in terms of the stronger physique, given the fact that whenever I get sick, it will be likely that I actually I'm gonna be sick for a while until the next season comes by. Okay, so we've got professional muscle, and just in time, work at Glover and Glover finished, so we will get... I don't really need to... Well, actually I need to save my money, so in this case I will... Oop, not Dorothy. Let's get Enid working on this. For studying, I'll eventually double up this vitality so that I can turn it into a lesson learned. And I think to try and keep the... Oh, this won't go well for me. I think I'm just going to keep work idle then. Okay, we will actually use the peculiar rumor this time. And what horrors await us? The paper snare. Our enemy has borne false witness against us. Okay, Dorothy, I really need you to come through on this. I'm still going to keep going through the... Basically, I'm just trying to gobble up some of my occult scraps. Deeper connections this long as developing their connections. Our reputation is no worse, but for now our enemy will focus their attention more intently on us now. Alright, for those of you waiting to see what the long is, your moment is creeping closer. I really don't feel comfortable leaving this work thing undone, but I really do want to... Oh, hang on. Okay, there's no point in delaying this. I really do want to try and get this job before too long. So study will take my almost dead vitality, and then we can combine this one up. We should be able to get even stronger physique. Now, one thing I haven't really done so far is deal with the fact that these people can give me sort of jobs to do. And this is just a simple fact that I'm using Talk to recruit and to improve people. And that's really the only reason why things have turned out the way that they have. I will still have the professional muscle long enough to be able to do the assassination job. I do, however, need to worry about contentment in order to be able to get the dread taken care of, though. Let's go back to the well. More vitality. Exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. The well in the wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight, as I approached, I heaved the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. Now, it just occurred to me that I didn't dodge the notoriety because our exploration just finished. So we got Clovet, who will help us with our notoriety. But unfortunately, that's going to turn into evidence against us. So, not the best planning on my part, but that's life. These aren't forge. So, for exploration, I think we're going to go back to our usual story. I don't need to worry about money as much. So I'll buy at least one book. And we've got Leo. I think Leo is heart. But seeing as we've got a couple of people that we can bring in now, we will recruit them into... No, we will not recruit them into the order. I would need the professional muscle to do the assassination. And as always, we will go into the woods. Just bear with me one quick second here. Oh, am I paused? Sorry. Okay. So once work is done, I'm gonna send the tough to rough up my boss, and hopefully I will get a better roll. So I'm out of patience with this nuisance. This should be easy. This should be an easy end to the matter, but they could possibly survive, and the attempt will draw attention. So obviously, in this case, I think it makes more sense for me to dedicate. Oh, hang on. Nope, I was too slow. The notoriety got gobbled up. So in this case, I'm just going to use 2 passion on this one. I don't want to be too... Oh, drat. I didn't realize I had that mystique. This is what happens when I don't properly organize my table. Okay, so in this case, let's do a good old portrait of the practical disciple. And a trembling in the air. Disease I kind of knew was coming up, and we'll get a new shipment of blood, which will hopefully keep me from getting too sick. So, Traveling at Night, Volume 2, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. This is the 2nd volume. So I need to make a decision as far as what my exploration is going to be. There's one argument that I could give, which is I've got vitality, so why should I have to worry about funds for books? And I'm quite persuaded by it. What's the other thing I can get with exploration? Well, potentially, if this fails, I can get myself on the way to hiring another hired muscle, but I don't think it makes a lot of sense to plan based around these failures, so... For those of you who are watching the recorded video, apparently Steam wanted to kick me off again because reasons. Actually, this looks to be a more serious problem, so I'm going to very quickly... Okay. So for those of you watching on the video, this will be a little awkward because I'm currently experiencing a big problem. I might need to stop the broadcast and restart it. Okay, it says reconnection successful. I have a feeling I just lost half the people watching. But we should be back. Okay, sorry about this, folks. For the people who are watching whatever I'm recording, we're just coming over some technical problems, and I think... Alright, looks like Steam has put me back, so let's just get a quick view on what's happening on the front page. I think we're properly back. I don't think I need to. I just want to make sure that the Cultist Simulator page is still working. Okay, stream is back. For some reason, I don't seem to be on the Cultist Simulator page, though. Actually, my connection to Steam altogether is a bit dubious. Oh, okay, cool. Yep, we're still here. So, big hit to the views. I think we probably just got knocked off of the front page as a result of that, but that's fair. That's life. We will carry on, and hopefully we'll get these people back. On the store page. Okay, awesome. Great news, guys. So, all that you really missed was the me going into the Mansis, so we'll take advantage of the peculiar rumor again. And again, I will maybe encourage, especially because we're in a little bit of a refresh and all of that, I probably have not been drinking enough water. I have focused a little bit on just how I'm individually moving these cards around, and that may not necessarily be revealing the sorts of things that you want to know about the game. So if you do have any questions, or if you have any sort of ideas about the game, or just generally some impressions that you wanted to have clarified, definitely feel free to ask them. I'd be happy to sort of keep things moving along in that way. I'm really trying to get to the point where people are able to see who the Long is. I know that's the one that people really wanted to that was supposed to be sort of the big payoff. And so far I've been disappointing in that regard. So my minion has not returned. They must have failed. This may prove embarrassing. So this is kind of indicates the wisdom of not sending my only other edge follower on this, but it does create an awkward situation for me in terms of handling or getting another, getting the most out of this exploration. So what I think I'm going to do here, I'm going to go back on the recruitment drive. We'll get Clovette in the temple. And we've got, Gilda Sleeves Latin grammar. So in addition to being able to read Traveling at Night, I should be able to translate the Orchid Transfigurations as well. So under exploration, we'll go for the peculiar rumor. That is going to translate in more notoriety for me, which isn't great. But it is also going to help me fill out my ranks. Obviously, I already have notoriety, and as long as they're sort of close to each other, it shouldn't be that difficult. And really, we just let time pass on this one. We didn't get back anything that we put in. So back to G&G until we can find a new person to try and kill my boss. And I've exercised with the body, so I'm going to delay my studies for a little bit just to get swole. So some of the things that I'm worried about right now, I'm not too worried about the despair, and fascination has obviously left us and all of that. The weary detective is going to be a bit of a problem for us, and then the fact that I've got this constant sickness is going to be a bit of a bummer. Oops. So I don't have a good answer for evidence yet. The sickness I do because I'll be able to dream with the blood. Of course, I'll also need to cure the affliction. So Clovette's determined happiness now borders on fanatical. We'll obviously bring her up to the disciple level. I wonder what the Long is up to. So I think I have enough time to let the affliction ride. What I'll do right now, I think we'll just grab the occult scrap. That should give me enough for my normal expeditions. What I'll do is I'm actually going to dream with the Forlorn Blood right away. And my reasoning for that is I should still be able to heal the affliction before it decays down into decrepitude. If you don't deal with these things, you permanently lose the health, which admittedly I'm going to be regaining through the the exercise anyway, but it's probably best not to assume that I'm able to just constantly regenerate health. There's a limit as to how much exercise I can get, so I've got a hanger-on. This isn't the best follower I could have gotten for following a rumor, but it's what the game gave me. So for now, we'll use Enid. The main reason I'm using Enid here is that I've already got a Nock who's spying on the Long. So I'm not losing too much by having a Nock follower take care of these sorts of things. Hopefully this fleeting remembrance will be able to help. I'm just going to head straight back to work until I have other reasons for doing so. And at this point, I'm just going to use Enid. So again, the idea here is that I'm going to continue to use Enid until I'm able to get rid of the boss that's taking up too much of my time. Sorry, folks. Let me just switch this around. By the way, the transcode options should be back for those of you who needed them. One slight advantage from the... One slight advantage of the reset, it would seem. Although it's not giving me any viewer numbers, unfortunately. Okay, in pain we're born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. These are the gates of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. Oops, so. Clovette's optimism is daunting. She wields her joy like a hammer. Leo, I want you to become my hammer of joy. Send in the next clone. Enid found ourselves some professional muscle. And... Long's plans reveal a respite. Our enemy will not move against us. With time they will rest, and perhaps in resting they will grow stronger. Okay, so I've recovered. I think in this case... There's less of an argument for me to go through the woods, so in this case we'll start going through the white door and its cost on health. And we'll be getting some new blood, but I didn't quite need that right now, so... Leo's an earnest sort. He is prepared to do what he must. And we will... these guys all lined up. And I've got my Latin scholarship. So we'll read Traveling at Night first. There's an extensive discussion. Oop, I guess I have to get this dealt with. So we should, yep, we've got the professional muscle. So this will become available in 46 seconds. I think I'm gonna, I think I am just gonna let it sit idle as much as I hate to do so. I guess I could like work out. Oh no, I don't need to because I've got notoriety now. This will... I actually kind of want it to decay. What I will do is I will use the Mystique and the Passion. So the reason why I'm letting the notoriety decay is I don't have a really good way of dealing with evidence yet. And that's why I'm not... I'm doing everything that I can to let it run down. I'm mostly doing this as a measure to try and get me some... I'm really just doing this to get money. I'm going to do some unexciting paintings, so, you know, one of followers and such. And I kind of feel like I should be going for one of these moth... one of the moth... hirelings. So the aim... Alright, not ideal, but the worst that happens is I get a little extra notoriety. A rising power. Our immortal enemy has allies and resources in many nations. They move slowly, but as time passes, oops, they will bring more and more resources, so they've increased their might. Which brings us slightly closer to seeing what they are. I don't think I want to grab Restlessness, so we'll go to the Orchard of Lights. We got Pulsing Airs, a rising power, a reassuring energy. Now this will decay into Vitality, so this is actually not a bad one for me to have, given the fact that I'm prone to becoming sick. Unfortunately, it does mean that I am going to be cycling through quite a bit of my health for the next little while. So what's coming up next? Good news. I'm okay going to the Mansus using health, knowing that I don't have any immediate threats from that. And in 5 seconds, I should be able to send someone to kill my boss. Okay, more Course of the Heart. That's not really that's not huge news for me. Leo still yearns to preserve what is good and valuable, but he understands that to protect one's ideals, one must sometimes do questionable things. So, what have we got here? Oh, right, Saliba's on a mission, so we don't have him. In terms of talking with people, I can upgrade my hanger-on, and then I'm going to need to bring... Oh, what am I doing? No, I need to talk to the professional muscle about getting rid of my boss. I almost just got fired. Well, not fired, but... I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. Okay, so we'll put Victor back in. I mean, the one problem that I run into with this whole strategy that I have is that I'm sitting on an edge follower who I'm apparently not willing to use for fear of losing him, and that's not normally where you want to be as far as using your resources, but there really isn't a good alternative right now because I am going to need edge for certain things. And because my cultists are so precious, because it takes me so much to get them, and because I am, you know, I need to make sure that I have a few bases covered. I'm reluctant to put, you know, I don't want to put Victor in a situation where if he fails, he's going to vanish. It's okay for me to spend 1 funds on that. It's not okay for me to spend someone who I can't get back. Elgabalus found his way to the White Door at last. Thankfully, speech can't pass the White Door, and honestly, Elgabalus had never had anything very interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the White. I suppose I'm thankful for that too. But here's what I do know. So we've gained a second Sexton's Secret. We've got some erudition, but I probably won't make much use of that. So in terms of studying, I'm now going to try a translation. This is the first translation that we've done, so we take our Latin, we lock the door, and the work begins. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, so I'm just letting this work tile sit idle on the odd chance that the assassination fails, because I'm going to need to get there pretty quickly. Alright, I've got the Shifty Woman. Now, this is not an ideal one for me to work with as far as removing evidence, but it's what I've got available, so we're just going to keep this aside for now. I wonder if we've learned anything about the Long's plans. Nope. And we found an overlooked place, so I'm not in too much of a rush to check it out, but I can still use Enid to find me some people to hire. All right. So we've got an icy atmosphere. Now the drawback about this one is that this will decay into dread, so we want to avoid that. The Orchard of Lights tends to be a bit more friendly. The Lodge of the Sage Knight potentially brings up fascination, but it also potentially gives me a favor from an authority. I don't remember what the rest of these give me, though. So I think for safety, I'm going to go to the Orchard of Lights. That was the wrong call, because this will turn into fascination, too. I think in the future I'll have to keep that in mind. So the invisible arts, Christopher Olopoli is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night, and even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. Now, one of the ways I would normally deal with this, this intensity of radius would be maybe I'd try and summon something, because I do have some knock now. The drawback is I don't have any rituals to use knock with. And this is sort of the cost of me, I'm going to hire this, I'm going to at least allow for the possibility of hiring the bomb maker in case this fails. But essentially, this is the cost of me not doing more research as far as going to moorlands and such. So some of the things that I wind up doing in this game don't always necessarily make sense in the first, like at the first level. Sometimes there needs to be a little bit of time that passes by before the consequences become apparent. But in this case here, because I wanted to prioritize getting hirelings to try and kill a rival or a nemesis, I've paid in the form of not being able to effectively get rid of influence. So in this case, let's just read The Orchid Transfigurations, a second volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. Flood, or pseudo-Flood, suggests alignments between the alchemical tradition of Rubidoux and older Grail traditions, through the Pine Knight's quest for the Cinnabar Cup. Okay, ending an annoyance. My minion has returned with a trophy. The annoyance has been extirpated. So I have a corpse. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any rituals to turn this corpse into something more useful. So instead, I will just, with the younger lever gone, I might rise even higher. So I'm going to take that win. And I am going to do what I can to remove the evidence, because we almost certainly are going to get busted in the next season of Next Notoriety. Hello, Positive Influence. I hope you're doing well. All right, our spy has returned to us. I don't have much use for Saliba in the investigating the Long right now, so what are we up against? Still waiting. I could, of course, try to rough up the weary detective, but he's not necessarily the strongest person for me to go up against, so... Okay, so I can get another furtive truth. I think that's probably the best bet because there's potentially something that might harm me, and I do still need that anyway. So, many of the dead enter the mansis through the white door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on mansis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. How are you doing, Commander Bart? Alright, so we've got a bomb maker, which I forgot to remove the money for, so this is just going to be a little bit of a waste, although maybe we can use them on the Long if it comes to that. Victor is not Nox, so we'll move him up. Yeah, I need to reconsider how I'm doing this layout. It's way too crowded here. There's a lot of unused space. Actually, I'm here to wish me luck before you dive in yourself. Well, thank you very much. Are you new to Cultist Simulator, or are you new to this patch? I think to the tremendous frustration of everyone, I have failed to find out the identity of the Long that I'm up against, and we're close to it because it's level 2, but I know I am not the fastest streamer at this game, so if you are playing Cultist Simulator for the first time, I hope you have a great time with it. I think it's a wonderful game, and there's really nothing like it, and if you're already familiar, you probably don't need me to tell you what you're in for, but I will say I'm finding this new update very cool. So and let's see. All right, I've got a little bit of housekeeping done. I don't want to turn this into a Mary Kondo's already got the streaming the tidying up market covered, but I don't think there's a big argument for me right now to be looking for any more hired hands. Well, no, sorry, that's not 100% true, because if I can't get rid of the evidence, I'm done for. So I'm going to still send Enid out to search the city, but eventually I want to turn this into a point where I'm exploring these locations. In the meantime, as far as the Mansis is concerned, I think we're going to keep going through the white door, at least until we're up to Furtive Truth 5. New to the patch, you've got 100 hours in the original. Okay, well then I hope you really enjoy the new legacies. I believe if you want, you can edit your save file to change it so that you can get the advanced starts. Seek the cup in the birthing bed, the Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant storms bursts joyfully from the remains. The Great Mother remains. So again, Enid will tirelessly find people to recruit. Although, of course, the cost to me now is that I'm not able to do anything with study that's particularly interesting. Ouch! Nothing that... What? Oh, he pulled it out from the shifty woman seconds before. Okay, well, I need to rehire this person because they're my only moth to deal with this right now. That's very unkind. All right, let's go ahead. We've got my better job. Oh, you know what? I should have read the dialogue because I believe there's the potential that I get boosted. So ambition, if I do passion, I believe that turns me into, I believe that ends the, Okay, if this ends the game, I'm just gonna quickly save that. I don't think this should end the game now, but I want to be careful about that, so I'm just gonna save this file in case I screw it up. Sorry, trying to create a new folder on a stream is always difficult. For those of you curious, I am calling this folder Did I Blow It? So, hello, I'm here to wish you... Oh, sorry, gosh, you hate when that happens. Yeah, sorry, I completely flew up like 3 lines on dialogue. I mean, it happens. I'm not surprised by it, but it's a test of character, let's say. Okay, so that's unsurprising that the dread came up. We just need to make sure we get some contentment to offset it. And in this case, let's go to Lodge of the Sage Knight. Erudition, not terrible. In last night's stream, I was in the Lodge of the Sage Knight behind the White Door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I had asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed through the White Door. How is it that I can speak, she said to me. I didn't come here through the White Door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here. So let me tell you about something else. And so she did. Okay, so I'm down a little bit of health from this, but we already knew that. We've now got damning evidence, which I need to worry about immediately. Less so because, so it's not like I'm gonna just be completely devastated if the, you know, if one of my cultists gets nabbed. But the real drawback about this is that I'm trying to get more people in the cult already. So to have a loss in that regard is it's a little more than I can bear. Still waiting to find out what the Long is up to. Excuse me. I think we'll still go to the White Door though. Oh, sorry, I'm pausing and not realizing that I'm doing that. So I'm just trying to think if there's another way that I can try and make something out of my situation. My study is not too helpful to me right now. If I talk to these people, I might be able to get some commissions out of them. Oh, this is gonna get ugly fast. I think I'm gonna need an alternative strategy here. Actually, no, this should still work. So I got 19 seconds. But if the shifty woman fails to destroy the evidence, and it's very likely that she will, I'm going to have a big problem on my hands with the weary detective. What is my favorite thing about this game? I think the thing that really gets me about this game, Positive Influence, is the fact that... So even now, like while I'm in a little bit of a holding pattern, there's a couple of... So here's a few things that I'm thinking about right now in this game. This is a game that I've got... I'll give you the exact number of hours inside. Let me find exactly what I've got here. So I'm now at 172 hours in Cultist Simulator, and I'm sure some of you are screaming, and you still don't know, you know. Yes, I still don't know. With this new patch, they've introduced this antagonist, the Long, and I sort of went down one particular path of sort of building this up using Mystique, and it didn't turn out the way that I had expected it to. And what this game does is it sort of forces me to say, it's like, okay, so that didn't turn out the way that I wanted. What's another thing that I can try? And the big reward for this game is you can feel like a bit of a moron, and especially when you're streaming the game. Obviously, I am very publicly failing to do certain things. But I think the thing that's so rewarding about this game is once you finally get it, when you read a particular line of dialogue and then it suddenly makes sense, like you get excited, and it's just like, I kind of liked math when I finally understood it in university, so it just really gives you that great rush of sort of solving a difficult puzzle. And I sort of like how this game sort of maps into some real life themes. So, you have your ambitions, you have these things that you want to accomplish, but the world doesn't necessarily always, bend to your intentions. You still have to go to work, and sometimes real problems are actually quite difficult to get through. And things that sometimes seem like negatives actually wind up becoming allies or becoming positives. And in this case, it's just a matter. I think the big thing about it is it doesn't give you things. It holds them out just far enough to get you to want them, but it never gives you an easy answer or an easy approach to something. And I think what makes this game so interesting as a result is that because it doesn't completely clobber you over the head for failing to do that thing you were told to do. Like, basically, the game is unforgiving in some senses, but it gives you it never just makes you feel hopeless. It always kind of gives you, I feel a tremendous sense of satisfaction in terms of being able to discover something new inside the game. So, I don't know, I think I love the fact that it gives me lots of things to talk about, to be honest. And it gives me a bunch of experiences to sort of discuss and maybe to think about some of the ideas behind the story. If I had to give it to like an elevator pitch or something like, though, I'd say, I like the sense of discovery. Okay. An unveil angle. Our enemy has learnt the angle of my thoughts. Our vulnerability is increased, but I don't believe that will increase their might. So we're getting closer to the revelation, but no further. This game has been on your radar for a good bit, but you've never looked that far into it. After a few minutes, it's pretty apparent it's no traditional card game. Can you get a basic rundown of what's going on right now? It looks pretty complicated. Absolutely. This is one of the reasons I love doing these kinds of streams, and I know this is going to put some of the people who've been here from the beginning, there's probably going to be a couple of sophisticated eye rolls because they've heard me talk about this a little bit, but this is definitely not the type of game that you can play with a second person. So the simplest thing that I can say is your character is represented by these cards, and essentially all of your life can be broken down this way. So for instance, in terms of physical characteristics of myself, I have cards that represent my health and my money. There are some possessions that I have. So in terms of, I own a book in Greek called What is Contained by Silver. But these aren't the only things that make up a person. Some things that make up a person could be intangibles, like their reason and their passion. In this case, you can sort of associate this with creativity, and this with logic, perhaps. Another thing that's a person is their reputation, or perhaps their rivals, their antagonists, in the case of the weary detective. The other thing that is sort of represented in this game are things that you can do. So there's the passage of time, which is always up, but you can work, you can talk, you can study, you can explore, and you can dream. And essentially in this game, I've got all of these different elements of myself, either associates, I've got this antagonistic Long, which is currently chasing me, I've got some books, I've got some contacts, I've got a detective who is hunting me down. And essentially, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to figure out, one, who this Long is. Two, I'm trying to find a particular part in this vitulation recipe. This is a thing I'm trying to achieve, and there was a part that I couldn't figure out, and I think it's going to require me to sort of build up my capacity as far as this lore is concerned. But essentially the basic rundown of the game is that you will combine some of these elements in either shockingly conventional ways or unconventional ways. Ooh, my minion is returned, stumbling, mumbling, clumsily bandaged. They were caught in the coils of their own plan. Heal a fallen follower with talk. So here's a good example in terms of how these interactions work. Having introduced what all of these cards are. And by the way, when the game starts you off, you get like a health and a passion or a reason and like a work slot. So this game eases you into all of the different cards. So what's happened here right now is I've got damning evidence. This is something that will basically get me put into jail if it goes out. And I took a risk. I allowed for the possibility that this person would not succeed in the mission, and it turns out I was correct. So now I have the damning evidence to worry about. There's a couple of approaches that I can take in trying to solve this. So in 35 seconds, I will have a new hireling. In this case, it makes a little more sense than trying to heal this individual, because this individual, I believe, will take more than the 35 seconds to heal. If not, then that's a mistake that I've made. So what I'm going to do here is wait. The problem is that this person might get enough to pull up this evidence anyway, and then I have a real problem on my hands. But essentially, I'm trying to come up with these interactions. How do I fix it? So the way that I can get rid of the wound on the shifty woman, it says right here, this hireling, it normally says, talk to the follower to heal them. So compassion or convenience. The drawback is if I talk to this person, this is kind of the core of the gameplay now, is that you've got a finite number of actions that you can take and a certain amount of time through which these things happen. So right now, I'm saying, okay, well, I can try and heal the shifty woman, but why do I want the shifty woman? Well, I want her to deal with the damning evidence. And if I don't deal with this damning evidence within, say, the next minute, I'm in trouble. So I'm going to leave this person aside. I'm going to wait the 35 seconds to hire another shifty woman, and we'll try and set her on the damning evidence before it winds up getting taken up. Now, this may not be the right call, by the way. But it's the one I'm going with. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to deal with... so I need to do something with my studies. So we'll just let time run by and you'll see some of this in action. So I finished working at my job, so I've exhausted a bit of my passion, some of my reason. I still have my job, of course. And I got 3 funds. So in this case, I'm just going to keep going back to Glover and Glover. In this case, it says I can put reason towards working, curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. And with ambition, the younger Glover's board seat remains unoccupied. So if I show enough sort of effort into this, I might be promoted. Think I convinced you to buy this game? Personally, I'd be delighted by it. Obviously, it's on sale, so now's a good time to get it. But yeah, I mean, so one of the things that I need to stress about this, when I say that this game represents you in terms of your life, there is another layer to this thing. Like, there's this whole world of dream, and there's sort of the surface that you see, and then there's this hidden world underneath, and you can if you want to, like, consider it in terms of, you know, what does this represent? You can say this is the world of creativity and your ambitions and this thing that you want to do, whether it's a book you want to write or a game you want to make or anything like that. But you can just appreciate it as this strange little occult story. And so that's one of the reasons why I find it so rewarding, is to be able to talk about all of these different things. And even though you're just moving cards around, what these cards mean and the fact that the game just holds the information at a distance and that you need to work to figure it out gives you a lot of time and a lot of, like, it's complex, but not in the sense of, like, when you say, I don't know what to do, that's kind of the point, and it's really fun for that. So, you don't think you're nearly clever enough to play this? I don't think it requires too much smart. It requires a certain degree of patience. So I'll try and give you an example of that. So let's run this by. I'm keeping the dialogue open. I don't really know. I guess I can double up my erudition. So erudition you can use to move up your notable scholarship, but your scholarship, which gives you more reason. But the game tells you how to do that. It's not that I needed to divine this from the heavens or anything like that. Okay. So we'll see if the plan turns out or not. I'm also going to go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight because there's a chance that I can get what's called a favor from an authority. Now, I know this because I've played this game before. This is why replaying it becomes interesting. There's an outside chance that I'm going to get something that saves me from this evidence. I did not. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things that I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. Glimmering can be used with study to gain passion. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. So, obviously I was hoping for something a little bit different. I think we'll immediately go back to the white door on the odd chance that I'm able to, get that. Of course, Enid has come back with the shifty woman, so this is almost done, but again, I've only got one thing I can do with this evidence. So we're going to take the shifty woman, we're going to get her to take the damning evidence, and in the meantime, I'm going to take Enid, and I'm going to get her to try and find another person who can do this. This hanger-on is not going to be good at getting rid of the evidence, so... Now, this is going to turn into fascination. Okay, so in 57 seconds... Okay, the great news about this is the evidence might be gone once he starts looking for it. Now, basically, the consciousness of radiance will turn into fascination. This will wind up eating the fascination. Oh, nope, it's going to run out in time. Good luck. That was a bit of fortune there. Of good fortune there, rather. You want to play Danawants? Do you own the game? Are you considering getting the game? Because it's worth it. In my opinion, at least. Obviously, this game is not for everyone, but I find this a tremendously satisfying game, and I'm very interested. Obviously, this is I guess the third sort of big patch that they've given to the game. There's the paid DLC in the form of the Dancer. I bought the Perpetual Edition, so I got the DLC with that. But yeah, I mean, the game keeps on giving. They'll eventually stop adding more things to it, but until that happens, I'm a happy camper. Okay, Hulking Fellow, not a whole lot that I can do with that, so I'm just going to let that sit idle. I don't have a lot to do with my studies either. So when I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So obviously I'm getting a little... I'm getting a little annoyed with work, but it pays, so... You're considering it now? Thank you. Not a problem at all. It's obviously I'm a guest on Weather Factory's channel, but I find this game very rewarding, and I enjoy sharing it with people quite a bit. So the best one for me is when I take someone from not knowing the game to giving them enough information to decide if it's for them. To a lesser extent, it's rewarding knowing that if somebody had a question, it's like, you know, I'm interested in this game, but I'm not sure if it's for me. And if I turn them off it, I feel bad. But on the other hand, it's better that somebody know. And I mean, in the end, you can buy the game. You'll know within 2 hours if it's for you or not. But honestly, there's still plenty of people who've not played or are not aware of this game, and so being able to share it is really wonderful because you meet all sorts of interesting people doing it. But I get to talk about something that I'm really passionate about. I really like this game, so... All right. Salvation! A favor from an authority. I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. So what is the story here? Now, again, so here's an example of what I'm talking about how this game has a certain amount of depth that's not immediately apparent from the cards. You might ask yourself, why does this strange Canadian man get so excited when the pink card shows up rather than the yellow card? I mean, we say, good lord, that luck, but I've been hammering... Like, I did this 2 times in a row to specifically make this happen, so... Anyways, so why did this strange Canadian man get excited that the pink card came up rather than the yellow card? Well, let's go out. Because you get these fragments in terms of the world that's happening inside of the... You get these fragments on what's happening inside of the world that's appearing on the desktop. Last night I dreamt of the blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak to other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively, after what they tried to do to Christopher. But their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. I do stream on Twitch. I go under System Chalk, so let me just... yeah, exactly. TV/System Chalk. So, yeah, it's a get out of jail. I mean, from context, you can pretty much figure out what that is. But incidentally, if you guys also want to see any VODs that I do some YouTube things, but I broadcast in the same name under System Chalk at YouTube as well, and I'm also on Twitter. So you can find me pretty much everywhere under that name. So there's a couple of things about this. This is not just flowery language. We already know who the Suppression Bureau are. They're the people who are antagonizing me. But for those of you who've been here a little bit earlier, this name Christopher shouldn't be unfamiliar. We were reading some books by a guy named Christopher Alopoli. There's also been some hints as to who this person might be. There is somebody who is specifically attached to Christopher Alopoli, who comes up in other references. We've actually read some books by her, but I'm not going to say who it is. So sometimes these connections are just a little bit about learning. Sorry about the audio, by the way. I can't disable my my noises on OBS, apparently. So one of the things that's interesting about this is it's not just that you get to know a little bit about the story, which is interesting in its own right, but when you read these fragments of text, you'll suddenly find out things like, so for instance, these places in the dream world, the Mansus, the wood, and the way through the stag door, you don't start off with that knowledge unless you're playing the Apostle victory that I am right now. Or not victory, the Apostle legacy that I'm doing right now. And so sometimes paying attention to these, it's going to give you little hints and little fragments of what's going on in the world inside, and you start making the connections, and you start gaining those insights. Like, that's the real gem that this game gives you. Once you finally get it and you know it, you feel great. And I'll tell you for sure, if you do get this game and you get to your first ascension, like, you'll probably be shaking a little bit, like really excited, you know, finally getting to see the ending of that. So yeah, it's a really great game. And again, so in this case, sure, it's a get out of jail free card. I can reduce this down to Monopoly if it comes down to it. But obviously here, there's some context in terms of why that card is special. So in this particular case, I want to get rid of the fascination. So I'm going to dream about it. And so one question you might say, it's like, okay, well, that's all well and good, but you've got over 100 hours in the game. What hope do I have of understanding these? Well, the game gives you a few tools to understand. So for instance, say, okay, what can I do with fascination? Well, I've got two verbs available, and I can study it or I can dream about it. Alternatively, I can say, well, I've got a dream available. What cards do I have that I can, I can combine this with? Well, at the moment, I have all of these available. So it also said, so light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. Seek composure. The doors of vision swing wide. A little darkness will mellow my light. Even dread has its uses. So gray reality will steady my soul, and either in the form of dread or in the form of fleeting reminiscence. So in this case, we'll combine that, and now I've gotten rid of something that's potentially harmful to me. Where else do we have? You've yet to ascend yourself, but you can attest that the roads to get to the end are genuinely tangible in how much effort and whatnot that they require. Absolutely. And the thing that's most rewarding to me, I always say, it's like, learning is the original roguelike. By the way, we still don't know if the evidence was destroyed or not. Let's take a look. You never catch me, coppers!
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me, for example.
Alright, my minion is returned. The evidence has been destroyed. I am a little bit safer. So it turns out we didn't need that favor from authority after all. But we couldn't have known that at the time. So in this particular case here, so if you think of a game like Risk of Rain or FTL or something like that, sometimes you unlock new ships or you unlock new items that will make things better for you. In the case of Cultist Simulator, you learn different things over different playthroughs. The legacies have sort of different tones and different different things that they're good at. So the aspirant is rather good at research, but they run out of money. The bright young thing has a lot of money at the beginning, but doesn't really have any connections to the occult. And so as you keep playing, you start seeing the game from different perspectives, and you are able to make a little bit more progress until you finally get that ascension. And it's a really rewarding experience once you do that. So, in from the night, our spy is returned to us, and a decision. The immortal moves in the mortal in the shadows ponders their next move. Okay, so I'm gonna bring this hireling in to monitor the. So the reason I'm doing this, our immortal enemy is preparing their next action. Add a follower strong in knock or lantern to try and uncover the long strategy. Add a follower strong in these things to sort of frustrate their efforts. So in the meantime, I have some people who I've not properly recruited into the cult yet. So by that, I'm going to bring in my cult. We'll take our associate, and we need a ceremony. You can't bring somebody into a cult without a ceremony, so this one is ready. Now, it's not a particularly special follower, so I don't expect anything magical, but... Now, right now, I'm also suffering from despair. This is potentially game losing for me, by the way, because I've got 2 layers of it. And in... No, I'm safe enough for now. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So I have a few options available for me for dealing with that despair, but I'm going to try a few options. But basically here, despair pads close at my heels. The world is leeched of light. You can defeat despair by feeding it contentment. Otherwise, it will destroy you when it reaches 3 dread. So here we're not going to use Enid to go and try and find some people to hire. In this case, I'm going to go to the Ecdysis Club. What is the Ecdysis Club? A cabaret with an occult reputation. And we will pay the entrance fee. The entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson cinnabar and incarnadine. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imus nocte et consumi mur igni. It has been rendered as, into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. Now, hopefully spending some time at the club. Oop, that turned into fascination. Tonight's performance, Amethyst, a net-wielding hunter pursues a veil-winged woman through a murmuring maze of leaf-clad dancers. Each movement is underwater slow. So in this case here, because despair will potentially consume me, I now want to prioritize things that will improve my contentment, will help me get out of that. So you're wondering about the recruitment stuff. So if you have someone, so in this case here, they will not forget the savor I have given them. This person has now become a pawn. This one is loyal but lacks initiative, so they moved to a follower rather than an associate. Now, in order to get new people who I can potentially recruit, I need to attract followers. Now, here's an example of a way you might think about this game. You can say, okay, well, how does one, do you put out a classified ad? Do you, apparently there's this, mysterious suppression bureau that's trying to limit the amount of cult activity happening. Perhaps putting out an ad in the newspaper looking for members of the Red Grail is not going to attract the right kind of attention. So maybe instead you want to talk about occult fragments, and sure enough, talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. That's a way that you might potentially find some contacts. And there's a few other ways that you can bring people into the cult, but sometimes it's the question of how do I get somebody I already know into my cult, and sometimes it's a question of how do I find people who might have common interests. If the creators are hanging around, are there any plans to add any sort of function to lock your table in place? Dragging it around on accident all the time is annoying. It's pretty late in the UK, Varnock, and I think as much as they wanted to see whether or not what log I went up against, I think once I started monologuing, they probably have gone to bed at this point. But if you... another Steam disconnect, folks. I will be back in a second. Okay, so for those of you who are looking at any kind of VOD, it looks like this is a bit more of a permanent problem with Steam. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try and reset my key. Unfortunately, I'm really struggling. So I'm going to say stop streaming, start streaming. The real drawback here, of course, is that this does a great job of killing any audience, which means that the game falls lower on the list. But cannot access the specified server. Okay, let's restart things. Cannot access the specified channel or stream key. Please double check your stream key. If it is correct, there may be a problem connecting with the server. So here I'm just going to reset everything that I can. Could not access a specified channel or stream key. Please double check your stream key. If it is correct, there may be a problem connecting to the server. So I'm going to take a quick minute here. I know this is not exciting for anybody who's watching on a VOD. So first thing I want to see is, are there any other channels streaming? So for instance, Might. So it's saying that Smite is currently broadcasting, but there isn't actually anybody on there. So I have a feeling that this is a Steam-wide issue. What I'll try and do is I'll try and at least reveal the long at the end of it if we are truly done for tonight. Okay, so apparently I'm still being listed as broadcasting this game. Failed to connect to server. It's less surprising. Yeah, everybody's streams are down right now. So I know this is going to be a little bit dull for folks. I normally try and go for 8 hours on one of these special events, but if the limitations of the platform are going to prevent us, then hey, I think we're back. Okay, if anybody can hear this, I would love a quick confirmation that you can hear me and just generally know that the broadcasts are going on, or that I'm alive, or any of that good business. I'm going to take a quick minute and take a look at my own channel and see if anything is going on. I can watch my broadcast here. Okay. So last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to recharge. Sorry. Okay, so apparently I'm not able to interact with chat, but that's another thing for me to be at issue with. I'm just going to take one more second on it. I'm going to close out my old chat window, open up a new chat-only view. Testing chat. All right. If somebody could say something in chat, my second message didn't go through, but hopefully hopefully you guys are able to see what's going on. I'm going to carry on with the broadcast. All right, if somebody can say something in chat when they're able to, that will put my mind at ease, but it's occasionally sending some of my messages back to me. For the meantime, let's talk about where we're at in terms of the game. I sort of lost my train of thought, which I want to do even when I don't have technical limitations. But in terms of trying to expand my cult, right now I'm probably a little more focused on trying to get more bodies in. But another big thing I need to be focusing on is the fact that I have a potential loss to despair. So the Ecdysis Club may not have helped me here. Dream will be able to help me in a minute, unless of course it suddenly gives me a dread, but I can try and work on that. Oh, excellent, 200. And I saw your friend request, so thank you for that. I know this is probably not what you were expecting when you heard that I was doing Cultist Simulator, but feel free to ask any questions if you have those messages. Incidentally, were you able to see the messages that I sent inside of chat? I don't know if that was apparent or not, but so what I'm going to be doing here is I want to be worrying about my despair. We don't have anything in terms of exploration or dream. Okay, these are the things that I'll be using to overcome that problem, but they're currently occupied right now. This is a little bit about what I was talking about in terms of the trade-offs. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to go out and I'm going to talk about some occult lore in hopes of maybe attracting some other people. The messages are here. Awesome positive influence. Thank you about that. And obviously I apologize for the interruptions in the broadcast, guys. It's something that has pretty consistently happened whenever we broadcast on Steam. But obviously we have a nice big free platform where people can buy the game, which is hard to complain about. So the air is curdled now. I am home again in this lumpen flesh. Better, perhaps. Okay, so we've got Dream available. Allure at the Ecdysis Club. So one good thing here is the lights go down very gradually. As the performance ends, there is no applause. We each drift into the street, alone with our dream. So contentment will automatically go into despair. That will help deal with the one dread that I've accumulated. But I'm still going to have to find a way of dealing with the second one. And I've gained some fascination for my trouble. So I can't go back to the Ecdysis Club. I could potentially buy a tincture of opium, which would help me with my despair, but as in real life, buying drugs to solve your problems is not always the done thing. So, okay, awesome. Thank you, guys. All right, a promotion. My son, the Elder Glover confides, was a dear boy, but he did lack ambition. You, on the other hand, burn with it. I see myself in you. Do you know what? Do you know that? I do. Well, I think we can find you a place on the board of directors. So this one becomes a little bit of a challenge for me. This will be a double-edged sword as far as the benefit. So obviously that's a lot of money that I just got, and I have a board seat on Glover and Glover. The younger Glover's disappearance left a board seat empty. I now occupy it. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. So I'll work at Glover and Glover. The hours of the working day wait in ranks before me. I might just go home after lunch. So I have 50 seconds to work, but there is a catch. If I have any notoriety, certain acts are not quickly forgotten. Notoriety may allow hunters to build a case against you, but if I generate any notoriety, I am going to wind up scandalized at Glover and Glover. So there's a trade-off. I might make a lot of money and it may not take me as long to work, but I am not necessarily able to get caught doing nefarious deeds the same way that I once did. So to mitigate that, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I have lots of money now, or will have lots of money, and I'm going to keep buying out Moorlands. And then as far as activities are concerned, I think I'm going to still keep going through the white door. And we access that using health. We learned that earlier on. And I'm just going to try and build up my furtive truths until I move further up in the manses. What is that blue face off to the right? This is the long. This is the big thing that they added in the new update. So a report from our spy, the shape of the long strategy is coming clear. We don't know who this person is yet. Once one of these things gets up to strength 3, we will see their identity. Whenever you reach that spot in Glover, you basically viewed it like a mad dash to get as much cash as you could before something inevitably happened. Well, one thing is I'm not going on a lot of expeditions right now, so the generation of notoriety is firmly under my control, and I have 3 heart disciples to help mitigate some of my notoriety issues. So the Long's plans revealed a respite. Our enemy will not move against us this time. They will rest, and perhaps in resting they will grow stronger. Okay, so we've got a collection of essays. This will be helpful for moving up my erudition. I believe to do that I need... Oh, I only need 3, so this will work fine. So what happens here when I read the collection of essays, this will give me erudition lesson learnt. When I have 3 erudition lesson learnt, I'll be able to get another reason. So this works rather well. And we'll go back to Moorlands. Again, just try and get as much money as we can so that we can study some more books, because right now my study is going underappreciated. So in talking about the occult, we've found someone who may be a kindred spirit, but I'll need to win them over. Winning them over an acquaintance requires passion. Come with me. So, if Glover had a heart, it would be the accounts department, where money flows like the tides of spring. Its limbs would be its brisk, hushed administrators and clerks. But if I sit with the other directors at the peak of its skull, I sit with the other directors at the peak of its skull, safe for now from financial scandal and financial concerns. So basically, every 50 seconds I get 4 wealth, and so as City of Dis says, I'm basically going to be trying to pile up as much money as I can. And there really, in this case, there shouldn't be any reason for me to generate notoriety unless I go out of my way to do it. So here I'm going to take the furtive truth, and that gives me my 5 here. So I now might want to consider moving up to the way through the stag door, but it may also be generating some... One of the things about going through the stag door is that it might generate some influences that I don't want. So there's a trade-off that I face in that. Let's just keep going to Moorlands until we run out of books. And in this case, we'll take a quick look and see what we can find through the stag door. It's probably going to be one that I regret, but I only need to do it once. Okay, and in the 3rd tick, they should get a bonus towards there. All right, so that fascination got gobbled up. I'm going to need either despair or the remembrance to get by it. All right, we've got another lesson learnt, so I've got 1 more of these that I need to earn before I can upgrade. And then we have got, I found something noteworthy, another collection of poetry. So it may be, I don't think we've run out of texts for us to read, but I wouldn't know. What I'm going to do here, because I potentially have a problem with this despair, I'm going to go to the, the Ecdysis Club might also generate notoriety, so I'm going to be careful about this one. Yep, an interruption at the Ecdysis Club. The entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson cinnabar. Oh, hang on, we've already got that. Remorse has hardly begun when a moan of terror arises from the audience. So fortunately, I got out of work before I was seen with that, but I now need to deal with the notoriety. So we will leave the board seat. I'm now going to do some painting. Actually, that's not a good idea because I don't have Mystique, so I think I'm just going to sit down and twiddle my thumbs with my work right now. And what I will do instead... Oh, no, I've got Mystique, so come with me. Porter is an acquaintance. So Porter was a barber until the court case. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So this is a pretty important pickup for me, because if there's some associations between moth and the scissors and cutting of hair. So in this particular case, Porter will be somebody who I can ultimately use to destroy this evidence. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself on this, so I will use my artistic talents for evil. Let's paint the pawn, why not? And I use the occult scraps. So in terms of talking with people, what I'm going to do right now, because there's only one reputation, there's going to be one reputation that comes up as a problem. I'm going to use Dorothy. I'm going to talk with her. And I'm going to say I would like to send her out on occult business. So not everyone is sympathetic to our aims, but if we have problems with our reputation, our disciple can probably smooth them over. Now the drawback here is that if I don't get this resolved in 93 seconds, I'm either going to have to work and the notoriety will put my board seat in jeopardy, or I'm going to not show up for work and I'm going to be disciplined for that. So the performance ends immediately. The lights come up and we are ushered from our seats and urged into the street. It's never clear what has happened, but the club staff seems prepared, as if this has happened before. Lights bloom in nearby windows and passers-by gawp in at the crowd of guests dispersing into the night. So my effort to try and get some contentment was foiled, and now I have something that's potentially threatening my job. As I suspect tends to happen in lots of jobs if you suddenly show yourself hanging out in undesirable places. So I'm a little curious what happens when they upgrade. Okay, so right off the bat we got a Forgotten Chronicle. That's great news. So we'll go through the stag door. Last night Gearby was talkative. He spoke in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off into weeping. So I don't know if I actually read what this is, but the way through the stag door, in my dreams I found my way to the stag door, sometimes called the Horn Gate or the Adept's Door. I have answered its riddle, and I am counted among the know. So there's our Forgotten Chronicle. There's our reason. And as far as dreams can go, again, I have an easy way of getting contentment, but I don't want to use it. So in this particular case, let's go right back through the stag door. In my dreams, I know the path to the stag door through the maze of the bounds. Gearby will let me pass, but the path is always a puzzle. I will need reason. So again, the potential problem that I run into is if I get fascination or dread, this will be a big problem for me. If I get influence, it may turn into fascination or dread. But I don't want to just sit idle on everything. So our immortal enemy has allies and resources in many nations. They move slowly, but as time passes, they will bring more and more of those allies and resources to bear against us. I've got Forlorn Blood now. Fortunately, there's going to be a What Hungers Drive Us, Roland, our delight, our fountain, our joy, who rests in exile until the greatest of feats, the vitulation. So in this case, I'll get some blood to help me with my sickness, but right now, my illness has come for me. If I survive, I must taste the blood of our delight, and soon. If this illness cannot consume health or savorous blood, it will kill you. And we've got the colors of the night. I'm just using this to make my painting better, and hopefully we'll get some money for the trouble. Excuse me. Okay, so we found The Locksmith's Dream, A Light Through the Keyhole. The first volume of Teresa Gallmer's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. So I'm still going to upgrade my erudition first, but that's a great find at Moreland's. And in this case, we'll go back to the Ecdysis Club in hopes of finding some contentment so that we can help out with the despair. Of course, it's possible that we will instead wind up with fascination, which is terrible. The wreath announces the master of ceremonies. A dancer undulates on the stage, enfolding her arms. Live moths spill in a stream from her mouth. My recent work has drawn some attention. Something should sell. So we've got our pawn, we've got all of our mystique and our glimmering. It's our passion. There's our fevered imagination. So obviously we invested a lot in making sure that this this had the potential to absorb a lot of mystique if it came down to it. Only 2 funds for my trouble. I'm gonna wait. This is a really tough call. I think I can wait out the Glover and Glover run. But I am gonna let the work sit idle for a bit. So a courier has arrived from our delight, a single vial of their most holy blood. So we've got the delightful blood. I will use my dream when I can for that. And now we will upgrade my scholarship using 3 erudition lessons learned. And again, all of those things exercise the mind wisest. All of these things are made clear to you when you start playing the game. I know some of these are just sort of mechanical. These are just me going through some of the things that I want to do. We'll find out who the long is in 27 seconds, though, so that's good news. But if it seems like I'm just kind of using internal knowledge, getting an extra reason is not the most important thing I can be doing in the game right now. I'm just using it to take up time. So, white moths eddy through the hall. They perch on the brims of wine glasses and sip. The audience applauds. The woman on the stage moves as if she has too many limbs. Moths crowd my arms, nestle against my shoulder. In a little while, I'll step outside and look at the clear, cold stars. Assume I dreamt the whole thing. The smokes of the club are treacherous. So we've gained a buzzing in the brain. Engi rum imus nocteat consumi snip snip snip. A second order influence apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. So of course I don't have any rites to perform those. So in this case we'll go back to Moorlands. We got the contentment that we wanted, which is good news. We'll add to my library. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I will find something interesting. Our immortal enemy has allies and resources of many nations. They move slowly, but as time passes, they will bring more and more of those allies and resources to bear against us, and the Long's might is increasing. So let's see what happened. Okay, so this is Clovette working on my reputation. I have 27 seconds to see if this worked. So the standards of daylight society cannot apply to us, but perhaps we won't emphasize that point. Perhaps we'll rely on charm and good humor. I have supplied elegant platitudes about the high principles of our organization. Not quite sure what happens if I miss out on the board meeting, but we'll see what goes on. I'm kind of curious how well Cultist Simulator is selling because of the sale. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So top 20. If you've not bought the game yet, now's the time to push us up higher. All right, A Forgotten Chronicle, a story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. So this is, again, Gearby giving us secrets, and the reason I'm building these all up, so it's maybe not obvious, but the brackets here say, exploring with the scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the capital. So eventually, when I feel that I filled out my cult enough, I'm going to be able to use them to explore some of these locations. So what I'm doing right now is I'm using the fact that I can't do everything that I want to sort of advance some other goals that I might have. So with that in mind, I think I'm just going to keep going through the stag door. This will always have its own risks, but I know that despair is dealt with, and I should be getting a recollection of happier times that will help me with that'll help me out with the fascination. And optimism is the spice which saves. Dorothy successfully negotiated our position. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot I was supposed to do the Forlorn Blood, not the door. So that's a blunder. I'm gonna have to pay for that, unfortunately. But we did find De Oris, though, a Latin book, a 19th century reprint of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. Now, let's see if the long actually showed up. So, the Immortal in the Shadows ponders their next move. I thought they were supposed to reveal themselves once they had aspect might. So, there's our affliction. We're going to have to deal with that, but I'll try and do that promptly. I almost missed work. Their power is formidable, their identity is yet unknown. Once the Long's might connections or Starlight reaches 3, it may be possible to unmask them. Oh, okay, so apparently I need to... I need to be the one that unmasks them. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair, and the fleeting reminiscence immediately went to my fascination. So that is, all of that is now neutralized. The mind is a paradise of mirrors in which all things are clear, even those things I might prefer not to see. So we've got another reason for my trouble. I will need 4 lessons learned if I want to upgrade this scholarship, but there's really no reason to do that right now. Let's read The Locksmith's Dream, The Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume of Teresa Gallagher's examination into the parallels of the mystic dreams of artisans. The parallels in mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Sometimes mordant, sometimes funny, no one has ever explained why Gallagher devoted herself to this chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. Now, my favors from authorities are drying up. And do we have a season of suspicion coming up soon? Nope, it's going to be fascination next. So what I'm going to try here is I'm going to try upgrading Porter because he will give me a bit of strength as far as notoriety is concerned. And we're going to try and use this opportunity to destroy the evidence. And then afterwards I'm going to take the restlessness and I'm going to paint with it. Oh, I should be using my exploration as well, because I can go to Moorlands and buy some books. So if I had a lantern disciple, I'd probably put them inside to see if that can push anything along. But so you've got a trembling heat, which is not terrible, but in this case I'm going to go to the Painted River. And in this case we got a forbidden epic, so the attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards the histories are braided like hair. So you'll notice that when you go for the less certain result, you get a bigger payoff. So you'll notice that the strength of the lore is represented by the ring. You can also notice that this is a Secret Histories 8 versus a Secret Histories 6. There's a great chamber in the mansis through which the painted river flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. So let's start by dreaming with the forlorn blood, get my sickness dealt with, and then I can deal with the affliction within the appropriate time. So Glover and Glover's good. In this case I'm going to paint. This is to deal with my restlessness more than anything. I'll throw a couple passionate because I don't have enough mystique. And this should not attract any negative attention on the part of the Suppression Bureau. And from the night, our spy has returned to us. So again, I'll just bring my knock guy in. They will not forget the savor I've given them. Porter plies his razor and his scissors to the great advantage of his friends. So we will continue to advance him in the order of the Bloody Cup. This is a nice thing about the Apostle, is that they have really reduced a lot of the kind of the repetition that you go through. So I'm much recovered. More than that, I'm sumptuous. The sclera of my eyes, the veins in my wrists are aswim with gorgeous serums. When the vitulation comes, I will be the centerpiece for our delight to prove their appetite to enact the Grail. And here I don't have any vitality, but I've got enough money to be able to go through Dream. So our spy has returned to us. I'll still send them off. So our immortal enemy is preparing our next action. I'll just repeat this because it's not immediately clear how I reveal who they are. So add a follower strong in Knock and Lantern to try and uncover the long strategy. Add a follower strong in Edge or Fort to try and delay assaults. Grail or Heart for intrigues. Moth or Winter for Starlight attacks. Doesn't say anything about Revelation though, so I'm going to assume that probably has more to do with Lantern than anything. And we got the Victory of Crowns, erratic accounts by one Erun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy cults of assassins, published in the late 19th century. So as before, we'll just keep going to Moorlands because it's a great opportunity for us to spend some of our money towards things that are productive. We will spend money to make our painting better. The tentative evidence is actually already expiring on its own, so if I don't generate any notoriety, it may not be worth it for me to try and take it out, but we'll see. Time and again, we hear of the wood, which rises from the world's foundation. All the trees reach for light. What does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? I think the key to the dreams of the wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. So we will read the Victory of the Crowns next because it's in English. The assassins are, according to a rune, the agents of a power called the Coronel, the soldier of the secret masters. The accounts go all the way back to ancient Roman times. And we've got an introduction to the histories. 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Herschel describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. And again, we will continue to buy out Moorlands because we're on the board and we can do that sort of thing. All right, I may yet earn a living from this. I'll just kind of back this all out. And so I've got additional mystique, which is not the worst thing in the world to have because it's only notoriety. That's the problem. I'm slightly concerned that tentative evidence might fall into notoriety. But I may be wrong in that, but I did get some glimmering. If I didn't have other things to use my study for, I might double it up, but right now there's more important things for me to be doing. So in this case, I will take my seat at the board as I am wont to do, and let's say I think I'm going to go and dream I'm going to deal with this fascination. So, and Porter goes unnoticed until he's ready. So this is 5 moth. So the dilemma that I have right now is I can actually use a moth follower to try and eliminate the tentative evidence. But if they fail, I get notoriety, and notoriety puts my job at risk. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to wait it out, and we'll see whether or not I'm able to. We'll see whether or not there's any consequences for having the tentative evidence that there is. I think in terms of talk, I probably at this point I'm just going to need to get more bodies in the cult, so we'll talk to them about occult scraps. And for dreaming, we'll get rid of that fascination just in case something nasty happens. Now, would you folks be too upset with me if I took another quick bathroom break? I've been better at my water consumption, but that carries with it its own dilemmas. Oh, here we go. I thought it was going to be this one. I am going to, if you can give me a quick second here, I want to get a quick screenshot. And I'm going to send a quick photo to my contact. This is the one, by the way, that the creator of the game says he is scared of, and he created her, so... All right, I may not have access to chat right now. Are you guys, I'm going to assume you're okay with me taking a quick bathroom break. I'm going to do a quick refresh on the chat otherwise, but I'll be gone in just for 30 seconds. Okay, sorry. I had a problem with my mic, and just because I'm slightly paranoid, I'm just going to see if I can reset my chat really quick. I've been chatting. I didn't see it. This is hopefully a fix. All right, looks like chat is dead to me. So I'm sorry, guys, if you've been asking questions, if you've been looking for interactivity, I cannot currently see chat. I'm going to try one more trick to get that fixed, but I think gameplay is probably going to be better than any of the other alternatives. So with that in mind, let's see. We can open the broadcast itself. Yeah, chat's totally dead to me. So if you guys, hopefully you guys are still around enjoying the broadcast. I will do my best to navigate this, but at this point I think it's probably better to, maybe sign a life? We'll see. But again, the gameplay is what matters. So our enemy is one Lady Tryphon, a grail long who has left a trail of broken souls through the best hotels on the continent. She is beloved of the Grail and the Flower Maker. She inclines to intrigue, but she is no stranger to violence. All right, so she's apparently going to just drain our resources. We have got the Orchid Transfigurations Volume 1, similar 16th century alchemical fever dream, attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. Oh, yep, Frogboy, I see your message. So there should be some people watching. If not, it's a very lonely stream, and I'm going to feel very embarrassed. But I know the majority of people who watch these things usually don't participate in chat, and that's totally fine. I just wanted to make sure that people were. I just wanted to make sure that people didn't feel like I wasn't responding to their things. Okay, Lady Tryphon. No, he cannot harm you. He cannot find you, but I suffered no such circumspection. Tryphon is more likely to use intrigue attacks. So that gives me something to work with, I suppose. I'm going to just keep going back to Moorlands until I have reasons not to. And yeah, I think at this point I'm just going to try and get as many people in as I can. The real question is how I'm supposed to stop them. That is less obvious to me. So we've got the knife secret. Arun's scholarship is dubious, but she writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorism. Ours don't dream, long try not to. Okay, cool. Steam is giving you a fail to send chat message error. I've been getting the exact same one, Frogboy. I think a lot of people are experiencing that, and I apologize. Obviously, I'm not responsible for the Steam, the state of the Steam servers. It's been a little bit of a problem for us the whole time. This is another drawback with my current placement of lore. I don't actually have enough place for all of the. I don't have enough place. Okay, we're gonna fix this right now. So they'll all go beside each other like this. Waking chant should be here. Sexton's secret. Oh! Okay, well, that just... I just lost an occult scrap forever. Actually, it's not forever, but I'm just gonna unpause. I'm really curious if... Yeah, okay, apparently that thing's gone for good. I could open up the console and get it back, but I think I'll be able to survive the loss of one occult scrap. But that's really funny that happened. I will try that on a game which is less public. Maplaki. Okay, well, it looks like it's starting to... Whatever problem we had, it looks like it's starting to resolve itself. But obviously, I'm sorry for the trouble. if you have something you want to say, obviously keep trying for it. If you were deeply offended by the fact that I took a bathroom break, I am deeply sorry. I will never do such a thing again as long as I live. And we'll continue on with our journey. All right, so let's think a little bit about where we go next. I don't think I have any major reason to go to G&G or painting. At this point, it's really just me picking an action. I think because I'm going for composure, I'm going to get a little bit more time at Glover and Glover. I'm just not going to get any scandal. In the meantime, let's do the introduction to the histories. The prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Hirschalt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems that Cosley advised Hirschalt early in the writing of the book, but Hirschalt later became suspicious. By the way, guys, maybe just because we've had a couple of resets and I'm back to doing my usual thing, I'll do a quick reminder of a few major events and just details about this stream and about this game. If you are checking out Cultist Simulator for the first time, it is 25% off on Steam right now. The Viennese Conundra. Van Driel describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that funds the burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. Yeah, so it's 25% off. I don't think it's ever been lower, at least in terms of whatever I've seen listed on Steam. I believe there are websites that actually track that, though, so please don't take my word for it. I am not affiliated with Weather Factory, other than the fact that they let me stream on their page, which is absolutely wonderful, because this is a really cool game that I like sharing with you. So if you have been on the fence about it and you have the means, now is not a bad time to pick it up, because in addition to the fact that it is on sale because they did a new update, which we're doing right now. I'm doing the Apostle Obstinate. Okay, so they're going to do Intrigue. I can bring in Saliba to deal with that. So Saliba, go get her. Yeah, so essentially what this is New Game Plus. If you have beaten the base game, this is probably the next place that you want to go. It's a free update, and I don't know if the continued updates are going to be free or if they're DLC, but there is one DLC available for this game right now called The Dancer. It's about $3. I just finished my Dancer Legacy last night. Excellent game. You know, lots of fans from other regions around the world are waiting for the official translation. Hope it happens soon. Alexis and Lottie were in here. I don't think they gave any status on the translation, but it's definitely underway. One of the drawbacks that I think they're running into is because essentially with each new patch, I feel like they're adding about 20,000 new words, and so the drawback is that that just gives more and more to do for the translators. And so I have a feeling that they are starting to feel the consequences of adding so much to the game. Now, that's great news for people like you and I. You know what? Clovette did such a good job. We'll paint her. This is, fantastic news as far as we're concerned. We get more content, but obviously for people who are relying on being able to play this game and to see it in their own language, it creates a little bit of a challenge in terms of getting the translations done in time. So they absolutely are committed to doing that. I don't know what the progress update is on it, but if you are interested in following that sort of stuff, definitely check out weatherfactory.biz. You can also see Weather Factory on their Twitter accounts at Factory Weather, and the individuals at Alexis Kennedy and at Tron Bevan. They're a lot of fun to watch on their own. It's actually why I named this character this. All right. It's why I didn't bring back the occult scrap. I knew I was getting it back soon anyway. But yeah, it's as I sort of say, it's when a game goes on sale, it's always a good time to check it out because new players are coming in. There's lots of discussion about what's going on. But more importantly, there's new content. So even if you've been waiting to get back into the game, maybe it turned you off a little bit and it was hard to get into. There's going to be more people streaming the game. There's going to be a lot more just activity going on around it, which is really wonderful because it's an opportunity. If you're familiar with it, you can maybe help a few of your friends who are struggling, if they want that help, of course. And if you're an old hand, well, now you've got this apostle legacy, which is really interesting. I know I've been very slow at doing it, but I've been having a lot of fun with it. I've noticed some ways in which I change my behavior because of the threat of the long. And now I'm trying to figure out what their presence means and how I might be able to stop them. So, with that in mind too, there are a couple of other things that I should let you know. If you like the music that you're listening to right now, and a few people have been asking about this at least the last time that I was on Steam, they were asking about the soundtrack. You can buy the soundtrack on Steam right now. I believe it's $11 Canadian. Hey, Captain Shield, good to see you again. And if you have one of the streaming services like Spotify or Apple Music, you can stream the soundtrack through that as well. So there's lots of stuff that came out, lots of opportunities to buy things if you want to buy things. And maybe one last thing I should mention, if you've not checked it out, they have a really cool little Etsy store for this, where if you like the poster of the Mantis, you can actually get a poster for your wall, as well as a beautiful leather-bound journal and all sorts of other cool. Is it leather-bound? I should double check that, but it's a magnificent little journal. Actually, Brian, I am going to bring the journal in so you can take a look. It is one of my prized possessions. So anyways, let's get on with the game. Lady Tryphon is not going to stop plotting against us, so let's carry on and read the Viennese Conundra. When the individual K attends the meetings, black dogs are sacrificed and quartered. When the individual M is in attendance, black mares are found with their throats slashed. I propose that these sacrifices are not necessary, but that our Legion friends may consider them fitting. Herewith, diagrams of the mutilations. Did you take a break? Nope. We've been going on. I mean, mild breaks while we deal with some of the technical issues, but we've been going pretty constantly. I mean, we're only 6 hours in? We did 8 hours last night, so chat does seem to be working now. Varnock, sorry about the trouble there. And we've got Laidlaw. Does anybody know, by the way, like half an hour after you did? Oh, so for those of you who know a little bit about this game, or might know this name, does anybody know who Laidlaw might be? I will tell you, but I'm curious. Seeing as we've got chat back, I figure it's a nice little way that we can bring some interactivity back into the experience. How does the money from Glover and Glover compare to painting? I supported my first cult with that, but juggling the rivals was a bit rough. You mean supporting your cult through painting or supporting your cult through Glover and Glover? So one of the things for me is I do tend to be a bit conservative in my play. So the one thing that I will say about... So I tend to like going for certainty. So the trade-off that you look at in terms of a board position at Glover and Glover, you have a nice long time to go and paint. It costs 50 seconds to go, and you get 4 funds guaranteed. In terms of painting, it's not like totally random, but there is a little bit of indeterminacy in terms of where things are going. So a lot of people I know feel perfectly comfortable supporting themselves just through painting. I've personally not done it, but I think it's a perfectly successful, capable way of doing it. In the case of Glover and Glover, especially once you start going on expeditions, you absolutely cannot have any notoriety. So once you start going on expeditions and generating that notoriety, you either need to be very good at managing your reputation, or you're just simply going to get bought out and kicked out. So you'll probably wind up painting one way or the other. But in this particular case, I think the money, especially on the board seat, is very good. I think painting is one of the things that once you become... It's like... I mean, so here's the thing, right? Painting's creative. It's also... Game dev is creative. If you are just starting out in game dev, if you're going to be doing the Global Game Jam for the first time this weekend, like I'm going to be doing... I'm going to be lucky if I have a working prototype for tic-tac-toe. Nobody is going to want to buy that. If I dedicate a lot of time, if I study, if I gain understanding of my discipline and of the world around me, I'm going to become better at making games, and then maybe people will want to pay them. And it's similar to that in terms of Cultist Simulator. So it makes a lot of sense to paint because it winds up being something that can potentially help your ascension. and it's using resources that you already have, whereas Glover and Glover will always be an interruption from the things you want to do. So effectively, painting is you quitting your job to focus on cult matters. So at some point, I think it makes a lot of sense to eventually do that. But yeah, honestly, I think Glover and Glover is the way you maintain yourself. Like, it comes at a cost of time, but it also comes at a point where your time is probably worth less because you just know less. And again, that's true of life. Like, when I worked at Starbucks, I didn't have my degree. I now have a reasonably good, credential from a reasonably good school. Clearly, I am worth more now than I was when I was working at Starbucks. The game mirrors life very well. Okay, let's see what's going on. Saliba's still on her way to Lady Tryphon because I've been talking too much. We've finished the work, and let's see. Oop. The paper snare. Our enemy has borne false witness against us. The authorities must be convinced of our innocence. If this succeeds, you may lose one or many funds. So this is less of a danger to me, but we do want to defend ourselves against the accountants. So the paper snare it is. And my recent work is considered notable, so I'm just going to collect all on this and sort it out later. Apparently I didn't need to do that, so in this case, 38 seconds. I'm going to risk it. There's possibility I might get notoriety. No, actually I don't think I'll get notoriety now that I think of it. Okay, Subtle Rupture would be very cool if I had a ritual to use it with, but I don't have... So there are some things that I can do to get myself... I will eventually have a ritual. I just don't think it's worth it. So in this case, let's go to the Painted River. We gained erudition, a lesson learned, which is not terrible. So what that will potentially give me, if I can get 3 more of those, the 4th one can come in the form of the collection of essays. I just don't think it'll be worth that. So I'll not bother reading the text. I think I did that before. So let's see if there's anything else I can do in terms of dream. I don't think there's a lot else that I want to focus on. So let's try... I can't remember. I think I'll hold off on the stag. Well, yeah, let's keep trying. I've got enough reason to push me ahead, so. All right, the Skeleton Songs, poems of greedy delight, composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. And as always, we will continue to buy books from Moorlands. My view on this is that it's better to have a big stack of books that I'll need to use in the study than to have study sitting idle like it did before. So the Auditor Sting, in our previous correspondence, we indicated the likely degree of your default. We have assessed the matter in more detail. Lady Tryphon is continuing to use accounting to get me. Comptroller's Mercy. The steady stream of menacing letters has ceased. It is over for now. Speaking in the vaguest terms possible, do you have any suggestions for someone like you who's realized that there was more to painting by complete accident? Oh, so that would be for Varnock. So I will shut up and let Varnock answer that question. Medusa's riddle, then. I choose to render as what is not seen. There is another riddle, one that I have heard rendered as what may be lost. I will delineate some historic attempts to answer it. These are, in themselves, in some sense, sacrifices. So the ecdicist riddle is what may be lost. Each ecdicist parable is an attempt to answer that riddle. Now, I'm going to move away from that list. Actually, I'll just keep mum for a little bit, but I'm now going to move to the Burning of the Unburnt God. There's a reason for this. I happen to know that this one will give you a ritual. So compiled by J. Rigglesworth Jensen, who is a real person who backed this game, by the way, from the oral traditions of rural Persia. Jensen hypothesizes a pre-Zoroastrian fire deity whose rites were the rites of smiths. You wonder if your chat is going through? I see you now, the Eyes of Sin. It is lovely to see you again as always. Okay, so the wrong kind of attention. Essentially what's going to happen here is he's going to gobble up as much mystique as he can, which I'm not worried about. I found something noteworthy. Körner and Guth. That is great news here. Körner and Guth's Aussprechgrammatik der griechischen Sprache, a Greek grammar, an essential weapon for a ferocious struggle with a challenging language. This will allow me to translate on what is contained by silver. So that's good news there. Again, I'm just going to keep buying out Moorlands until they don't have any more books left. If you have any hints, you'd love to hear them. Was not the one who mentioned paintings, but well, you know, I'll let chat go by, and if I have anything to add, I'll carry on with that. But I don't see any point in me monopolizing sort of discussion in terms of Cultist Simulator. Like, obviously, you know, I'm not just saying, so it's obviously when you're in a position to be able to get a little bit more profile than you're used to. Oh yeah, I actually totally forgot. So I was giving all this information about the game being on sale, the soundtrack on sale and all that. Shameless self-promotion. If you want to watch me, normally, there's my link. That's now working. Twitch.tv/systemchalk. I do Cultist Simulator. I normally have a dedicated date to it for every Wednesday, but I might stop doing that for a while, just because I noticed that I was playing the game less with a dedicated day. There's no obligation to do that. I am very happy that Weather Factory asked me to come on the channel and cover this, but clearly this is an opportunity for me to get my name out there in some places that I wouldn't before. So if you happen to like this sort of thing, and you like me enough to want to watch on Twitch, that is where you can find me. Okay, so let me just quickly read. Use painting to juggle extra notoriety. Usually did a 2-2 split, so you made a good product and always had extra passion just in case. Otherwise, make as many of the vague things as you can. They're very useful for fueling rates, which once you have many of, you will find. Yes, okay. I actually think Varnock really covered... I think Varnock covered all the details. The one thing that I can maybe say in addition, Frogboy, like so this is a more general thing about Cultist Simulator. Every action that you take has a cost in terms of the time that it takes up for a verb and the reward that you get. So my decision to paint instead of go to Glover and Glover has its own cost. And sometimes painting can be very diverse in terms of preserving things. It can get you an income. It can hide things from certain groups that might take advantage of that negative trait, for instance. So to me, like just about everything else in the game, you need to decide, what do I want to accomplish right now? So at the moment, I'm trying to fill my ranks and get as many books as possible. It makes sense for me to go to Glover and Glover because I get a bunch of money with which to buy books. And eventually, once I start going through these expeditions, I'm going to be able to get new books through those expeditions, but I'll have a nice big cult full of talented people doing whatever I need them to do. So at this point, it makes a lot of sense for me to go to Glover and Glover. But the problem with Glover and Glover is it has nothing to do with the occult, and right now it is actually stopping me from being able to accomplish some of those things. And so, in my view, painting should allow you to sort of kill two birds with one stone in most cases. And I'm getting my spy back, so... Yeah, so Varnock just said it's a good way to keep things alive for a bit, so I completely agree with that. Another forbidden epic. So again, these are going to pay off when I start doing expeditions. The problem is that expeditions generate notoriety, which means that I effectively am going to wind up resigning my board seat. So I don't think I have anything to do dream-wise. I still have Savorous Blood, so we will carry on. And I'm slightly curious whether or not Grail... so Grail will get me to the Spider's Door. In dreams, the silken sands are the place that whispers. Grey grains sift, grey weeds quiver. Thirst is the only guide through the sands. My thirst, or the thirst for the Spider's Door. And we'll take our entry consultant, and basically for this one funds, this entry consultant has now been getting a permanent watch on Lady Tryphon. Was it painting the same thing, or was it the amount of passion you put into it, Varnock? I was never clear on that myself. Alright, so we found Kittling Ripe and Moldywarp's Grave and Other Stories, a lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. Again, we continue our pilgrimage to Moorlands until they no longer have any stock. Alright, Jensen ultimately concludes with apparent reluctance that the deity was a goddess. He suggests that the gender might have been the cause for the suppression. The rites described are eerie, sometimes grisly. One thing I might try is seeing... So the thing is that Lady Tryphon is a verb right now. Once it reaches 10, the Long will consider attacking you directly. Oh, so I wonder if this is basically that this is just a big boulder that's rolling towards me, and if I'm not able to sort of strengthen myself up in enough time to find out what's happening, then I'm done for. So, okay, fair enough. Do the different face covers. So there's one Long who's coming after me. There's one of 4 who will come after me, and apparently I got the worst one. It revealed once, so once she got to strength 3, so these traits will go up to 10. Once they get to strength 3, it will actually tell you who's coming after you. Alright, so anyways, this is the Rite of the Crucible Soul. This is actually the first rite that we've gotten, and it lets me do some cool things. So this rite uses an instrument of power to set the blood afire. Fire is the lesion in the skin of the world. The assistant rarely survives unharmed. So as you can see from that image, some rather unpleasant things might happen. In the meantime, let's say we will read Apollo and Marsyas. And the original myth... the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials RK and JL. In the original myth, Marsyas lost a musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. I want to pay for my paints. I will add, just as an aside, for those of you who are interested... okay, I've got a lantern hanger on. That's rather good news. Lantern is one of the aspects that I'm missing, so in this case, I'm just going to use Forbidden Epics because they're a bit closer. There's no reason for me doing that otherwise. So one thing I was meaning to mention is that this game has riddles in it, actual riddles, and some of the bits of reading. So I'm not just reading it because obviously people tend to react well to the sound of my voice, and so it's a way that I can capitalize on something that I know I do a fairly decent job on, I'd like to think. There's actually information contained in some of those bits. It's not just nice writing. So if you find yourself lost in a riddle, double check that you're reading these things carefully, because it will sometimes give you some hints on how to solve the riddles. In your opinion, what rite is the best? You found Map's Edge the most useful in your run. I used to be pretty much exclusively on Map's Edge. There was another winter one. It's like Sunset Rite or something like that. And I think it deals with the idea of loss, because you don't want to give up things like lore. You don't want to give up things like instruments. I did also find the one that shows you pouring something into the water. That's another helpful rite, because generally you get a lot of instruments to be able to, or ingredients to give up. But I believe they've reworked rites, so. The Stag Door, I definitely feel, is one of the first big, speed bumps that you run into. But I think in the broader scheme of things, you have to have that. Otherwise, the game will be sort of presented as being a lot simpler than it really is. So I think it's a necessary little bit of pain. So the sands drain away like water, and beneath is the stone from which gods arose, so long ago. Ahead is the door, glistening like rain, its black surface beaded with blood, with each drop heavy curved like a swollen tick. In my dreams, I found the way to the spider's door, sometimes called the Bloody Gate, or more informally, the Wrong Door. I'm not going to go through the Wrong Door. All right. You got stuck on the stag door and the third mark. Couldn't figure those out for a good few hours each, but once you did, it was all good from there. Yeah, well, I think it's like, it's just one of these things where if you are able to figure that out on your own, you have what you need to be able to see Cultist Simulator to the end. It doesn't mean that it's a cakewalk, but it means that you have sort of the necessary prerequisites to see it through to the end. But I feel like if somebody just tells you how to do the stag door, then there's going to be another point where you run into some difficulty and you haven't necessarily learned the lessons that you needed to in terms of the stag door. So, but everybody has their own approach to these things. There's really no one right way to play the game. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestess of Sybil use it for a drumhead. At the opera's climax, the pounding of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses into suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of the mountain pines. All right, at this point I'm just kind of picking random ones, so let's do Kittling Ripe and Moldywarp's Grave and other stories. The protagonist, a speechless cat thing called Kittling Ripe, performs a series of elaborate rites to rescue members of her extended family, culminating in the resurrection of her own other grandmother, Moldywarp. So I've got an affliction. I think that might be because, nope, I still have, that's just an honest to goodness cold, nothing to do with my poison blood, so. All right, things have changed. I'm moving on, Miss Moreland informs you. My stock is largely exhausted and the Suppression Bureau are taking an interest, so it's goodbye. The last book is nonsense, but I've tucked some interesting papers into the back as a thanks for your custom. So Moreland's is now closed. We've got the Ardent Orison. It used to be Ardent Prayer in the alpha, and something deep mystery something, a dreadful souffle of half-digested rumor about the secret worlds and the irrelevance of contemporary morality, including a catalog of unlikely and probably invented debaucheries. If you bought this item from a shop, it probably means that there's nothing else of interest left in stock. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, that's correct. Oh wait, no, it's the people whose icons are off. But yes, you're absolutely right. All right, I'm gonna wait for the dream to become available for the affliction, and there's still places that we can buy books, and that is Oriflamme's. We perch on alarming Rietveld chairs in a windowless auction room with vividly burnt orange walls, waiting for the auctioneer to announce what he's offering. The reek of new paint makes the brain spin. All right, so this is just for a collection of poetry, but this is actually a good one for me to get because this will allow me to get that that additional level. So in this case, I think I'm just going to plow away at Glover and Glover because I don't see any reason why my notoriety should become a problem. And the delightful blood will turn into dread after the despair abates. So dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in with the loss of the delightful blood. Will be sad. We found selling to Oriflamme to be worth it. I never got any real money from him, even when he was selling something that should be worth something. I usually only sell junk to him, so I've never been surprised at the prices I get. Okay, fascination. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see, but this will not be a problem for me to get rid of, so. No, it's not great that I got that, but I can live with it, so we will buy some medicine. So again, the big thing that I'm trying to do right now, because I only have one place that I can credibly get cultists from, is talking. So what I'm trying to do is to get myself in a position where I can have everything ready to go once I have sort of enough cultists. I want to keep Lady Tryphon at bay if I can, but beyond that, I'm okay. I'm okay just sort of slowly amassing this library, slowly building up my lore, and then hopefully I'll be able to summon some creatures to assist with the long. Okay, so we got a Wood Whisper. When the snake witch killed the stag, Kittling snatched one of his eyes. When the dry witch killed the sow, Kittling stole a cup of its blood. Then she took them to the place Moldywarp lay buried, and she stood out her hair, and she began to dance. So we'll carry on there. Glimmering, again, it's not huge for me. I mean, the one thing that would be nice about Glimmering is I can double this up now. Ugh. You know what, I actually have this in my hand, so I am actually gonna do the last improvement to the Fevered Imagination, as terrible as I feel about it. We'll just keep going to Glover and Glover at this point. I've got a fleeting remembrance, which will allow me to get rid of the fascination. Of course, Dread can also do that. And the auction is for... I will not need another collection of poetry after I do this, so... maybe you can confirm something for you. The final tier of Secret History says it's unique, but now you know that means only one can exist at a time rather than only one exists. Are there more than one of the final locations for exploring there? Yes, there are multiple locations for if this is specifically related to the Dancer Ascension, this is something that will trip you up for sure. But the simple answer is yes, there are multiple locations for the unique. So the secret history is unique. The places it can take you to are not. That is the way to think about that. And I think that's obscure enough for people who don't know what I'm talking about to be surprised when they run into it. If you guys have other questions, by the way, especially if you're thinking about buying the game, please let me know. I will do my best to give you an honest assessment about either the question or whether the game is for you, or any of these other pressing questions that you may have. You have a great deal of door farming to do then. So if you were to, I'll put it to you this way. I'm going to be very, I'm not going to be straightforward in saying this, but if you are looking to get to that location for a particular activity that a given legacy makes you do, you do not need to grind through all the locations. There is actually a shortcut, and the game tells you what that shortcut is, and it's not contained in a book, so it's something you can actually look. If you've been able to get this far, you will always be able to see that shortcut. Now, there are other reasons to want to check out the top level, the top tier locations for sure. But if you are just looking to achieve a particular task, you do not actually need to grind through all the locations if you think a little bit about where you get that information. Hey, do you think the new DLC is worth buying? So if you're talking about the new okay, so the new DLC would be something that's not released yet. What has come out is this thing I'm playing right now is the update to the game, and this is free. I think the DLC you're referring to is the Dancer, and I actually finished the Dancer last night, and I had a really good time with it. It's a very unique legacy. So the best I can say, if you are someone who likes Cultist... okay, here's the best way for me to put it like this. The Dancer is built in such a way that if you like Cultist Simulator, and you want more of Cultist Simulator, the Dancer is a unique enough legacy that you're going to have new things to figure out in the game. It's a very unique and very interesting way of engaging with the game, and I found it very rewarding for that. I do not think that the Dancer will turn somebody who doesn't like Cultist Simulator or is like, meh, it's okay, I probably won't play it again. I don't know if there's anything in there that suddenly says, oh, this finally blew open. Okay, I'm not getting Gartside's Sanskrit reader, there's no reason to do that. Although, here's an interesting idea. I don't think this will be worth it, but if you're going up against Lady Tryphon, who tries to bankrupt you as one of her strategies, what if you, bought a bunch of useless books as an emergency fund? Because Tryphon's not going to take your books. She's going to take your money. Interesting. I need to think about that in the future. But yeah, so I mean, the price is right. I know you're Canadian, so it's like $3.30. I got it because I kickstarted the project, but like for that amount of money, the amount of content in that is ridiculous. I think they added something like 30,000 words in that particular DLC. Like it's an absolutely massive update. So if you like Cultist Simulator, the Dancer is going to give you something a bit more challenging than the base game. It's going to give you something very unique. And so essentially it'll be almost like playing the game again. You have some stuff that you know, but that's not necessarily going to take you through the Dancer upgrades. And then whether or not you wait for it to go on price, I mean, what's 25% off going to get you on the Dancer DLC? At that point, like, you're really arguing over cents, and you can wait, but I just don't see any point because you're not, like, if the game was $60, I could understand 25% off, but it's a $3 DLC. 25% is not going to save you that much. The only other DLC that was released recently is a soundtrack. I think the soundtrack's great, so I'll pick it up. I do have Apple Music, but I think I'll get a copy for myself because I actually do want to... I like this enough that I'm one of these people who will be like, yes, I actually want to support the creators. But I mean, the thing is, like, these are games, right? They're not charity, so don't buy something that you don't think is worth it. But when I was doing the Dancer stream, I was maybe a little less gung ho about recommending it because I hadn't gone through. Now that I've actually taken it through to an ending, I am astonished at how inexpensive that DLC is relative to what you get. Like, I just think it's one of the best deals on Steam if you like Cultist Simulator. Okay, so we didn't get hit by the controller at all. That's great news. And Gildersleeve Latin Grammar, don't need to worry about that. And we've got more hangers on. This is making me sad. Maybe as a quick word, for those of you who are wondering about connections and all of that, Weather Factory does not pay me to do these streams. They have given me something, like a gift, which I liked a lot, and it's a really good gift. But I will say, as a Kickstarter backer, as somebody who likes this game, I can't help but be enthusiastic about it. This game is clearly designed for somebody like me to enjoy it. It's why I like doing these streams. But there hasn't been any kind of an exchange of money, and they don't do any kind of a review on like, oh, you only sold this many, only sold this many copies. We need to think about whether or not we'll invite you back. Like, I am doing this for a love of the game. So if you are concerned about any kind of conflict of interest in that sense, I am obviously interested as somebody who likes the game and wants to see more development for it. And obviously if the game wasn't successful, there wouldn't be that kind of development. But I definitely don't feel beholden to Weather Factory in terms of if I didn't think the Dancer DLC was worth it, I wouldn't recommend it. So let me just take a quick second here and catch up a little bit with chat. You never got past midway on the Secret Histories lore. You just combined up your lores of the type that you needed. Oh yeah, so you mean in terms of like moving up? So the only reason you'd really want to do that is for the expeditions, and especially in the Dancer DLC, if there is a way of ascending without getting to the higher level expeditions, I'm unaware of it. That doesn't mean it can't be done, it just means that that's not the way that I did it. Varnock is looking for a specific treasure, but you never did find it before you followed the Watchman. Still, you had a semi-proper path to enter the door with, even if it wasn't the key. I think I know what you found. Speaking of legacies are different, how different are the main lore legacies from one another? I know the Dancer is different. Dancer is substantially different. The Grail, Power, and... so I think Lantern, Grail, and Forge victories are... So story-wise, they are substantially different. Gameplay-wise, you will probably... I think it is easier to go from, let's say, a Lantern Ascension to a Forge Ascension than it is to go from a Lantern Ascension to, like, the Apostle or the Dancer. So, like, I found the Dancer was a very meaty bit of DLC because it gave me new things to think about. It's one of the reasons I enthusiastically recommend it at that price, because it is a very underpriced DLC, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm kind of crapping on Weather Factory's business strategy there. But, like, honestly, if people who like Cultist Simulator have not bought the DLC, It is for lack of understanding of how much there is in that. So, how long did my dancer run take me? That's a good question. When was it released? Apostle is today's update, yeah. I guess it's a couple months, so it was measured in like the tens of hours, I'm pretty sure. No, it has to be measured in the tens of hours. So it probably took me about as long as a standard Ascension. What else do we have here? On a book backup thing, 75% of the time you got literally nothing from Oriflamme for non-unique books. That's not happened to me, but maybe I just got lucky. Honestly, legacies only affect the first couple of hours. DLC's big deal is the Ascension, which you can get with the base legacies as long as you don't commit to your desire before the right one. Oh, I didn't know that. So the Ascension is already in there, and it's the... Okay, you might actually need to take a look at... So what Frogboy's saying here, like, are you suggesting then that there's not as much that's actually locked behind that paywall? Okay, now I'm gonna need to start going through my, because I definitely should change my recommendation in that case if... The painted river runs from a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansis, to the edge of where it enters the painted delta Far Cloud. I voyaged half its length to last night with a stern-faced captain beneath the rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while the captain and I discoursed the secrets of the House of the Sun. I didn't really commit to a desire until you're about to ascend. Ah, fair enough. Slightly off-topic question. Have you played Sunless Sea, Sky, Fallen London? Do they tie in like it looks like they do, or are you seeing similar lore? So Sunless Sky has no... Lottie worked on it as a producer for a little while, and then she went to Weather Factory. Alexis has nothing to do with Sunless Sky, was the creative lead on Sunless Sea. So the writing is very similar. Same deal with Fallen London. There is no connection to the stories, but the flavor is very similar. And actually, if you go to weatherfactory.biz and take a look at some of the earliest blog posts that he wrote, Alexis, I mean, you can actually, you can see where he kind of talks about some of the things, particularly at the end of his involvement in some of those Fail Better games. He talks about the overlap between the two. No, you need the DLC to get the Dancer Ascension, but the Dancer Legacy isn't necessary to get the... Okay, you know, I do... yes, I did know that you can get the Ascension without the Dancer Legacy, although it is... I don't know if it's considerably harder. I'm just told that it's apparently non-trivial to get the new one. But yeah, I don't know. In my opinion, like if the Legacy is locked behind the paywall, it is, in my opinion, worth the $3 because I got a playthrough that was equal to the length of my original playthrough of Cultist Simulator. That is my experience of it. You can definitely take with that as you will. But Redlin, Chalk convinced you to pick up Cultist Simulator while Perpetual Edition was still available. Having played the Dancer a lot, you would say you would have happily paid for it if it wasn't free for you. Vince, also hi. How you doing, Vince? I don't know how long you have been watching, but it has been... I think Lottie put up a valiant effort to see what long I got, and probably had to go to bed because I was taking so long. But it is Lady Tryphon. I got the worst one first off, and I am determined not to let her get the best of me. So, awesome. Thanks for the info. May the light guide you to Grail debauchery. I have a feeling I'm going to be the feast by the end of this. But that's awesome. By the way, thank you guys, especially when you're somebody who I know, letting yourself being known in chat. It's great. It's something that happened to me on my very first stream when I was doing charity. Somebody came in and did a... I'm just skipping the text so I can try and make a little bit more progress in the game. I apologize. I know the words really are worth it. But I'm just trying to be a little bit... I'm trying to make sure that I get... I'm trying to get some progress where I can before we run out of time. But yeah, so somebody came in with the last donation to push me over the edge. It was a friend of mine in my economics class. That was when I was doing undergrad. Well, I knew her in undergrad. I was in grad school when I was streaming. But she... Oh, I forgot I need the lore. Lantern? Yeah. I have 2 lore fragments of the same level and asp... Oh, yeah, that doesn't... Oh, no, it's not lantern. Oh, of course, it's moth. What am I saying? This isn't erudition. Cut my hair, cut my bonds, cut my snip, snip, snip. So... but yeah, so obviously when there's a special event going on, to have people that you know stop by and say hello does really mean a lot. And, you know, I had my friend from France kind of come out of nowhere, come and bring us over the line. That made an already really special moment really, like, over the top. So it's a little thing, and I realize that such shows of you know, sentimentality are not necessarily the done thing in terms of streaming and such. But I do want to take the minute and say thank you for that, because it is something that really does make this worthwhile. I probably should have used that blood before. All right, we've got Poppy. We won't talk to Poppy right away. Iron City of Discs, thanks for streaming and telling people about the cool bits of the game. Oh man, it is my pleasure. You've had it on in the background while playing, quietly trying to quickly punch out a quick lantern victory so you can try the new stuff. If you want, Vince, I'll probably be going for another hour. I can actually tell you, a way you can modify your save file to get the Apostle Legacy if you want. Thanks, Chalk. Thanks, everyone, buying the game for yourself and your friends. See you tomorrow at work. Thank you, Two Devil. If I am late, you'll know why. No, I should be able to manage. Have a great night. Guidance from our delight. A courier has arrived with our delight, a single vial of their most holy blood. We got that pretty quickly. So I'm gonna have 2 dread that stack on top of each other pretty rapidly. Okay, back to the Painted River. More erudition. That actually might be... This might be bringing me on my way to being able to push this up. I think I need 4. Yeah, I actually do have enough. So, exercise the imagination, unreason. Bring me your answers, and I shall defeat them with my questions. Skill, never know. The more the passion and skill can increase no further. So I got this for... It'll be tight, but I'm also gonna push my reason. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. Stum! A can of nitrate film labeled Stum, silent or perhaps mute. The director's name, Jernik Krosse, is shakily appended. If I were to do a DLC because of the existence of Stum, I know exactly what I would do. Okay, so before I go too silly, let's pump myself full of new blood. Again, I'm just constantly working at the board because I know I'm not going to have any notoriety to deal with for the time being. Now, if Fascination comes up, I'm in a danger zone, but looks like I'm okay. I'm going to need to heal myself in about 21 seconds, so I'll keep the dream open. And we are going for the true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. Ask for it by name, friends. Incidentally, by the way, guys, we are going to be on the sort of on the last hour of the broadcast. So if you are on the fence about the game, if you want to know more about it, if you want to know about me, if you want to know anything, and you've been sitting on a question, feel free to ask. I will try and do my best sort of wrap up at the end. I probably will not make that much progress with the long. I have a feeling that I'm going to have some work ahead of me to try and make that work. But you never know. A lot can happen in an hour, and I'm going to try and make it. I'm going to try and make it work out. But yeah, I will say, an unveiled angle. Our enemy has learnt the angle of my thoughts. Our vulnerability has increased. So it gives me a great reason to deal with these problems. Glimpses of the soul. Our immortal enemy has learnt something of us. An enemy longs starlight will increase, giving them greater power in our dreams. And you know what? I probably could have delayed that happening too. So again, I'm just going to keep going out to Oriflamme's because I have the money available to me and I want to make sure that I'm able to get the books. I've got my erudition, one more. Sorry, I was going to try and say something about the game, but... De Bellis Murorum. Overall, why is this game worth buying? There's lots of games out right now. I think there are games that will cost the same as Cultist Simulator. Lots of game developers are not just asking for, but are deserving of your money. And obviously playing this game, you aren't just kind of giving up the money, you're giving up the time for it. And that's what this game is about. And I think in the end, it's why I feel so good being so enthusiastic and recommending this game for people. Because there's nothing quite like it. And whether you want to engage with this game the way that you would maybe, you know, an assignment in English class, you know, trying to read the game and see what's going on, to sort of think about how the game maybe relates to your life or relates to some things that you've seen. Or if you just want it to be this fun little story about an occultist and all the misadventures they get into. I think the thing that's really great about this game and the thing that keeps getting me coming back is this sense of discovery. The words are obviously the thing that make people, you know, keep coming back. This game has some really wonderful writing in it. The art of the cards is nice. The layout is straightforward. It's not an unattractive game, but it's of course the ideas inside of it. And what I love so much is that the writing is good enough that when the game dangles something in front of you, when the game doesn't allow you to have that thing you're looking for, you want to push forward because the reward of it is so good. In one sense, it's almost an independent. I mean, everybody makes the Dark Souls comparison, but it is actually one that's mildly appropriate here because it gives you a big thing to overcome. And in this case, this can sometimes be your lack of understanding. This game would not work if the world behind it wasn't so interesting. And this game would not work as a game if they didn't put obstacles in front of you to gaining some understanding of that world. And so that's one of the reasons why this game continues to reward replayability, or why this game has replayability, why it rewards continued playthroughs, because the roguelike elements to it is not the permadeath. It's the fact that you learn things between playthroughs that you then use to become better, and you eventually turn to your own ascension. And if you're anything like me, when you finally get that first ascension, you will be very excited and very giddy. So it's an experience that if I can bring even one person closer to playing that game and to having that experience, then it's time well spent. I'm coming close to 200 hours in this game. A large part of it is streaming, but I wouldn't stream this game if I didn't enjoy it. So it isn't for everyone, but it's definitely one that I think the people who do engage with it and the people who really do connect with the game will have something that they maybe won't have 200 hours with it, but they'll definitely have something that is very worthy of their time. And that's one of the reasons why I continue to come back. This is the third stream that we've done for it, and as long as you guys don't get tired of me, and as long as this is working for Weather Factory, I'll happily come back. Of course, we still have 50 minutes to go, so that sounds like going away talk, but something, deep mystery, something. All right, so I need to digest my current library, and then I need to start thinking about how we're going to advance. I need to start charging on getting more people into the cult. So Kat Caro, a believer. A bright-eyed, watchful woman who recalls her dreams perfectly. Now, we are definitely in need of some advanced, lanterns, so we'll move up. What have we got here? Dreams. Our enemy will find us through the Mansis this time. Now, is there a way for me to... I really don't think there is, but let's take Porter. Oh, nope, I can't do it. All right, I have a feeling that I'm just gonna suffer. I do need to get some contentment soon, though, so... Okay, there's my lesson learnt. Let's study our way up. Exercise the mind, brighter illumination. I will follow in the footsteps of the watchman. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. So, I'm going to go to the Ecdysis Club. If I get notoriety, that's going to be a problem. But I don't. So the dancer enters from stage left, swathed in red bandages, tight as tendons. She peels away another. She peels one away. Another. This will turn into despair before too long. Okay, we'll go back to the Painted River. We got our Forbidden Epic. The attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. So... Oh, I should also be going for more Forgotten Chronicles when they come up. So, I'll keep that in mind. Ooh. Continue to employ reason. This must be a trick. One cannot remove garments so softly that the bones beneath the skin are visible. Bone pink as peach flesh. Organs nestled like grapes. The lights dim. Gutter, go out. The stage's red star with them. All our lips are dry. So I made a mistake. I thought I had dread, but I didn't. I will have it momentarily, though. So a decision, the immortal in the shadows ponders their next move, and I can bring my knock to spy on them again. So in this case, we'll just hold off on the work. I'll actually give you an example of the Rite of the Crucible Soul. So here is, I was meaning to do this for a while. So if you actually want to, for lack of a better term, cast spells in this game, you need a rite. So each rite can be used for many purposes. For a summoning, I must begin by calling upon the power of knock, which will open the way. So you have the rite that you're doing, the Rite of the Crucible Soul. This rite is used as an instrument of power to set the blood of fire. Fire is the lesion in the skin of the world. Its assistant rarely survives unharmed. So the invocation, in this case it takes lore. There's a victim. There must always be willing blood. So in this case, a follower or a prisoner. An instrument, on what shall blood be shed? Now, I don't think I actually have any instruments right now. And then if you want, you can take your desire. Now notice that I actually don't have a desire, so it's not something that I can apply towards it. But what the rites wind up being are combinations of these different things that will ultimately, if you find the right combination, you're going to accomplish this this great work. But I'm not going to tell you what those combinations are, because some of that is the fun of the game. So I don't have a lot to do with my exploration right now. I don't have anybody who I want to hire. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start using my occult scraps to find locations. So we'll seek out secret places in the city. There are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things, if I can sift the clues out of history and rumor. Oh, I should probably decide what I want to do for work, so we might as well go back to Glover and Glover. Promote a believer by invoking Grail. So Cat Caro, she still performs in theaters sometimes. Cat Caro, the posters say, finds the path. Cat Caro knows the way. Okay, so let's put our... We'll get our entry consultant in and see what the... we'll see what the... what Lady Tryphon is up to. While we're doing that, we will... Why are you saying that, Captainess? Alright, we can do... I guess I can bring in these hangers on. Yeah, you know what? We might as well... I'll do a bit of a recruitment drive just to get this out of the way. So we will take our... The higher I rise, the more I see. So similarly with passion, rarefied mind. My mind is a glass, and my memory light. Reason and skill can increase no further. You return no deaths so far. No deaths, Solarius. Although we do know that Lady Tryphon is the one who is looking for us. So we've got the Watchman's secret. I suppose the real question now... I guess under study, the only thing I should be doing at this point is reading up all the books. So I'll separate the Latin and the Greek, and then I'll read all the English ones first. I'll maybe save Stum for later because of what it does. What does it do? Well, you have to play the game to find out. Now, I might try to get to the end of it, but Skeleton Songs. In Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustration still exists somewhere. The book is dedicated to Sir Percival of the Red Cup. Poems of Greedy Delight, composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. It's not really worth paying too much attention to. It's not hard to get rid of people like that. It's just it takes I'd rather play the game than spend time policing chat. So usually they have a bedtime. All right. So in this case, I will upgrade this guy further than a pawn. I will leave it open. See what the Painted River offers. More erudition, but that's not necessarily going to help us out here, so... Lady Tryphon, who scares even Kennedy, who literally invented her. That is the exact comment that I made, so apparently I really wound up with an exciting one. But unfortunately, the excitement maybe hasn't quite come across because I'm sort of taking my time to get through all of these things. But we've got Cater and Hero Limited. We'll continue to search out these locations where I can. In terms of Dream, I don't think there's anything that I want to be doing right now, although I do want to deal with this dread at some point, so maybe we can make a trip to the Ecdysis Club before too long. And I will upgrade the pawn like I was originally planning on doing. And why do I upgrade some people and not others? You'll find out another time. All right, so in terms of Forge, actually I've not turned Laidlaw into a proper member, so we'll send Victor to delay the long. We've got the Red Secret from the Skeleton Songs. In the meantime, we will read the Queens of the Rivers. The Queen of the Vistula is poisoned. The Queen of the Napier chokes on a fishhook. The Queen of the Tagus is burnt alive. I think Great Apostles get Tryphon pop-ups 3 out of 4 times. Interesting. I mean, it would make sense. I wasn't sure if it was associated with a particular aspect or not, but dreaming. I will do the Ecdysis Club in 31 seconds. No, you know what? I'll paint. I'll get contentment and through other means. Again, anybody who has any closing questions or any final thoughts on the game, especially if you're on the fence on picking it up, I will give an enthusiastic recommendation for it. Although if you say, I really like shooters, would you suggest that this is a game that somebody who is looking for something, with the pace of Call of Duty 4? I'm not going to tell you that this is a game you should get in that case. So if you have something where it's more, this is the type of game I like, I'm not sure if this thing is for me, I always feel that you should probably just try it within the 2 hours. But if you would like some ideas of, here are some of the things I'm worried about for the game, I will do my best. And chat will keep me honest on this, by the way, because they will definitely, they definitely have their own opinions on the game. If you do have a question along those lines, and it means the difference of you maybe being able to finally play this game, or deciding whether or not it's for you, do let me know. I will do my best to make sure that you are you're sort of taken care of. All right. This technically counts as an English one, but I'll save that for later. The culprit, it transpires, is the audience. The surviving queens are directed to execute whatever audience members do not escape. A surprisingly lucid epilogue suggests that the correspondence of river names with historical events does provide clues to secret histories behind our own. So we will... I think at this point I need to start translating books. So I'll start with Kerner and Girth just because I want to get my learning out of the way. As always, back to the Painted River, and we got an epic for our trouble. At this point, it's really tough to say. I'll have Fascination, so I actually think it makes sense for me to let this... Fascination comes in 40 seconds. I'm actually going to keep this Dread. So this is a great example of how things that seem like they're negative will potentially be an assist for you. I have got... Oh, wait a minute. This is the Fascination event, so it's not relevant. Never mind. I'm just going to annihilate the Dread just in case something nasty happens. So we've got a winter pawn now. We don't actually have any main pawn, winter followers though. But yeah, well, I was trying to give an example here. If I thought I was having, I thought I was going to have a Fascination like sort of negative pop up. So I basically wanted to give this example of saying, it's like, okay, so normally I try and get rid of this Dread immediately, but because I know Fascination's coming up, this is something I can use to address the problem that I have. And there's lots of moments like that in Cultist Simulator. So it's, again, it's one of these ones where you start with an assumption about how certain things work, and then you play and you find out that there's actually a little bit more going on than you first thought. And it's just one of these things that you learn over time. So I find it rather enjoyable. Although I do regret not having any deaths so far. I think that's just a function of me being a little too slow. So, all right, Hebe is a ship. In fact, many ships have borne that name over the centuries. All of them have provided transport and accommodation to those who know something about the invisible world, but none of them show up in shipping records. I've learned that the steamer Hebe Stanton is docking soon in a grimy and unregarded port in the northern island. I could send someone to purloin an unwatched occult luggage. So we'll carry on with investigating. Do we need to complete the game again to unlock new things? You don't see any options for a new game plus. So Varnock, the standard way would be, I believe you unlock the Apostle victory once you gain a standard victory. However, if you want to go in right away, in fact, I should probably share this right now, and Ralanin, I'm sorry for not saying this earlier, but let me just open this up. So depending on the legacy that you want to open, if you want to like not do the canonical version, let's say. And again, so this is, remember Alexis was in here a little bit earlier talking about the console, and like sometimes there is fun in the journey, sometimes you want to fail a few times, so exercise your own judgment if this is what you want. But if you just want to jump into the Apostle Legacies, if you open your save file, there should be a like when you're starting up a new game, you can clear out the file, for instance. There should be a section in the JSON file that says available legacies, and there is, if you write Apostle Forge : Apostle Forge in place of one of the other legacies, that'll give you Forge. Apostle Grail, Apostle Grail, Apostle Lantern, Apostle Lantern. So that's you can go in and change your save file to do that, and the name for it is Apostle, the legacy that you want. That's the fastest way to get into it. But yes, so obviously multiple people wrote Sunless Sea, but Alexis Kennedy was creative director on Sunless Sea, and it definitely shows in the writing. Like there will not be any surprises as far as tone is concerned. But it's a tremendous game. Actually, if you aren't following him and Lottie Bevan, his producer, they're a lot of fun to follow on Twitter. Like they talk about the development of the game quite a bit. So if you are a Sunless Sea fan, I definitely recommend following Weather Factory and maybe checking out their blog, weatherfactory.biz, because you get to hear a lot about his writing process and where some of these things came from. So for instance, I could actually point out to you some tweets. And for instance, some of you who've done the Lantern Ascension, there's a thing that mentions the skin between the thumb and the forefinger extending out. I could actually show a tweet, which I'm 99% sure is the inspiration for that particular line. So it's one of these ones where if you're like a super fan like me, checking out at Alexis Kennedy, at Factory Weather, at Tron Bevan, or do it in reverse. It's definitely a nice little extra layer that's added to the game. So you'll just slam through again later. You want to see the other legacies anyway, and it will be easy enough to go through again now that you know what to do. Absolutely. The Mansis looks a lot like the map of the Elder Continent. I never really thought of that. See, this is the thing. I didn't like Sunless Sea that much when I first played it. I ran into the problem that everybody does, which is that there's a lot of repetition at the beginning. I mean, there's a bunch of discussion as to why the game turned out that way. But it actually took me some work to get into Sunless Sea. I really like it now. I think it is a pretty good game. But definitely Cultist Simulator is something that is its own beast. But it definitely has the mark of its authors. All right, we've got Congregation of St. Felix of Shurin, a nonconformist enclave of a heterodox sect of the Calvinist offshoot tucked away in an odd corner of the city. They belt out hymns with unsuitable gusto in a throat-scraping language that is very much not quite Latin. I don't think I've seen this location before, so I think this is more stuff that was added in the update. Waiting for the headquarters and scholar updates. I don't know when those are coming. I actually didn't read too much about this patch before I went in, so let's... I think I've got my... Nope, I need to recruit Laidlaw still, so I never got a chat. I think we had the problems before. Does anybody here know who Laidlaw is? Because this is actually a real person. I don't know if you remember this, but you actually I sold you on Cultist Simulator a while ago. You got Sunless Sea because you're pretty sure it was by the same people. Hot Soy, it usually takes people reminding me, but was that when we were doing the stream for... I can't remember was that when we were doing the stream for H.P. Lovecraft's birthday? I might be thinking of somebody different, but usually if somebody reminds me, I do my best to try and recall. All right. Reinforcements. Another follower might rush to assist, but they risk being wounded too, and it would be foolish to send spirits against the forces of an ancient long. The highest total of Edge, Forge, and Winter will determine whether our followers escape unscathed. Alright, now unfortunately, I don't have any Edge to put into this, but let's try our best. I'll bring in the Sturdy Disciple. My only other Edge follower is currently in the on duty, so I'm not able to do that. So we've got. All right, you're wondering about that. We can't just upgrade yet, then? Sorry, what do you mean? So I think I might be missing something that you said here, Varnock. So. Hi, just got it, thanks. Hey, Macbola, thank you. I love it when people support this game, and I'm stoked that so many people are still discovering Cultist Simulator for the first time. I hope you have a great time with it, because I certainly have. So thank you very much for the kind words. And Hot Soy, I believe so, there was a Subway set. That was definitely H.P. Lovecraft birthday. I hope so. I'm glad that you came back, Hot Soy. I hope you've been enjoying Cultist Simulator. And I love the fact that you actually went back to get Sunless Sea as a result of that. That is not the usual path that people take. But I am going to make a note. Just let me take a quick second and write this down. I want to let I'm gonna let Weather Factory know that. All right, sorry, just writing down the note. Yeah, and I guess Sunless Skies is coming out at the end of the month. Although again, it's the company that Alexis Kennedy founded. He does not have any role on Sunless Skies. Yeah, I don't think we can upgrade headquarters, but I haven't tried either. I've just gotten so used to not upgrading them that Weather Factory's disappointed me so much with the headquarters upgrades that I don't even try anymore. Oh, you know what? Now that I think of it, I can actually bring in my other pawn. So, how are you doing? All right, we've got Forgotten Chronicle. I need to stack up on those a little bit. I think I'm just going to keep going through the stag door for now. Laidlaw. So, for those of you who don't know who Laidlaw is, this is Mike Laidlaw, formerly of BioWare. I think he's working at Ubisoft now, but he was responsible for some of the story stuff, the word punching on the Dragon Age series. So, Laidlaw has begun to understand the limitations of ingenuity and the power of sacrifice. Started a new game and got the inspector, and now you are researching your last save. There's a way you can actually modify that a little bit too, but I'm just going to let you enjoy that. But yes, that is a very, the first time that I actually saw it refer to somebody who I had before, that put a big smile on my face. So, for those of you who are not familiar with what Varnock's playing, you just need to play more. All right, let's, sorry, with what Varnock just said, you just need to keep playing. It'll happen to you. So there shouldn't be any evidence that emerges out of this. I'm curious if I can bring more reinforcements. So we all suffer in the service of our founder. Perhaps that suffering enhances our worthiness. So the pawn did get a wound. Oh, both of them got wounds. Wow! This game is not playing around. All right. St. Agnes Hospital. They did good work here. Certainly there were a few too many amputations, but there are individuals one would prefer not to walk the city streets. So again, we'll just carry on unlocking new places to go to, because as we get more followers, we'll be able to take care of this. I'm going to have to use up the talk for this. We're on our last half hour, by the way, so for those of you, again, with any burning questions or any comments, any thoughts, do let me know. I hope you enjoyed this, by the way. I try to be as receptive as I can to feedback. I definitely know that I play this game a lot slower than most other people. There are people who do stream this game, and I know with the big new DLC, it's more likely that people will stream it than not. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. But yeah, I do want to get better at this, and if there's something that you thought was missing or you would have liked to have done, let me know. And more importantly, if you need something a little bit more engaging for the game, obviously, do feel free to check out other streamers who are doing this. There's a big community behind it. There's a Discord. There's lots of different ways to find out about this game that are not directly tied to me. So if I'm the one interrupting your enjoyment of the game, I will not have any hard feelings if you go and find another place. Although with that in mind, do feel free to stay for the remaining half hour. It'd be nice if we can finish with a bang. Okay, Painted River, we got Fascination. Can't win them all. I don't think I read this yet. So I dreamt of the mansis behind the white door, the great space above the orchard, the place that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I am awake, I see those colors still. All right. I think back to the stag door. To be honest, I don't really think there's a good argument for anything else right now. I could try and get rid of the fascination. Oh, you know what? It would have been better for me to use the fleeting remembrance, but I'm committed now. So we'll throw reason at the problem. Oof. All right. Laidlaw has learnt the cleverer uses of fire and copper, wax and acid. Okay, so I don't believe there's anyone else that I can upgrade right now. What I do want to do, though, is talk to my followers and heal them. That's going to cost me money, but money is no object right now. System, Eyes of Sin did such a wonderful job on that emote. I regret that I am not able to show it to you all on Steam, but... The Forgotten Mithraeum. Curiosity seekers have picked over this ancient temple, but there may be a hidden door here somewhere. Let's see. So actually, Hot Soy, Thanos was somebody I believe who came in from our second stream that we did. So it's really, again, I'm not lying when I say it's actually really rewarding to see familiar faces come into the channel. Even if I don't remember them, getting people, you know, when people come in and say hi and say, I remember when you did this, it really is the icing on the cake on obviously a game that I'm enjoying immensely already, so... Alright, so let's now De Bellis Mirorum. Quick question, bird or worm? Bird. Although, I probably should not, I probably shouldn't, you know, I'm not one to speak of such matters. I'm not, there are definitely more educated individuals on that question. You were here in Steam before, a matter of the universe. You should. Oh yeah, I remember Galva. Actually, it's when you said that you were Thanos from the previous stream. I knew exactly who you were. So, ooh, the sturdy disciple, loyalty and muscles. He became a super disciple. But yeah, I do remember, when you mentioned who you were in yesterday's stream, I knew exactly who you were. I think I still have you on my friends list if memory serves. Strathcoin's residence. Okay, so I didn't get enough occult scraps. Let's get another one. We can always go back to the wood. And again, at this point, I'm just taking the money on the board and running. It's not an exciting way to do work, but in the absence of other other alternatives, I'm gonna work with this. I do need to get rid of that fascination quickly, though. I don't think there is a way I can tuck this away, though. If I'm really fast with the space bar, I might be able to make it happen. All right, we've got De Bellis Mirorum. I think that's... No, Orchid Transfigurations is still in Latin, so we'll translate that one, and I'm going to stop causing my verbs to eject. And... we're all good. Or shall you simply follow the worm that walks to delve deeply into that which must not be known? It's a personal choice, but Bird is clearly right. All right. 15 seconds, I'm going to get something that will let me kill the fascination, so I will keep Dream open. Once you've studied enough, you can go into the patron writing circuit and make a huge amounts of dosh. Indeed, I can. I mean, at the moment, I'm also focused on worldly resources. What have we got here? So, we got an additional winter. Oh, hang on. This is not the same guy I was thinking of. I need to upgrade him. But yeah, I've always been a little bit late on doing the patron writing. And it's largely because I tend to use the Spintrea as an opportunity to... I use the Spintrea as an opportunity to repair items. I blew it. Okay, the Forsaken Reach. This is, so you found all the expeditions in the capital, although you can find and visit the Reach several times. So I'll just leave it to the one for now. We'll start exploring with these furtive truths. I might want to get, just for completeness sake, I might try and get another occult scrap just because it looks nice. But other than that, I think we will... I'm going to get as many expeditions as I can just for when I have a little bit more of a full house. Okay, so now we can start studying all of these things. I wonder if I have... Yeah, so the Fleeting Remembrance should take care of this. So let's start by reading what is contained by Silver. Dire Bestiary of the Horrors to be found in Mirrors. This is a recent edition of a century text by Pomander. And Glover continues to pay dividends. Excuse me. I think I have a little water left. Loyal and quiet as falling snow. So this is a 4-strength winter. What are we looking at here? So the Long is going to try another assault. The idea of locking up your cultists to deal with the Long is a really interesting addition, and it adds challenge in unexpected ways. As an aside, how worth it are those repeatable areas to explore? You don't do more than one after you get your consumables. So it depends on which patch you're referring to, in all honesty. Because I think I'm just going to wait out the sickness on this. Crocus Hill, the ancient tribe. So, I believe the way that expeditions work now is that you have set rewards from these, and then the Forsaken Reach and similar locations sort of again give you the consumables. So because I'll put it to you this way. I use the Vagabond's map or something like that a lot, and that relies on me getting influence. But it actually doesn't make a lot of sense when you think about it, because in another perfectly reasonable way of doing that is to get an ingredient that you then sacrifice in those rituals, because you can tend to get them from these expeditions. So if you have a group of people who have already been built for an expedition, you might as well just start using those rituals, because it's it's less of a waste of your time than just trying to hope that you get lucky inside the dreams. If, on the other hand, you're not equipped for an expedition, whether or not it's worth it to take that amount of time and resources to be able to get it, it's, I suppose it depends on how comfortable you are overcoming the challenges. But I definitely feel like there are more reasons for me to go back now that I've started thinking a little bit more broadly about the rituals. So he says, I think the Long put a timer on your game because they can cause a game over, apparently, if the RNG empowers them enough. Yeah, I mean, they're getting, they're up to 3 on pretty much everything. So, and speaking of, is there anything the higher Spintreyas are good for? Just a general reagent? I have used silver Spintreyas to recover, to repair things. I've never used anything beyond that, but I don't use Spintreya a lot, so I don't, I probably would not be the best person to ask that because I might be overlooking something. Let's go back. Sorry, I was going to wait for the sickness. That's right. This is the big challenge, is that with a lot of Cultist Simulator things, I sometimes feel like just because I don't know it doesn't mean that it's it's not implemented. Like, I've always thought that there might just be some way to upgrade an HQ that I was just too dull to know. RTX on, how are you doing? Okay, so petty but successful theft. I'm losing money. I don't know if it strengthens them though. All right, the virgins maidens of the mirror favor orchids. The behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. An appendix contains a rite which might be used to summon some of these entities, although the details of its use are not made clear. So we've got the rite of the Watchman's Sorrow now. I think this still requires sacrifice, which I'm not quite ready to do. And we have another... Oh, no, a Mansless Glimpse. That's a little bit higher. Okay. So let's continue on. Let us read the true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries at the roots of the roots of the house. This is very obviously not an antique text. At the very least, it has been badly mutilated, but it contains substantial intriguing material, especially a persuasive comparison of the house without walls, without doors, to the human body with its many portals. It is better for me to wait until I get the blood before I deal with my affliction. Later game, you'd say it's worth it more to try and farm some histories for higher areas than, or to do repeatables while you have them. You know, you can do both at once, but it can get pretty fund intensive. Yeah, I mean, this is not an exciting answer, but in my opinion, it's very much a depends sort of thing. In my last playthrough, would have found that it took me less time to do certain things. It would have taken me less time to do certain things if I had taken advantage of more of my consumables. And I think that the consumables tend to pay for themselves in terms of what you can do with paintings and such. But on the other hand, dreams are free. So it's a hard one for me to give an absolute rule on personally. On a crumbling cliff above the grey sea, the Guer Inn squats until the day the sea comes for it. It receives few guests, fewer since the owner closed his notorious library to visiting scholars. All right. Again, at this point, this is getting slightly ridiculous. Like, I'm at 71 funds now, but at this point, there's really no... The real drawback about this is there's no reason for me not to behave this way. So, I will take my affliction now, and I will spend money on it, and I think now would be a great time to watch Stum. And I think that might take us to the end. So, in from the night, Victor is free. The Immortal from the Shadows ponders their next move. So. Yes. I was certain on the congregation. I was less sure about the inn, but it looks like we've got confirmation now. So, Yzabet has always been most comfortable by moonlight. She has excellent night vision, and she is often overlooked in daylight. So she is another moth follower. In this case, I think I'm actually going to start just trying to get more bodies in. That way I can prioritize my... what I can start doing is I can start prioritizing my... excuse me. I can start prioritizing who I upgrade. So I've got I've got Edge, I've got Lantern, I've got Moth, I've got Forge, I've got Heart, I've got Knock, and I've got Grail, but I don't have Winter. So if I have a bunch of... If I'm going to have a full slate, no matter what, but if it just so happens that a Winter Cultist becomes available a little bit sooner, I want to be able to take advantage of that if I can. Yzabet was just here, almost certainly. All right, let's Deoris. Oh, and we got Words That Walk. The syllables of the formula are compelling. I find myself snapping my fingers to its rhythm. It desires not to cease. It desires not to cease, sorry. So, Roland has given us another shipment of blood a little bit earlier than we might have wanted. And I've got an affliction coming up, so... And looks like I actually don't really need to use Stum right now, but I want to because it will neutralize something that will happen later. So, Keglin's Scratch. Here the Romans dug for silver... until they reached the unsanctioned space where the names hid things not fit for sunlight. Many others have come since then, even as the tunnels crumble. Some have never left. Alright, so I've healed up. Actually, sorry, I should have done Stum. I wasn't thinking. One thing I should do next time is check out what I've neglected what the Long is doing. Long is doing intrigue. So, Saliba, show this lady what intrigue is all about. Got another patron. And we've got the Barber's Warning. Deoris, Volume 1. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The black flax answer is no, and that is always its answer. So let's get Stum out of the way now. You're gonna hop off the stream. Super cool to see you still playing. I am super happy that you stopped by. I'm gonna be done in about 8 minutes myself, Hot Soy. Thank you very much for stopping by and letting me know that you've been enjoying the game. I hope you continue to enjoy it, especially with this new content inside here. And to all of you, obviously, if you're done for the evening, I appreciate you hanging out. I'm going to go at least until 10 o'clock my time, at which point I'm probably going to have to... to probably call it. But by the way, I will point out one thing that I am very grateful for all of you for. With Cultist Simulator is, unless it's been Dota, apparently we have been in the #1 spot. Now, okay, when I look at Steam, that doesn't mean that it's #1 in the world. There might be other stuff that I'm unaware of. But I think that is absolutely fantastic, and I really do appreciate you guys coming out to show that level of support. It really is something. It is really something special to be able to share this game with so many people. So this game clues, but is cool, but you have no idea what's going on. From the appropriately named W2F. Well, you came in just at the right time because I've only got a few more minutes left. So here's what I'll do. I'll do maybe another quick round of some of the things that I want to do, because I'm going to keep playing this playthrough. I'll probably continue on my stream. So if you want to watch me on Twitch, twitch.tv/systemchalk. You can also find me on YouTube under that name. And then I'm going to do some specifics about what I have on my board. And then what I'm going to give you, WTF, maybe I can give you an overview about how this game works, the logic behind it, and the type of player who I think that it might fit well. And that'll be a great way of finishing off the evening. So, and obviously we won't have a nice big romantic end like last time, but frankly we've been able to survive Lady Tryphon as she comes after us. So that's a victory in its own way. We were talking a little bit about rituals, so if you take a look at the right of the map's edge, you'll notice that unlike these other ones, so we've got the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow, which, this one wants Sacrifice of Lore, I forgot that. So if you want to do a rite, you need to look at what it needs. This one needs lore, it needs a prisoner, a victim, an instrument, and it can take a desire. Just because there's a block for something doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to always be full. In this case, we've got a Sacrifice of Lore, an assistant, and an instrument. And then finally, for the right of the map's edge, we've got an invocation, an offering of influence, and an instrument of, an instrument. You can sometimes find influence in the strangest places. This is where reading the cards can be very helpful. The one thing I am missing, though, right now are the items, and that's part of what this whole business has been about, is I've been taking the time. I don't have a full cult. I don't quite have everything that I need to be able to do some of the expeditions with pure confidence, at least with the threat of the Long going on. So what I was doing was I was building up my resources to be sure that I could strike hard when the time came. So, what is this game? What is it about? Why is this thing worth playing? In terms of what's going on, this game, you're playing somebody who's sort of been given at least a glimpse into sort of this whole other world just beneath the skin of the one that we see sort of day to day. It takes place, I think, around the 1920s. Maybe a little bit earlier than that now that I think of it. But and essentially you play, you can really write your own little story on it, although there are these legacies have things. So usually you start off as a hospital porter and you lose your job, and there is one of the patients that you took care of leaves you sort of this endowment, some notes in an occult journal which describe your dreams, and you follow it, and you all of a sudden discover these places. You discover a cabaret with an occult reputation. This used to be the address of Moreland's, the book dealer, but I'll have to look elsewhere for knowledge now. Moreland's was not closed when we got there. Essentially, you start getting more and more insights into this world, and you start learning about different things such as moth and lantern and forge, and these different aspects and these different sort of forces or hours that live in this other world. So the way that the game sort of handles all of these complex ideas is that everything about yourself is broken down into cards, and you're sort of this puppet master behind the scenes pulling the strings. And essentially all these different facets of yourself, whether they're your possessions or they're your personality, are represented through cards. So for instance, what do I mean when I say me? Well, in one sense, I'm my body. And so there's a card for health. As a person, I also have access to certain material wealth, enough to support me for a little while in adequate comfort. Of course, I've got 76 of them, so I actually have quite a bit, and I'm sure I'm going to be regretting all the time that I spent earning it when Lady Tryphon comes to kill me. You might also have intangible aspects to yourself, such as your ability to apply your mind towards, logical conundrums, or perhaps your creativity, your passion. You may be your associates, people who are fellow travelers in this world, or you may be your rivals. There's a weary detective looking for me. You might be your contacts, these figures in the occult world who sometimes offer commissions or advice or training. I might define myself through my job. Essentially, this game represents all of these different parts of yourself, and particularly the knowledge that you have in the form of these cards. And essentially, the gameplay comes down in the interaction of these cards with verbs. So you can work, you can talk, you can study, you can explore, and you can dream. And essentially it's the combination of these things that will allow you to perform certain actions. So for instance, I'm currently studying or watching a film called Stum, a can of nitrate film labeled Stum, silent or perhaps mute. The director's name, Jernik Krosa, is shakily appended. The film rattles through the projector, glows silently on the wall. It is a story of a foolish student of forbidden sciences who recruits a dancer to entice the dead back into the world through a flaw in its skin. It's a fiction, but here on the title card is laid out the operation of the declining sun. Now, the fact that you don't know what any of that means, or what some of that means, is totally fine, because I don't know what all of that means. This game constantly gives you little hints, and the confusion that you feel is very similar to the confusion that your character is feeling. It's not that you wake up, if I didn't walk into like a computer science or an economics course, sit down and 15 minutes later I've mastered the subject. You need to read books, you need to study, you need to talk with other people and achieve them. And so this game actually does a very good job of modeling that part of life. And so essentially a large part of this game, mechanically it's very simple. It's just click a card and drag it over onto another area. But as far as the actual what makes this game enjoyable, this game will just always hold the information out at arm's length, and you're sort of left to figure, take that extra step. And I always kind of like saying, learning's the ultimate roguelike, because in this particular case, I'll explain what happened there in a minute. You get better through the game, not because the game gives you more things. Some of the legacies do give you, so for instance, if usually when you die as the aspirant, it's because you've run out of money. If you die and then you move on to the Bright Young Thing, which will give you lots of money, but maybe less information about the occult. Of course, you know more about the occult because you've already played as the aspirant. And so the game doesn't give you individual items. They don't give you, the sword of ass kicking to make the game easier. What you do is you gain knowledge over your playthroughs. It's kind of this growth that you're doing as a person that makes the game get easier over time, and you ultimately get to your destination. So it's fun. Like, this is a game about a person who's discovering what's going on in the world and maybe things not being what they've seen. This is a representation of the Mansis, this world of dreams. And we've gone through the Stag Door. If we want, we can take a Forgotten Chronicle from it, or we can go to the Ascent of Knives or the Painted River and maybe get something else. In this case, I actually want more of these, so I'm going to go out. And last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke with his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until these stories tailed off again into weeping. So this one is relying on some information that I got in a previous playthrough. This one's a little bit harder to parse out on its own. So in terms of what's going on, essentially what I'm trying to do right now, I'm trying to recruit more people into my cult. I'm trying to find more places for me to explore, which I will be doing with these people before too long. And I'm trying to make sure that this malevolent force, Lady Tryphon, no, he cannot harm you, he cannot find you, but I suffer no such circumspection. Tryphon is more likely to use intrigue attacks. So in this particular case, this is a person who is sort of a hostile force that's been brought into the new update. As far as what this game is about, I always like closing on this. The reason why I'm so satisfied with Cultist Simulator, and the reason why I constantly talk about it and why I share it with people, is that this game has a wonderful job of giving you a perspective on life. I liked the aspirant story because, I wasn't that far out of grad school, and I know what it's like to read a textbook and get a little bit of information, and you need to maybe take these disparate parts and put them together and push them up. So that was sort of satisfying. But more than that, what this game is really about is that you have got something inside yourself, something that you want to do, something that you feel that you've been put on this planet for, something that maybe you want to achieve, something that you really want. But basically, there's something that drives you. And this game is entirely about that, because the world is not always kind to that desire or to that passion or to that skill. You do need to go to work. And in my case, I was able to play the game and wind up very comfortable at work, but I can't afford scandal. This is necessarily putting a hold on my ability to perform my actions here. If you go to work, you can't do occult rituals. You can't maybe be as effective at studying books. Maybe your boss wants you to constantly focus on the task at hand, not this book over here. And so this is a really relatable game, in my opinion. We all suffer that sort of tension between not enough hours in the day, not enough money in the bank, but something that we really want to do. And it's why I like comparing this game to The Sims, because in the end, success in the game, and possibly maybe even success in your own lives are really tied to your ability to manage these things as best as you can. And there will be people who help you, just as there are inside the game here, but sometimes it's a journey that you make on your own, and it's one that you try and just sort of divide. You divide into just this process of banging your head against something and trying to figure it out. And that's, of course, the last thing, because it is a game. It's not a manifesto. It's not a self-help book. That moment of discovery when you finally cracked it, when you've gotten to that next level, is a point of tremendous excitement. And so I still remember when I got my first Ascension victory, and I felt very happy. So this is a really special game for me. It's one that I continue to enjoy playing. It's one that I like sharing with people. And I think if you're somebody who is patient with it, if you're somebody who likes reading the lore on the items in Dark Souls, if you like a more literary game, even if you like idle games, where there are timers going by and you need to just sort of, you let things happen. You're not always directly engaging and controlling the character or something like that. These are some great reasons to try out the game. The only thing I could say that may be maybe difficult for potential players would be sometimes like this game can be frustrating. There is no tutorial. It's designed without a tutorial. There are people who will, give you some tips on YouTube and that. I'm one of them. Oh, Wolfman. Yeah, sorry. Thanos did a great job of putting that up. My name is System Chalk, and you can find me on YouTube and Twitch. But thank you very much, Wolfman. So, but yeah, it's, I think if you're easily frustrated, this game may be a little too much for you. I encourage you to try it out. Obviously, we are all watching this on Steam. So in terms of Steam, you have a 2-hour window with which you can return it, and I assure you, you will know whether or not this game is for you within that 2-hour mark. If you're on the fence, it is 25% off right now, so that is a way that you can lock in that discount and you can move on. If you want to watch more people play it, I definitely know that there is an active community for the game, and the fact that this new patch was released today will mean that more people are streaming it than they normally do. Thank you very much for the follow, whoever did that. But yeah, I definitely feel that, regrettably, I only know English, so I can't answer that question that was asked inside of chat. But yeah, this is it. I like sharing this game a lot. I will be doing it on Twitch. It's not the only thing I do on Twitch, but I hope you enjoy some of the other things that I do as well. I do encourage you to pick up this game, even if you have some interest in it, because you do have that 2-hour window for safety. If you already own the game, the soundtrack is available. You can buy that on Steam. If you have iTunes Music and Spotify, I believe both of those are available. Yeah, it's a special game that I've really enjoyed being able to share with you. But I am afraid I am hitting the end of the day, so. Is this game okay? Yes, it is. Yeah, the game is wonderful. And maybe actually with that in mind, let's do credit where credit is due. So we're going to say goodbye to Mary Doggerel tonight. I will be resuming this on my own stream. But who made this? We've got design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy. You can follow him at Alexis Kennedy on Twitter. Production, marketing, and biz, Lottie Bevan at Tron Bevan. UI design and coding, Martin Narukar, who's got a game called Nowhere Profit. I believe he is M Narukar on Twitter, but you can search for Nowhere Profit. It will be coming to Steam hopefully before too long, but you can get it on itch now. Art is by Catherine Unger, Clockwork Cuckoo, Lottie Bevan, and Sarah Gordon. I believe all of these people are on Twitter. Lottie obviously is. Music, again, obviously the soundtrack just came out today. If you happen to like it, is now available for purchase by Maribeth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Irby for Mickey Moore Productions Limited. Audio by Sound Cuts. Additional writing by Lottie Bevan. Additional coding by Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, and Mark Gagne. Lyra Sider, who was actually inside of chat a little bit earlier. Additional design by Cowlin Porter, who I don't recall if he has a Twitter. I don't recall his Twitter handle if he does. Finally, special thanks to Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. Oh, is this game okay? The game is definitely very okay. I just apologize that I'm only able to engage in English. So, but yeah, with that in mind, it's been wonderful to do this again, guys. I know my energy was not quite what it was the last time around. That is because I played this game for 8 hours on Monday, a bit unintentionally. So I need a break. My throat is definitely feeling it. So I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you dream furiously. I hope you enjoy the game, and we will see you next time, hopefully. Have a wonderful time.